All right, welcome everyone. Just whoop, went to check the audio. It's already sounds good. All right, that sounds good. We'll turn the audio down there. Audio check. Oh, we're back, and this is going to be a long stream. So I am your weather play-by-play here for the next probably 10 hours or so. It's already been a decently busy morning with a couple tornado warnings on the eastern end of the severe weather today. And it's only going to get busier here as we go into the afternoon and evening. So let's get a little bit of a tour. We have one ongoing severe storm that's been tornado warned. This is in eastern Missouri here, and we'll dive into this one. It's right now in Jefferson County. The traffic camera up here above my head is where is it? There it is. Up here is from Sullivan, Missouri, and right as the pre-stream was starting, there was actually a bit of a wall cloud feature, but that area in Sullivan has also seen law enforcement reported golf ball sized hail, and also relayed by a park ranger. So some pretty knowledgeable people. It looks like a report just came in for broadcast media report of baseball-sized hail west of Hillsboro. So this storm means business here, and we're going to dive in with the closer look of the radar. Turn my second monitor a little bit. So the big hail core of the storm is coming through Cedar Hill Lakes down to Hillsboro, Missouri right now. This is all headed towards the I-55 corridor, coming towards Kimmswick, Peevely, and Festus. That's in Missouri. And then Valmeyer and Mayestown in Illinois here. So we have Illinois, and we have Missouri, and this is the Mississippi River right here in the middle of that. So yeah, big hail core, at least about 1.5 inches hail, if not more. Again, right here by Grubbville, we had a 2.7-inch hail report. Baseball-sized hail. And then this storm does have a rotating mesocyclone. It's over the Hillsboro, DeSoto area right now. It's a bit broad at the moment. It's tightened up a couple times, especially when it was back just to the west of Sullivan and Bourbon, up in this area here by Missouri Route C. It was a bit tighter back then, but since then it's had a broad mesocyclone. It's still in here, but it hasn't really tightened up lately. Alright, well that makes me feel a little better about that storm for a second. Oh, hey, let's remove the stream starting. So the stream has started. So before it gets too crazy, I do want to kind of give you the overall general layout here. Let's see. Okay, I want to give you kind of the general layout. We have right now 2 tornado watches. Essentially, they split kind of southern Missouri in half, but the newest one is this area here in southwest Missouri, and in the 3 southeastmost counties in Kansas. That one is a new tornado watch for, I think it actually gives us the details here. That goes till 7 p.m. Central Time, and that includes very large hail isolated events up to 3 inches in diameter. A couple of intense tornadoes are likely, or sorry, possible. And then scattered damaging winds, isolated significant gusts, 75 miles are likely. So we could see essentially baseball apple-sized hail, a couple of intense tornadoes, and also scattered hurricane force gusts. Even I think the one graphic from the weather service says 80 mile an hour gusts. But this is a tornado watch that includes Springfield, Joplin, Nevada, Bolivar, Ozark, West Plains, Rolla, St. Roberts, Pittsburgh, Kansas, and just to the Arkansas line here outside of northwest Arkansas. We also have another tornado watch that includes eastern Missouri, southwest Illinois, and then western Kentucky. This includes everything basically south of St. Louis here in Missouri. That includes the area that's under the tornado warning right now, Festus, and then Sullivan, Rolla, Fredericktown, Poplar Bluff, Sikeston, Cape Girardeau, Carbondale, Illinois, Harrisburg, Illinois. Basically, most of Illinois south of I-64. Paducah, Kentucky, Murray, Kentucky, and Hopkinsville in Kentucky. We have an ongoing, it's until, I think, just the next couple hours, until 2 p.m. We have this severe thunderstorm watch, the eastern suburbs of Kansas City, over through Sedalia, Columbia, and Jefferson City. Most of this area was for the cluster of storms that is now just to the south of St. Louis and producing now the tornado warned storm. There's a bit of a warm front right in this area here. It's been lifting to the north for most of the morning, and these storms that developed in eastern Missouri came across a little bit more stable air here. They were mostly hail producing storms until right in the Franklin County area they got close to this warm front, started getting some of that low level jet and really the unstable air along and south of that warm front, and that's when it went tornado warned. So it was really neat seeing that happen. It actually transitioned from just a hailstorm to more of a tornado threat right when it was crossing into the severe thunderstorm warning area into the tornado watch area. So very interesting. But severe thunderstorm watch, that's out at least until 2. So we'll see if that gets extended or replaced with a tornado warning or watch. And then there's another severe thunderstorm watch here that covers eastern Kentucky and Tennessee. I guess not really into Kentucky anymore, but eastern Tennessee and then the western parts of the Carolinas here into Asheville, Charlotte, Greenville, South Carolina, and Johnson City, Knoxville, and Kentucky. So not a great day if you're in the Smoky Mountains and trying to get some hiking in there. So we're going to get into it here. This is kind of the quick overview. We do have a new tornado warning here, radar indicated. Take a look at that in a minute. That's in south central Kentucky for northern Todd County. A storm capable of producing a tornado near Elkton and moving northeast at 35. So the other thing that was talked about when we were wrapping up our stream last night, covering the severe weather in the Ohio Valley, I mentioned that there was an area likely that was going to go the moderate, and that has verified. So we have a moderate risk from the areas here around Springfield, Missouri, just south of St. Louis, all those areas in southeast Missouri, Cape Girardeau, Sikeston, Poplar Bluff, and then into the areas here around western Kentucky, western Tennessee, Clarksville, and Nashville. You guys are in the moderate risk as well. And then our large enhanced risk hasn't changed that much since really actually it's been here. I think the biggest change I think is eastward extension of the enhanced risk. This is a level 3 out of 5 on the National Weather Service Storm Prediction Center Severe Risk Index. So this is a 3 out of 5. The moderate risk is a 4 out of 5. I know the wording sometimes gets a little confusing, especially if people aren't really paying attention to the categorical risks. But level 4 out of 5 risk here in the moderate, and then an enhanced risk is a 3 out of 5. There's also a 2 out of 5 risk, the slight risk, and a 1 out of 5 down here. So we have all the risks up to 1 to 4 right now. But the biggest change last night, I think, between now and last night, was the enhanced risk pushing into the Western Carolinas here, and that's kind of leftover storms from the convection last night, but they've been pretty consistently severe, especially on the southeast side of that, pushing through the Appalachians here, through the Smoky Mountains. Then enhanced risk: Charlotte, Knoxville, Huntsville, Memphis, Little Rock, Tyler, Texas, Fayetteville, Springfield, Missouri is right on the edge of the enhanced and moderate. Jefferson City and St. Louis, you guys are all in the enhanced risk. Let's see, some other cities: Evansville, Indiana, that's also in the enhanced risk. And then our slight risk includes Shreveport, Dallas, east sides of Tulsa, east of Kansas City, up to areas around Litchfield, Illinois, south of Bloomington, Indiana, Louisville, and then all the way out towards Columbia, Atlanta, Birmingham, and even into the Carolinas further towards Raleigh-Durham. So that is kind of your big risks. We also have actually an even larger area of the 1 out of 5 risk. That includes areas even up here around the low pressure system. We could get some severe thunderstorms, Sioux Falls down to Des Moines. And then there's also the exiting system from yesterday that produced the severe weather in the Ohio Valley and Michigan. That system is now up here in Canada, and there's a chance of some scattered and isolated strong storms even in the East Coast: Albany, Boston, New York City. So it is a very large severe weather day. Focusing a little bit back more on our especially Midwest and Southeast risks. And this is a bit of a change recently. So we've had, this is your tornado risk assessment. The green is like a 2% risk. We've had that verify already this week. So if you're in any of the risk areas, please take any warnings seriously. The 2% risk is up here around the cold core in the low, Sioux Falls, Sioux City, Des Moines, Cedar Rapids, up here in Iowa, basically. The 2% risk also extends out Louisville to Cincinnati, just southwest of Charleston, West Virginia, Roanoke, the Carolinas here, Charlotte, Greensboro, Columbia, Wilmington, all the way out to the Atlantic there. That's your 2% risk. A little bit also in north central Mississippi, north of Jackson, Mississippi. And also just a little bit here down into Austin, Texas. So a very large area, 2%. And then we have our 5% risk. That area is a much larger area, and that has verified a bunch of times already this week. That includes Dallas, Shreveport, just east of Tulsa, Memphis, Little Rock, Huntsville, Alabama, Knoxville, Tennessee. Louisville is right on the edge of the Louisville Metro is on the edge of the 2 and 5% risks. St. Louis, and then back towards areas here in southeast Kansas. So that is a pretty big risk. Most of Arkansas is in a 5% risk. The moderate risk overall, the general severe weather moderate risk, under that, a lot of that is the hatched area of 10% plus. Or is it 15%? Yeah, 10% plus. Sometimes it's 15 for a couple of the categories. 10% plus for the severe index here for the tornadoes, and the hatched area follows that 10%, basically 100%. The hatched area is for a possibility of significant tornadoes. That includes, and the biggest change is yesterday, yesterday that included all these areas here: Hopkinsville, Clarksville, Nashville, Murfreesboro, Cape Girardeau. Evansville's right on the edge of that. Southern St. Louis suburbs are on that, and then south of Jefferson City, Rolla. That area basically cut off at US 65, so it was east sides of Springfield and a little bit into northern Arkansas. The new area here is this area down here: Fayetteville, Rogers, down to Fort Smith. And I would agree with that. Some of the models show, and we talked about it a little bit yesterday, show this dry line unzipping back here, this cold front dry line combination just unzipping back here, and later today moving some pretty significant storms through Arkansas. So I would agree that the tornado risk does include the northwest Arkansas communities here. And yeah, it's going to be a busy day here. We're going to have continued ongoing severe weather for the storms and the leftover convection from earlier today. We have new convection that's pushed out of Kansas City and now in the St. Louis area. And then we're just starting to see a little bit of that newest convection that's going to be growing on the backside of all this. And this convection out here towards Bartlesville and northwest of Joplin is the stuff that we're really going to have to watch as it pushes into this higher tornado risk here. So it's already a busy day. Quickly, there's also damaging wind risk, and it's super high also in the moderate risk area. Springfield, Cape Girardeau, Hopkinsville, Clarksville, Nashville, Murfreesboro, south of St. Louis. There's also a large area of hatched severe wind risk. This includes the 75, 80 mile an hour winds. That area extends down through Fayetteville, most of Arkansas, Little Rock, Memphis, Huntsville, and now extends over with a severe risk into Charlotte. So the big change, Charlotte, and that's the reason they're enhanced now, is the severe wind risk. Even down towards Dallas, Tyler, Shreveport, Birmingham, Atlanta, Columbia, the shore communities in eastern North Carolina, Louisville, St. Louis. You guys, there's a big, massive area of damaging winds. And then there's also a significant 15% risk for large hail, and even a high risk for large hail, 45% risk of large hail. So that's yeah, keep the cars in the garage here if you're in Cape Girardeau down to Hopkinsville, Clarksville, east of Springfield and south of St. Louis. That is a massive area of large hail. And then the large risk actually extends all the way down, with the hatched risk of significant hail, all the way down to Austin, Texas. So, again, we kind of have... Let me get back to the overall risk assessment here. Oh, the other really quick thing, we can go over it later tonight, but I talked about it in the forecast yesterday, that I expected the enhanced risk to return tomorrow for Texas, and that has verified here. So this was all slight risk yesterday, but tomorrow this is an enhanced risk for large hail, especially in Texas. They've also extended that. We'll detail tomorrow's risks way later today. Essentially, right now we have two or three kind of setups that are going. We have a bit of an outflow boundary here across northern Tennessee. That's sparking new development here in western Kentucky. We have our ongoing old convection. This is kind of one. This is kind of two here. Yeah, 1, 2. We have our ongoing leftover convection from last night's severe weather. It's sparking severe weather on the southeast side of that, and it's been pretty steady doing that through southern Kentucky into eastern Tennessee this morning. That's pushing into the Charlotte area, into the western Carolinas. We also have the ongoing complex here, mostly just one supercell and then some other storms. That's kind of our third area, and that started over by Kansas City and has made its way over the morning through central mid-Missouri. And then we have our fourth area of convection, and this is that new convection that's just starting to develop in on the western part of our tornado watch area. This is the stuff we really have to watch later for the all hazards, the tornadoes, the damaging winds, and the large hail. And that is generally going to push its way across southern Missouri. It's going to backfill a little bit around Tulsa, and then also into northern Arkansas. And then later today, we'll get kind of a 4.5 or a 5, and this whole area down towards Dallas is going to convect and push this way too. So, that's kind of the quick, rough, and dirty version of the weather events today. Essentially, it's going to be a massively busy day. So, I've always said it before on other streams, but have multiple ways to get warnings. Don't rely on myself or just one or another streamer. There's myself, but there's also a few other reputable, weather streamers here on YouTube. Don't rely on one of us. Also, it's good to have your local media tuned to them, especially if you're in one of these watch areas. And then also the Weather Channel is pretty good. They're covering it today. A big severe weather day, the Weather Channel is still pretty good. But have multiple ways to get warnings and alerts. Have your phones turned on for the weather alerts. Mine, although I have a pretty modern phone, does not always get weather alerts. So also, if you live in these areas, it's good to have a NOAA weather radio. You can pick those up online at Amazon, and there are some streamers that have some deals on those, so you can always do that, help the streamers out a little bit. And but you can also pick them up on Amazon or Walmart. And it's good to have a NOAA weather radio, especially for nighttime. You can go to bed, and that thing will wake you up. So, multiple ways to get warnings today. The other thing, too, that the streaming is really great, that we can cover a massive amount of severe weather. We don't just focus in on one local area. That's really good, but it's also negative that we could be focused, on this storm over here by Bartlesville, and you may live in the area here southwest of Charlotte and are worried about that storm. So, especially a day like today, we're going to be bouncing around. We're going to have storms out here in Oklahoma, Arkansas, and Missouri, and then we're also going to have storms down here in the Charlotte metro. So, I want to quickly, I guess, go kind of west to east right now. So we'll dive into these storms west to east, and then pay a little bit more attention to our ongoing tornado-warned storms here. So starting out here, again, we have upscaling storms. See, they weren't that much, just about, when is this? 1:04 Central Time. So, and that's about 12:20. So, about 40 minutes ago, there's just a few thunder showers. There's now a bit more organized convection here, and including a special weather statement. 40-mile-an-hour winds, nickel-sized hail. We're going to see these kind of storms grow. So that's one to watch. There's one also up here along 49. That one looks a little more potent. And maybe one right here, just on the Oklahoma-Kansas border. But those are some areas that have likely some small hail gusty winds. We can very quickly scope this for any rotation. Not really seeing much, maybe a little bit right on that storm that I mentioned on the Oklahoma-Kansas border, but not much in the way of rotation right now. Moving into now eastern Missouri, we have our ongoing tornado warning. This also includes tennis ball size hail. Again, it's verified a couple times with even larger hail. So this has easily produced tennis ball size hail. This is coming across the areas here near Festus, Missouri. We called you guys earlier, hopefully in your safe space. Tornado safe space is lowest into your room, away from doors and windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. If you have a storm shelter or basement and can get underground, that's even a safer option. If you don't have a basement and can't get underground, then be in the lowest level into your room, away from those doors and windows. A lot of times that's a bathroom, a hall closet, a laundry room, some type of small room that's interior to your house. This is likely going to continue verifying that close to 3-inch hail, those bright purples and blue colors here along Missouri Route A. That's all moving towards Peevely and Festus. You guys need to be in your safe space here, especially over towards Maystown, Valmeyer, Waterloo, Illinois, Prairie du Rocher, at Faults. Even if the tornado rotation passes you guys, this is wind-driven large hail, and that can do just as much damage as tornadoes sometimes. And it can also be damaging to you personally if you're outside in this, or if you're standing next to a window and all of a sudden baseball-sized hail is getting blown through that window. There are situations where the hail is just as dangerous here. And this is headed Peevely, Festus, Maystown, Valmeyer, and maybe the Waterloo area. If it stays on its current track, Waterloo may get spared from the worst of this, but still want you to be in your safe space. A day like today is a high-end severe weather day. We need to definitely take these warnings seriously and give these storms a lot of respect today. Still has the broad rotation. We're seeing that here right along 55 south of Festus. So this still could produce a tornado. I don't think it's producing anything right now. We can check that. We're also probably going to see, the CC, the correlation coefficient, shows us essentially meteorological targets. So if I sample this area here, all these pinks and gray colors mean that all these areas here are generally the same at size. So that's a bunch of just heavy to moderate rain over here. So this shows that all these raindrops are essentially the same size. You might have one raindrop that's a little bit chunkier than the other, but essentially they're all the same size. So the radar says, okay, these are good to go. Then we get into areas that have tornadoes, or in this case, we can see this hail core verifying. This area here with all those yellows and orange and blue and green colors, that area says, okay, there's some raindrops in here, but then there's something chunkier, and then there might be another chunky thing, and then there's a couple smaller raindrops here. So this is saying that things don't correlate with each other. So that lowers the value. The pinks and reds essentially are high correlation with each other. So everything is about the same size. The more blue and even black, when you get into those kind of situations, those show low correlation. And that shows us a lot of times the tornado damage. In this case, it's showing us this giant hail core. So we're seeing a bunch of rain, and the radar saying that are meteorological targets. We're also seeing all these greens and blues and yellows. Those are some chunky hailstones. And hail is not alike. When storms are warned for baseball-sized hail, a lot of hail might be pea-sized, and then there'll be one or two that are, baseball to tomato-sized. So, and then there might be some in between. So when you get hail, a lot of times you don't get an even distribution. It depends. Essentially, the updraft of the storm is just juggling all these hailstones. So they're getting thrown up into the updraft, and then they fall as they get out of the strong part of the updraft, they fall back down, but then the updraft picks part of them back up. So they're getting essentially kind of tumble washed in the storm. So they're growing layers of ice around them. They're not just nice little snowballs. A lot of times, if you can look at pictures on social media and stuff, and a lot of times they're not even round. They're these like chunky little floppy. They have little spikes on them. A lot of hailstones look kind of like this. So, which is another reason not to be standing by a window or outside, because you're not just getting a baseball thrown at you, you're getting a big spiky baseball thrown at you. That's my rant. That a bunch of spiky baseballs is about to come through I-55, so hopefully people aren't driving this right now, especially between Festus and Peevely in Missouri, about to cross into Maystown and Valmeyer here in Illinois. And again, seeing the rotation here just along 55 south of Festus. So, but not seeing any CC signature that indicates this is on the ground. So again, Valmeyer, Waterloo, Maystown, Faults, Danby, Platten, Prairie du Rocher, and hopefully Festus and Peevely. You guys are already in your safe space. We'll continue that. We do have other tornado warnings right now. Just another tornado warning. This is Logan County, Kentucky here. This is near Epleys and Coopertown. It's generally headed towards Bowling Green, Kentucky, so. And right now it's on the very edge of this tornado watch area, so. There's going to be a lot more tornado watches today. Probably most of this moderate risk will get covered in tornado watches. I would guess most of this area here will get covered in tornado watches, and then probably also down into Arkansas. So Arkansas, very quiet right now. There's people in Arkansas that probably just took their lunch break and are like, hey, this is great, there's no storms. But Arkansas, it's coming. This is a nasty stell. There's likely large hail on this. It's being warned for quarters, but there's probably close to 1.5 to 2-inch hail near Lewisburg, at least suspended up in the updraft right now. And then we can check this area for rotation. There is broad rotation. I just want to see if it was a little bit tighter, I'm guessing earlier. Yeah, so it was a bit tighter a few minutes ago. There it is, kind of here, over by Sharon Grove. But still here near Epleys and Coopertown. Bit of broad rotation. If that thing, it looks better presenting better on the reflectivity right now. But we talked about this with one of the storms yesterday or the day before. Even though this is a supercell and it has this little appendage, it's probably not imminently close to producing a tornado because we can see this appendage is very straight. The inflow is coming in here by Epleys, and then it's going up into the updraft. It's getting distributed out here for the forward flank downdraft and the blow-off, and then also some of it gets wrapped down on the backside for the rear flank downdraft. But right now we're not seeing that really tighten up. It's and it shows in the velocities, but it also shows here in the reflectivity. The rear flank downdraft is just kind of floating out like this. To get tornado genesis, most of the time you have to have the rear flank downdraft has to get pushed a little bit tighter into the updraft, and that's what creates the vorticity. So we're not seeing that imminently right now, but again, we saw it yesterday. I think it was yesterday. We had a storm that looked like this too. It looked like a P shape. I mentioned that, I think, yesterday. And then I said if it can wrap that updraft or that rear flank downdraft, it can produce a tornado, and it started to. The next scan we saw the P shape go from this to more like this, and then like the third scan, that appendage had an actual hook, and that was developing the tornado. So very quickly, within a scan or two, this can change. We get a scan or two every 3 or 4 minutes. So if you're out ahead of this, take this seriously. Cooperstown, Homer, Chandler's Chapel, Gasper, and Costello. And then also it's getting a new considerable threat for lime-sized hail. That's in the Lewisburg area. Costello, Anderson, Davis, Crossroads, Buffalo Fork, Hadley, Sugar Grove, Needmore, Guy, and Dimple. I think I mentioned that earlier, that it looked like it had some larger hail, and it did. Alright, we're going to continue kind of going west to east, so I want to cover these storms here in western Kentucky near the Paducah area. We have a couple storms with quarter-size hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. This storm looks a little suspicious. Not seeing anything on the radar. We might be a little too close to the radar to see that. This storm is one to watch. It has that look to it, though. It's a little supercell, so that could easily start rotating, and that's coming up towards Calvert City, Possum Trot, Grand Rivers, Eddyville. That's one to watch right there. And then even another one here towards Princeton, Kentucky. So right now, a couple hail-producing thunderstorms, but pretty isolated. They're individual, so they're discrete. So we need to watch this area here around the Paducah area over to Bowling Green in Kentucky. This storm also is probably going to go severe warned. It has a pretty good hail core coming up towards near Racine and Caneyville. I would guess that's going to get an upgrade here in a few minutes. Okay, jumping down here, not much going on in eastern Tennessee at the moment. Most of this is just general thunderstorms. There is a flood threat. This area has had a ton of rain today. So if more storms happen in eastern Tennessee, there's a pretty good flood threat. And yeah, there's a bunch of areas here in around the Knoxville area that have had just generally like 1 to 3 inches of rain here in Tennessee. Even probably a little more, 4 inches of rain out here in this current warned area. So already a pretty rough day and rough morning in eastern Tennessee. There's some large hail reports, damaging wind reports. Most of this is now pushing into the Carolinas, but we still have a few storms down here in southeast Tennessee. Ping pong ball sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds around Robbinsville and Bryson City, maybe pushing down towards the Andrews, Tennessee area. And then getting into western North Carolina. Yeah, this is a pretty damaging storm here. We have a tennis ball sized hail producing considerable threat, severe thunderstorm warning. This is for Marion down 221 towards Rutherfordton. And let me see if I can zoom in and get some other. Thermal City, Union Mills, Vane Mountain, Faro, Glenwood. This is headed towards Brindletown, Patton, Westminster, Logan, Gilkey, Thermal Valley, I think I already said them, Washburn, Duncans Creek, Newhouse, Forest City. This is headed your way if you're along and north, especially of US 74, and also up along 40. This may go towards the Hickory, North Carolina area, that part of the storm. Oh, and that just kind of upscaled. Look at that, actually. That upscaled coming out of the mountains here by Marion and actually collided with another storm. So we also need to watch collisions like that. There's a little bit of broad rotation in there, but I don't see anything imminently tornadic, but collisions like that, and we're going to actually get a lot of collisions and boundary collisions later today. That's one of the ingredients that are contributing to the tornado threat. Also large storms, Hendersonville, Mills River coming out of Asheville. They're up in the mountains, so we can't see these storms very good. They're kind of between radar sites and up in the mountains. So you can see them a little bit here. But Girton, Lake Lore, oh, that's a pretty popular like recreation area, Lake Lore. So there's a bunch of cabins and stuff up there. If you're out fishing and hunting and everything out in Lake Lore, you need to be in your inside, away from windows, down towards Hendersonville. Yeah, it's hard to see those storms near Mills River and Hendersonville. We'll see them kind of appear like we did here near Marion once they get out of the Smokies. A little bit of rotation in this storm here near Greenville. It's also have a considerable threat tag for lime-sized hail here between Dawkesville and Easley here in South Carolina. This is now east of Pickens. Watching a little bit of rotation near Hillwood. And this is headed generally towards Greenville. Yeah, this is headed towards Greenville here. So if you're in the Greenville area, you need to be away from windows, into your room. Western Hills, Barra, Georgetown, Long Creek, Palmetto Trace, Elizabeth Heights, Greenville Downtown, and Nickeltown. And if that holds together, it'll come across the Greenville Metro, so Ashton Lakes and Mauden. Thanks for everybody tuning in. I see we got some viewers. Well, it's a little quiet. You can always throw your area. You don't have to put your exact location, but if you want to put like the largest city near you, I can give you at least a little bit of a heads up of what's going on. So, you know, if you live in Forest Hills, I don't automatically know where Forest Hills, Tennessee is. Just tell me that you're in Nashville, and if you want, I can give you guys a little idea of what to expect. So right now, already a pretty busy morning into afternoon. We have 2 tornado warnings ongoing, 12 severe thunderstorm warnings, and 6 special weather statements. Those are storms that are just sub-severe. But on a day like today, when they're upscaling, we're probably going to get those storms most of the time go severe. Checking in on this big mess here. Watching actually a bit of a split here. There's still rotation right along the Mississippi River, but there's also a bit of rotation now showing here south in this part of the storm in that other little notch. So this storm may be kind of separating into 2 storms. We'll have to watch that as that comes towards Bloomsdale and St. Genevieve. Still don't see any debris signature, and we're pretty close. We're decently close to the radar that if there was a big tornado in here, we'd likely be seeing it. Yeah, it just says radar indicated still. This is a big hail though coming across Peevely, and we just see new verification of golf ball sized hail near Herculaneum. This is coming towards Valmeyer, Maystown, Fultz, and Prairie du Rocher here in Illinois. Just outside the warning, start to get into your safe space. This is holding together, so it's going to eventually get to you in some form. Even if it's not producing a tornado, it's going to get to you with large hail. So red bud, I'd be starting to get lowest level interior room. And then we got to watch the southern part here, Danbury over to Prairie du Rocher, Bloomsdale to St. Genevieve, and Evansville, Illinois, for maybe some increase in rotation. That storm may be starting to rotate here near Iron Mountain Lake, and also it looks like its hail core is increasing, so this is going to be maybe a problem here in a little bit for Iron Mountain Lake, Farmington, Park Hills, that kind of area here. Wouldn't be surprised if we get a severe warning out of this here in a little bit, and if it pulls a little bit more of this inflow, and again wraps a little bit of that outflow, it could easily pick its rotation up. So we got to watch that storm. It's in a prime environment here. Iron Mountain Lake, Park Hills, Farmington. We have 2 new severe thunderstorm warnings. There are 2 of those storms I think I mentioned earlier. The one that was getting a special weather statement is upgraded, and then the other storm that was showing some larger hail up here along 49. Still not seeing much in rotation. Where is this? Walker, Nevada, El Dorado Springs, up towards Appleton City, Lowry, and Osceola. You guys are going to have to watch out for large hail. 1-inch quarter-size hail. This storm near Columbus is still looking impressive. Not showing a lot on the velocity right now, but there's a growing little supercell in here, and you can see it pretty clearly on the reflectivity. It's a little broad on the velocity, but that's one to watch here near Columbus, Kansas. This is also west of Joplin. So Joplin, Carl Junction, Webb City, Columbus. You guys are gonna have to watch that storm. And then we can probably get down into areas here around Blue Jacket, Welsh, Veneta. 1-inch quarter-size hail. Not seeing a lot of rotation in those storms right now, so that's a good sign, at least for this area here. That storm that I mentioned earlier that was looking a little suspicious near Possum Trot and Simconia, just southeast of Paducah. This is now gone tornado warned. It was already a 60-mile-an-hour winds and 1-inch hail. It's probably got a rain-free base on it. Down here, the rotation is near Simconia. So that's coming up in the areas here near Possum Trot. checking in on our other tornado warned storm earlier. This has just been downgraded to a tornado possible. Still seeing a little bit of rotation in here near Chandler's Chapel, Gasper, but primarily it's a hail producing storm right now, so there's that. I think we're getting a big warning for the Charlotte Metro here. This is an extension of those storms that are right now through Rutherford Town, Marion, and coming into Morganton. This is a large, considerable threat, severe thunderstorm, 70-mile-an-hour winds, and 1-inch hail. Rutherfordton, Forest City, Boiling Springs, Shelby, Kings Mountain, Kingston, Cherryville, Lincolnton, Bellwood, Caesar, Vow, Maiden, Newton, Icard, areas just south of Hickory, Drexel, and Glen Alpine. And anywhere in between that I didn't say. This is a large, considerable threat, severe thunderstorm. And a bit of a timing on this. Let me see here. Moving east at 35. So these are still a little while out. If you're out ahead of this, you have a little bit of time. Shelby, Cherryville, Lincolnton, Maiden, Newton. You guys have some time to get your car into the garage, get into a safe, sturdy shelter. Even down here along 74 towards Mooresboro, Shelby, Boiling Springs. You guys have a few minutes to get into a substantial shelter and also get your cars in. I want to extend this out and just see how this is going here. Once again, it's a considerable threat. 1-inch hail, 70-mile-an-hour winds. Wouldn't be surprised if there's a gust even higher than that. Yeah, for your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of your building. Stay away from the windows. Moving east at 35. So, tracking this out through the warning and a little bit beyond here. Sunshine, 8 minutes. Delight, 15. Hopewell, 16. I'm going to kind of skip ahead. Ruth, 22. Forest City, 22. Kingstown, 24 minutes. Mooresboro, 26. Double Shoals, 27. Shelby, 34. Blackburn, 45. Lincolnton, 52. Maiden, 54. Had some tornadoes around Maiden about a month ago. And then I want to kind of get into, let's see, how far out these are from Charlotte. Here you go. Charlotte, 98 minutes. So 98 minutes to Charlotte. If you're a little further towards the mountains from there, Davidson, 92. Smithville, 87. Belmont, 79. Smythe, 68. Stanley, 68. Gastonia, 65. So, you know, an hour, hour and a half. This is going to be into the Charlotte Metro. Still a strong storm coming into the Greenville Metro right now. Still showing a little bit of rotation, but primarily this is a hail threat. And this is coming right into Greenville, South Carolina here, with some larger hail around the Georgetown area, and that's headed towards downtown Greenville. Nicholtown, Timberlake, Western Hills, Barra. You guys are in line for a pretty nasty storm right there. We've had a few more severe thunderstorms warnings here. This one is that area that I was mentioning earlier. That is showing a little rotation, at least it was. Yeah, okay. That's going to probably need a tornado warning soon. Yeah, tornado possible around Caledonia. And this is, I think, sliding a little bit more east. Let me see the track of this. This has really picked up since we saw it last. I think we saw it somewhere like this, and it had just kind of broad rotation. Yeah, it's actually moving a little bit north of due east. So Caledonia, Bismarck, Irondale, Park Hills, Farmington. I'm gonna want you guys to get into your safe space here. This is a pretty dangerous thunderstorm with a tornado possible tag. It also has lime-sized hail. I think we're going to see a lot of lime-sized hail reports. That's 2-inch hail. That is coming in this area north of Caledonia, over towards Irondale, Park Hills, Dislodge, and over eventually towards Farmington. North of that area, Bon Terre, you guys are in a severe thunderstorm warning. Up towards Val's Mines, Bloomsdale, St. Genevieve. A little bit of rotation there near Bloomsdale we have to watch too. So both of these storms, the storm has kind of separated itself. The original tornado warned storm still has broad rotation, but then there's also a newer area rotation here near Bloomsdale. So we need to watch both of these areas as they head over towards Redbud, Prairie du Rocher, St. Genevieve. Also, this area here that's towards Bloomsdale and St. Genevieve, even without a tornado, is likely going to have some stronger winds gusting here. Just about to cross 55. But this is probably going to be our next tornado warning if this holds together. This is pretty good area rotation. It's a little bit further from the radar, so it's a little harder to see what's going on in there on the detail with CC. We can definitely see there's hail up in here. This is all that hail core again. There's a few lower values, but I think that's just hail contamination being this far away from the radar. But either way, if you're here along Missouri Route 21 over to Farmington and Park Hills, I'm going to say get into your safe space. Go down to your lowest level, into your room, away from doors and windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. If you're in this area here, Park Hills and Farmington, north of Iron Mountain Lake. That is a pretty dangerous storm, tornado possible, but it's got a decent area rotation on it. So I'm going to want you guys to be in your safe space there. I want to check in on our other storm. Here near Calvert City and Possum Trot, Harris Hill Ford, and Palma. This is a pretty busy area right where I-69 and I-24 come together. Still seeing some rotation in here near Harris Hill Ford and Possum Trot. If there's a tornado on this, we're probably going to get radar, or we're probably going to get confirmation, because this storm has a rain-free base. So we can see it wrapping around right here with really light reflectivity. So you should be able to see, well, you don't. If you're in this warning, take it seriously and get into your tornado safe space. But a trained weather spotter should be able to see what's going on right in here. So we should be able to get confirmation if something is in there. Yeah, there's a little rotation in there. It's hard to see though, because the radar is also trying to look for the reflectivity of the water droplets. I want to see if this is okay, radar indicated rotation. I wanted to see if it was a spotter that said there was a wall cloud or something on it. And it's actually going to get downgraded. So again, this could be something eventually, but it looks like it's not worthy of the rotation right now. There's already some damaging wind reports coming out of this. Oh, this is from this morning. Never mind. Yeah, we're gonna... the storms right now are popping into an area that has already had severe weather this morning, so there's going to be some overlapping weather reports. We have a new tornado watch. You can see it here. This new watch covers a couple of these counties here in Illinois, and then areas here essentially where there wasn't a watch earlier. So this is all a new tornado watch. This is a few tornadoes likely, scattered hail up to tennis ball size likely, widespread wind gust up to widespread wind gusts up to 80 miles an hour likely. And this goes until 9 p.m. So 9 p.m., that includes Evansville, Owensboro, 9 p.m. Central Time. Not Evansville, Owensboro, Bowling Green, Kentucky, southwest of Louisville, down to Clarksville, Nashville, northern Tennessee, here along I-40. Some areas that had tornadoes the other day, actually. Cooksville, Lebanon, north of Sparta, Gallatin, Hendersonville, Livingston, Jamestown, Tennessee, Franklin, Russellville, Hopkinsville, Oak Grove, Glasgow, Campbellsville, Elizabethtown, Owensboro, Evansville, and Carmi, Illinois. So that's your newest tornado watch till 9 p.m. Okay, sometimes it feels like the National Weather Service is spying on us. But there's your tornado warning for essentially the area that I mentioned a while back, with the rotation here between Caledonia and Bismarck, just south of Irondale. You guys all need to be in your tornado safe space. Hopefully, if anyone was watching from this area, they may have taken my recommendation to get to your tornado safe space about 5 minutes ago. But Park Hills, Dislodge, Farmington, you guys all need to be in your safe space. This is going south of Bonne Terre, like I thought also earlier. But Bonne Terre, it's good to be lowest level into your room because you may get some of this hail core that's coming across by Irondale if that slides up a little to your north. Bonne Terre, I'd be very cautious. The tornadic part of the storm, though, is a problem for the southern part of this warning. That's Irondale, Davies, Bismarck, West Elvins, Park Hills, Hiley Heights, Loughborough, Rock Springs, Farmington, Ogborn, Pickle, Jonca, and Sprott. If you're along Route 67 from Rock Springs up to the areas just south of Bonne Terre, you guys need to be in your safe space. Also out along Missouri Route 32, Missouri Route EE, between Sprott and Holiday Shores. You guys need to be in your tornado safe space. Still a big mess here going on with this storm. It's tornado warned, but it's a bit outflow dominant right now. You can see this outflow pushing out like this. We need to watch a couple areas, of spin-ups on this, but it doesn't have a one defined area rotation. The area I'm actually more concerned about more immediately is this area rotation near Bloomsdale. This is an area that also a couple minutes ago I said you might want to go to your tornado safe space. Bloomsdale over to St. Genevieve and Ellis Grove. This is a dangerous severe thunderstorm. It's a considerable threat, so you may want to go there anyway. Lime-sized hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. It does have a tornado possible tag on this, but this area is a more concerning area of rotation that's recently kind of popped up. And can't really see anything that confirms anything on the CC drop, so... But yeah, you have your inflow coming in here and an inflow notch, and then your RFD is surging around and gusting out a little bit, so you got some very heavy thunderstorm winds here on the RFD. But in here is where your rotation likes to sit. It's right over Bloomsdale and I-55 right now. And this is headed over towards St. Genevieve and Ellis Grove here in a little bit. So once again, ping pong ball sized hail and a storm that's very capable of producing a tornado here near Irondale and Bismarck. And we're pretty far from the radar, so it's hard to see what's going on via CC especially. I think we're getting a lot of hail contamination. There's a few weaker CC drops in here, so take this storm seriously. Park Hills, Dislodge, Farmington, Bismarck, Irondale, and points around there. Mill, Sprott, Ogborn, Jonica, Pickle, Loughborough, Rock Springs, West Elvis, Davis. You guys need to take this storm pretty seriously here. It's coming mostly east. Maybe the rotation is a little bit north of east. And it's moving east at 40. Okay. So we'll track that out. I'll also kind of track it a little ahead so you guys get the hail also in there. Leadwood, 4 minutes or less. Daytown, 4 minutes. Gumbo, 5 minutes. Bismarck, about 5 minutes. Park Hills, 10. Loughborough, 10. Rock Springs, 14. And Farmington, about 15 to 17 minutes. So if you're out ahead of this, I've already seen it's verifying already some quarter-sized hail. So this is a pretty dangerous storm here with some large hail, but also a developing tornado around the Bismarck area, between Irondale, Bismarck, and Davis. You can see how this has spun itself up. Bit of broad rotation back here near Caledonia, and then it's tightened up quite significantly the last few scans. So, and we're a little bit ahead of the radar, or far from the radar, so it's hard to see exactly what's going on down there. Still watching a broad area rotation, but I think it's going to get replaced with a tornado, possible severe thunderstorm warning for the areas around Redbud. And watching a damaging wind surge, but also a bit of rotation here near Bloomsdale. In that little notch coming towards St. Genevieve. Yeah, so those are two areas to watch, but the one between Bloomsdale and St. Genevieve would be the one I would pick to have a better tornado shot. And that looks like what the Weather Channel, or what the National Weather Service is saying too. They're saying that the rotation is broad enough that the severe thunderstorm that was capable of producing a tornado near Waterloo and Festus is now just a severe thunderstorm. 60-mile-an-hour winds and 1-inch hail. And yeah, the hail cores come down on that storm. There's still likely some hail in here near Maystown coming towards Redbud. But back here on the Missouri side, this thing was cooking. We saw 2.5-inch hail, 2.7-inch hail. A couple times here we saw, let's see, baseball-sized hail on Twitter. A state trooper reported golf ball to baseball-sized hail near Hillsborough. And then reports of golf ball to tennis-sized ball-sized hail in Festus. So that is a pretty nasty storm there. Still have severe storms back up here. The storms near Osceola looks like they've actually died off a little bit. $half size hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds near Lamar, Newport, and Jericho Springs. And then also 1-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds coming over towards Welsh, Blue Jacket. This is an area that we're watching for tornadic development too eventually. Seeing a little bit of rotation in that cell near Lamar, but nothing tornadic at the moment. Alright, so we've covered basically Missouri and this western part. I'm going to kind of go west to east again. And we'll take a look at some of these cells here. Now east of Paducah. Pretty good size hailstorm here. 1-inch quarter size hail. 60-mile-an-hour winds along I-69. Dawson Springs, Murphy's Ford, Lakeshore. That's coming over towards Nortonville, Kentucky. White Plains, Morton's Gap. DePoy. Madisonville in Kentucky there, so take that one seriously. This one is probably going to get a warning just by looking at it. It's got some hail in it here near Marion, Kentucky. Just want to quickly check some of these for any rotation. Not really seeing anything there right now, so that's good. Still have a considerable threat, severe thunderstorm, coming into Bowling Green, Kentucky right now. Plum Springs, Anna, Gherkin, and Blue Level. This storm was tornado warned at one point. It still has a little rotation, but it's broad right now. Biggest threat here is the hail coming in towards Bowling Green, Plum Springs, and Gherkin. Also have an upscaling thunderstorm here near Falls of Rough and McDaniels. That one probably will need a hail producing severe thunderstorm warning eventually too. And then also watching storms upscaling near Clarksville. That one likely has some small hail in it. New storms here near Union City and along the Mississippi River, Tiptonville. See if we can get a better look at that one. Near Wrigley and Tiptonville, maybe some small hail in there. Gusty winds. We need to watch this area here for upscaling thunderstorms. And then the one I said earlier, 1-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds near Marion. That is getting a new severe thunderstorm warning. Clay, Dixon, Providence, and Sturgis. Have a massive amount of severe thunderstorms coming out of the Smoky Mountains here and into the Piedmont. This is a considerable threat, severe thunderstorm for 1-inch hail and 70-mile-an-hour winds. That's coming through Rutherfordton, Forest City, Caesar, Morganton, Valdez, Drexel, Glen Alpine, and then headed towards Bellwood, Lawndale, Cherryville, Kingston, Mooresboro, Shelby, Boiling Springs, Lincolnton, Maiden, Newton, Kings Mountain eventually. And then also here along the North Carolina, South Carolina border, severe storms coming out of the mountains, Flat Rock, down to Landrum, Fingerville, Tigerville, and Inman. And then a separate severe thunderstorm around the Greenville area with some large hail actually right over Greenville. West End, Woodside, Historic Village, Nickeltown, Overbrook, Timberlake, Rosedale, over here towards the airport. That is a severe thunderstorm for half-dollar size hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. As that goes through Greenville, it'll be headed out towards Reedville, Cashville, and Mauden. And then more storms back here. Quarter-size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds up here in the Smokies, in western North Carolina, and along the border here with Tennessee. There is a chance of severe weather all the way up into the northeast, so we do have to check on some of our friends here in the northeast. 30-mile-an-hour winds and pea-sized hail right now here in western Massachusetts. We've seen storms developing there. And even a storm up here in Vermont. Can't really see it, but likely producing some small hail and gusty winds. Yeah, half-inch hail, 40-mile-an-hour winds. Stowe, Hardwick, Vermont. Could be some more severe storms here in the Hudson Valley and into the northeast as the day goes on. So right now, recapping, it's 1:50 Central Time, 2:50 Eastern. Right now we have 16 severe thunderstorm warnings, 13 flash flood warnings, 8 special weather statements, and then we have 1 tornado warning. So we're going to go into that one now. That's for St. Francois and St. Genevieve counties here in Missouri. This storm has also verified the golf ball sized hail a couple times here near Irondale by a trained spotter. So this is also producing golf ball sized hail and could be producing a tornado here between Bismarck and Park Hills. It could be. There's a pretty messy CC drop in here. Still just radar indicated though, but likely getting some hail contamination. The radar is in St. Louis, so it has to look through all this hail. But there's also a bit of a CC drop in that area where there's the rotation, so it's hard to say what's going on exactly in there just looking at the radar. Either way, treat this like it's a tornado warning. It is a tornado warning. That is for Hiley Heights, Cantwell, Park Hills, Leadington, West Elvis, Ogborn, Farmington, Loughborough, Rock Springs, Pickle, Jonka, and Sprott and Mill. If you're along US 67 from the Rock Springs area up to Hiley Heights, you guys need to be in your tornado safe space. Lowest level into your room, away from doors and windows, putting as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And if you have a storm shelter or a basement, that is even better. I'm also kind of increasingly concerned with this storm near St. Genevieve. Yeah, it is continuing to wrap up its rotation. Here, I came across, started to see the rotation pick up near Bloomsdale, and it's definitely continued to uptick its rotation here near St. Genevieve. I said it earlier, Bloomsdale to St. Genevieve, I'd love if you guys were in your tornado safe space too. And I'm going to continue to say that. St. Genevieve, Kaskaskia here in Illinois, Ellis Grove. I'd love if you guys were going to go to your safe space, even close to the Chester area. Somewhere in the area like this, I would guess that there may be a tornado warning coming out soon for you guys. This is a pretty tight area rotation. It's definitely starting to wrap itself up. And again, we're decently far from the radar, so it's really hard to see what's going on in the CC in there. But in addition to a tornado possibility, there's larger hail in here. So what is this being warned at? Lime-sized hail. So this is already a considerable threat. Severe thunderstorm warning. Again, if you're in this area, St. Mary, Chester, Kaskaskia, Ellis Grove, St. Genevieve, I would encourage you guys to go to your tornado safe space. Away from doors and windows, lowest level into your room, and if you have a basement or storm shelter, that's even better. The camera right now that we have on the camera is out of the Sullivan area. I want to tuck it back in a little bit and see if we can get a different camera. Okay, got a DOT camera out of the area looking back into the storm. So again, you can see the dark clouds up along 55 here. That is looking towards this storm. This is from the area north of Cape Girardeau. Let's see. Oh, I guess we're probably not going to see that storm. This is looking towards the other storms that are popping up here around Cape Girardeau. Let's see. We did get a new tornado warning for the area that I mentioned here. So pretty much the exact area mentioned. Sometimes it feels like the National Weather Service is spying on us streamers. Probably not. They're probably just seeing the same thing that we're objectively looking at here, and just that helps verify my accuracy too. When I see an area that needs a tornado warning and then the National Weather Service puts one out, it just one of the things I'm good at. If I can give you even another minute or two lead time over the National Weather Service, then hopefully people in St. Genevieve took that and went with it, because then it would have given them an additional lead time here. St. Genevieve over to Ellis Grove, Kaskaskia, Chester, north of St. Mary's, and then they've also extended this out even to Steelville, which also means they're confident this is going to maintain its rotation, which is probably true because we saw it start to tighten up here near Bloomsdale, and it's continued to tighten up here around St. Genevieve. Very hard to see what's going on the CC in there, but this is a pretty well-structured storm. It's got RFD wrapping that down here. It's got warm, moist inflow coming right up the Mississippi River, and a pretty good circulation right in there over St. Genevieve. So a few CC drops that could be on the ground. It could just be hail contamination, but a bit of a suspicious CC. There probably actually is hail, because there's some purple in here. I think it's just hail contamination kind of wrapping around. That also means it's a strong RFD if it's pushing some of this hail out this way too. So this is a dangerous storm. Golf ball size hail and tornado likely developing here. Moving east at 30. St. Genevieve, you guys need to be in your safe space now. Kaskaskia, about 5 to 8 minutes. Ellis Grove, Illinois, about 10 to 12 minutes. Blair, 30, and Steelville, Illinois, 37. I want to continue looking at the storm here near Farmington. Still just radar indicated, but also ping pong ball size hail. The area rotation here is near Farmington, between Farmington and Park Hills, crossing Route 67. Again, not seeing a defined CC drop, but we're far from the radar, so the tornado could be on the ground and we're just not seeing it. That's why that's a radar indicated tornado. And then we have a new tornado warning all the way over here in North Carolina. So this was a tornado possible. Now it is a tornado warning here for Lincoln County, central Cleveland County, and northwestern Gaston County in the Piedmont. This is a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located 11 miles northwest of Shelby or near Polkville, moving southeast at 40. So we've given this area a lot of advance warning. It needed a hopefully people to go inside into your room anyway for the considerable threat, 70-mile-an-hour winds and some large hail. But there is an area rotation that's picked up here as this is coming out of the mountains. Yeah, you can see there's not much there, and then it starts to surge out and really come together here near Caesar. Near Caesar and Bellwood, Lawndale, Falston, Cherryville, Waco, Kingston, north side to Shelby, Cruz. You guys all need to be in your tornado safe space out towards High Shoals. This is an area rotation here near Caesar. And moving south and east at 40. That puts it in Bellwood about 5 to 7 minutes. Falston, 8 minutes, 10 minutes, sorry. Flay, 15 minutes. Baker Crossroads, 16. Cherryville, 20 minutes. So Waco and Cherryville, 20 minutes. And then Ashbrook Park, about 35 minutes. That's out here by High Shoals. In addition to that tornado opportunity, there's some large hail likely over Forest City. That's headed towards Boiling Springs in the Shelby area. If you're anywhere out ahead of these storms, Boiling Springs, Shelby, up towards the area south of Newton, you guys need to be basically in, your safe spot. Sturdy structure, lowest level, into your room, away from the windows, and also not in a mobile home. So these are damaging winds. Hurricane force winds are possible with this storm. So it's got a considerable threat. Severe thunderstorm warning. That's a high-end severe thunderstorm. Even outside of the tornado warning, if you're out ahead of this, Boiling Springs, Shelby, Kings Mountain, Cherryville, High Shoals, Lincolnton, or Maiden, and you're in a mobile home or a temporary structure, it's time now to get to a safe, sturdy, stable structure. While we're over here, just want to look at the storm near Malden. Can't see that much, but likely still some hail in here. It's right over the radar site, coming towards Reedville, Cashville, and Woodruff here in South Carolina. So we're starting to get the uptick here. We have 3 tornado warnings right now. We're up to 17 severe thunderstorm warnings, including some new ones coming in here in Craig County. This storm is starting to build its structure. Now seeing a little bit of rotation here near Welsh. We weren't earlier, but this is starting to develop into a good supercell. We can see how it's coming together and organizing. And yeah, this is quickly upscaling from a thunder shower to a tornadic capable supercell. This is moving northeast, Welsh, Miami, Commerce, Pitcher, Peoria. Again, you got a severe thunderstorm, half dollar size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. That's coming up from Welsh to Commerce. But then also now watching rotation here near the Welsh area. And that is actually picking up pretty quickly. I would not be surprised if this quickly gets replaced with a tornado warning. Right in here between Welsh, Blue Jacket, and Dawes. Still not seeing it on the ground. But that's a pretty tight area of circulation. That's one of our tightest areas of circulation that we've seen yet here today since we started the stream. I want to see if we can find some hail reports here. I know we had some pictures of it. So while we're waiting on this, our this is our Twitter handle here. It's the same basically as our YouTube, WXCastUSA. I retweeted a couple pictures of some larger hail here in Missouri from a little bit ago. By a trained storm chaser. So WeatherCastUSA. Yeah, this is an intensifying area of rotation here near Dawes, coming up towards Commerce and Deutville here in Oklahoma. So this is going to have to be watched here. This is quickly developing into a very well-structured supercell, and it's likely going to ride up 44. Just want to give this a bit of a heads up here. Let's see. 60 mile an hour winds, $half size hail right now. And it is moving east at 30. Let's yeah, it is pretty much moving east. Maybe slightly northeast of true east. But Deutville, about 8 minutes. Quapaw, 13. Ontario, 17. Peoria, 21. Baxter Springs, 22. Loma Linda, 32. Loma Linda is right here south of Joplin. That's right on the state line. It's about 22 minutes, or sorry, 32 minutes to the state line. And then if that holds together, Granby in about 65. Tipton Ford, 48. Sarcoxy, 84. And Mount Vernon, 118. But as it upscales, it could increase its speed. So we really have to watch that one. If I had to guess, that would be our next tornado warning. This one also looks starting to be suspicious near Lamar. It's starting to have a little bit of broad rotation on it south of Lamar, headed up towards Newport and Milford and Jericho Springs. So that is another storm to watch. $half size hail, 60 mile an hour winds. Newest tornado warning was for the Clarksville area. This was that storm that I mentioned earlier was upscaling. And yeah, it's got an area of rotation here south of Clarksville near Cunningham. Still just a radar indicated. Also 1-inch hail and 60 mile an hour winds outside of this. I know Clarksville a year ago got hit with a pretty good tornado. This should go south of Clarksville at the moment. So Clarksville, you're in the warning. Go to your tornado safe space and practice that tornado safe plan. Yeah, we saw it like down in here when I said it started to have a little rotation. It's upscaled as it's come across from Palmyra over to Cunningham. And yeah, Clarksville, this should go south of you guys, especially the strongest part of the storm, St. Bethlehem. But if you're south of Clarksville, you guys need to be in your tornado safe space. Fredonia, Oak Plains, Shady Grove, Thomasville, Tennessee, Forest Acres, Medallion Acres, Liverworth, Cunningham, Hilltop, and then over towards Red River Estates. And eventually, if it holds together, Stroudsville and Turnersville here along I-24. This storm is looking how the Clarksville storm did a little bit ago. So, oh boy, here we go. I think we're going to start getting into a lot more tornado warnings in the next hour or so. But this is a rain-free base, a small LP supercell. And you can see it does have some rotation on it right there by Route 12. So I wouldn't be surprised if that holds together and upscales. We get a tornado warning potentially out towards Gallatin and Goodlettsville. It looks like this storm did 20 minutes ago. So they're in the same kind of environment. I've said that before. They're gonna a lot of times do the same thing. So we really need to watch that one. It's getting a severe thunderstorm warning as we speak for 1-inch hail and 60 mile an hour winds. But again, Gallatin over towards Shackle Island and Goodlettsville, be ready to take your tornado safety measures. Those storms that are near Madisonville, Kentucky are getting an upgrade to a considerable threat. Not seeing a ton of rotation on those right now, but considerable threat for lime-sized hail and 70-mile-an-hour winds. That's in Nortonville, Earlington, coming up towards Graham, DePoy, Greenville, Kentucky, Paradise, Central City, South Carrollton, Bremen, and Small House. Still have the ongoing hailstorm that's moved through the Bowling Green, Kentucky area, Smith Grove, Tuckerton, Rhoda, Gherkin. $half size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. And then we still have strong storms coming out of the Piedmont onto the Piedmont here. One now east of Greenville, and then also a considerable threat for 70-mile-an-hour winds coming through the areas along Maiden, Lincolnton, High Shoals, Shelby, Boiling Springs, State Line, Grover. You guys are all up next. And then in between there, we have a area of circulation, Bellwood, Falston, Lawndale, Kingston. That's going to move over towards Shelby, Waco, Cherryville, and High Shoals. You guys need to be in your tornado safe space if you're out that way. And then still want to check, let's see, I still want to go back to the other tornado warning. This little triangle here, it's still rotating in there east of Farmington now, up along Route 32. This is near Pickle, Jonka, and Sprott. This area is also getting a severe thunderstorm for tornado possible. The rotation may be backed off a little bit, so they're going to drop it down, but ping pong ball sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. If you're out here along 32, northeast of southwest of St. Genevieve and northeast of Farmington, you guys, it would be beneficial to be in your tornado safe space, just because this is having lime-sized hail and a tornado possible. So yeah, the rotation's broadened a bit, but this could easily tighten back up. Speaking of tightening up rotation, I want to check on our storm here. This is coming across near Kaskaskia and Chester and coming towards Steelville, Illinois, with a pretty strong area of circulation here. It's still really difficult to tell what's going on the ground level with the CC, so treat this like it's a tornado on the ground. This also has tennis ball sized hail, so you need to be below, outside. You need to be inside, into your room, lowest level, away from doors, windows, and the outside. Again, you have our rotation down here, and then a big hail core coming across Ellis Grove. This is all moving east towards Steelville. Moving east at 30. I'll kind of take it out just ahead of the rotation, and also just ahead of the bigger hail core. So you may get rain, wind, and hail ahead of this, but this will tell you kind of when the most severe parts of the storm is getting here. Welge, 16 minutes. Blair, 15 minutes. Steelville, 20 minutes. And then if it holds together, Willisville, 29. Cutler, Illinois, 32. They're going to warn well out ahead of this storm. So this includes Pinckneyville, DeCoin, Virgins, I don't know how to say that one, but Elkville, Dow, DeCoin, Tomorrow, and Pinckneyville. You guys are all included in a considerable threat, severe thunderstorm. This is the line near Steelville down towards Sparta, moving east at 30. So they're giving people time. They're giving people time here to get to a safe space. There's the tornado potential, but there's also the larger hail and 70-mile-an-hour wind potential. So if you're out here at Pinckneyville, DeCoin, you guys need to get to sturdy shelter. If you're out here in a mobile home, you guys need to get into a stable permanent structure. And then the tornado warning here, Ellis Grove, Chester, over to Steelville. And if it holds together, Coulter and Westerville, you guys need to be in your tornado safe space. 41 alerts. We're up to 21 severe thunderstorm warnings. 4 tornado warnings right now. They're all right now radar indicated. You have the Montgomery and Chatham, Tennessee storm that's near Clarksville. Still rotating, but really hard to confirm that via radar. This is another one that's a little more low precipitation, so if that one I have a higher confidence if something's on the ground, we would get reports of it because people can easily see it. The trained weather spotters can see something like that. We have our tornado warning that we just went through here, St. Genevieve and Randolph counties, Illinois and Missouri. We have our Cleveland, Gaston, Lincoln County storms in the Piedmont of North Carolina. And in addition to the tornadic circulation, it's still kind of a broad circulation, but I'm seeing a lot of gusty winds here. This is going to produce a very large area of severe thunderstorm winds. So if you're out ahead of this, Shelby, Kings Mountain, Bessemer City, Cherryville, Waco, Cruz, and High Shoals, you guys need to be in your tornado safe space. And then bouncing way back to the west. This is the kind of day I kind of expected. We'd be dealing with storms in the Carolinas, but also dealing with storms out here in Oklahoma, Kansas, and Missouri. This is our newest tornado warning. It's the storm that I mentioned a little while ago. And it has pretty good rotation on it here. Right along 44 between Blue Jacket and Commerce, headed up towards Peoria. Still not seeing anything defining on the CC drop, but this is a really tight area of circulation. And we can back this up and track it out a little bit. So we saw it actually before that near the Welsh area with some broad rotation. I started to tell everybody, out ahead of this, Blue Jacket Welsh up to Commerce, be in your safe space, and hopefully people have, because this is tightened up pretty quickly. And it's tightened up pretty significantly here on its south flank here, coming through the Deutville, Ottawa, East Side, Peoria, Oak Grove area. And this is not the strongest, but it's a pretty tight area of rotation. This could be on the ground. There's a couple areas here of lower CC values right in here that are pretty suspicious. So I wouldn't be surprised if this is close to producing a tornado. Again, this is lifting up here towards Deutville. Let me see if I can get a camera close to this here. Let's see. We may be able to do that. Let me check our camera. Our camera here at Cape Girardeau. It looks like it's struggling anyway, so. Okay, this is a camera out of the Joplin area, so we'll just go with that one. Once again, if you're just joining us, we have a large area of severe weather expected today and really ongoing. We have 4 tornado warnings, 1 in North Carolina, 1 in north central Tennessee, 1 in southwestern Illinois, and 1 in northeastern Oklahoma. So we will start, I think, east to west this time, and we got a new severe thunderstorm warning anyway here. This is for the Charlotte Metro. This is a considerable threat severe thunderstorm, 70-mile-an-hour winds, and half dollar-sized hail. This is coming into the Charlotte Metro here in the next hour or so. We also have a ongoing area of potential tornado circulation. This is all moving east at 30. This is a dangerous storm, so they're warning this well out ahead. Usually when you see thunderstorm warnings that go out so far, it's usually because it's a faster severe thunderstorm. It's usually something that's moving at 50 or 60 miles an hour. This one is actually moving decently slow at 30, 35 miles an hour. But because it's such a damaging severe thunderstorm, it's being warned, an hour plus ahead. So if you're in the Charlotte Metro, Charlotte, Belmont, Mount Holly, Huntersville, inside the 485 loop, you guys have a little bit of time to get your cars into a parking garage, into your garage or carport. You also have a couple minutes to get off the road. So if you're out right now, go home, go back to work. You have a couple minutes to get off the road here. And then you also have a couple minutes to find sturdy shelter. So if you're out ahead of this in a mobile home, you guys need to go to a safe, stable, permanent structure that's well built, because hurricane force winds could easily hurt and flip mobile homes. Same if you're out working right now and you're out in a garage space or some type of broad span roof space that's not very stable, a garage, a barn, something like that. You guys need to get to a safe, stable shelter. And then also anyone working outside right now, you guys have a few minutes to wrap up what you're doing and then get inside. So this is a dangerous thunderstorm in addition to the opportunity for a tornado. Still seeing broad rotation up there, but this is a dangerous thunderstorm headed for the Charlotte Metro. And if you're out here, Hidden Valley, Cherryville, Cruz, High Shoals, Ashbrook Park, Perry, Sandy Plains, Stony Point, Woodbridge, Waco, you guys need to be in your tornado safe space. Still a strong thunderstorm producing hail and gusty winds. Woodruff, Moore, Pauline, Glen Springs, and Cross Anchor here in South Carolina. This has moved through the Greenville Metro. Nashville, we have severe storms on the north side of Nashville right now. This is a tornado possible tag now for that area around north sides of Nashville and Goodlettsville. Seeing a little bit of rotation in there, but if the rotation picks up, you could have a tornado warning for Goodlettsville over to Gallatin. This is basically moving east, slightly northeast, so this is not going for Nashville right now. There's another cell that's popped up over Nashville, but it's non-severe at the moment. Yeah, this is headed generally towards areas north and east of Nashville, so Goodlettsville and up along 31E and State Route 109. We also have a tornado warning here south of Clarksville near Fredonia, Shady Grove, and Oak Plains in Tennessee. This is quickly approaching the I-25 corridor, Red River Estates, down to Stroudsville. Seeing a rotation in there by Shady Grove and Fredonia, Tennessee. This is one of those LP, low precipitation supercells. If we had a tornado, it would likely be reported by trained spotters. So this one is showing as radar indicated. I'm pretty confident at the moment it's radar indicated. We also have a bunch of storms that have been upscaling. Essentially any of these storms here in central and western Tennessee can go severe. Worried that quite a few of them have little hooks on them, so this could be a problem later today too. We have a lot of storms in central Kentucky right now. Areas around Morganfield, Providence, Elizabethtown, and then some really big hailstorms. $half size plus likely here. Greenville up to Central City and Bremen. Yeah, this has a considerable threat tag for lime-sized hail and 70-mile-an-hour winds. That's coming into Midland, Central City, Cleveland, Martwick, Paradise, up towards Mormon, Small House, and Bremen. And probably eventually down towards the Belton area. You guys need to watch this larger hail store here near Weir. That's in central Kentucky right now. Still have an ongoing severe thunderstorm east of Bowling Green near Smith's Grove. Still showing a bit of broad rotation, but it's mostly a hail-producing storm here along 65, Smith Grove, Park City, Cave City. You guys need to be in your safe space. And then new warnings here. Still have a tornado warning out for this rotation here near Steelville. It's between Steelville and Chester. Still not seeing anything defining on the CC. It says radar indicated. But also lime-sized hail. That's coming towards Cutler, Willisville, Steelville, over towards Pinckneyville, DuQuoin, tomorrow, Virginese, Dow, and Elkville, Ava. You guys are all in. You guys are all in a considerable threat. Severe thunderstorms, 70-mile-an-hour winds, and golf ball size hail. So this is the same thing as Charlotte, North Carolina. If you're out here, Ava, Virginese, Elkville, Dow, DuQuoin, tomorrow, Coulterville, Willisville, Cutler, and Pinckneyville. You guys all need to be in your safe space. Treat it like it's a tornado warning, away from doors and windows, lowest level into your room. This is a storm that is producing up to, golf ball to tennis ball size hail and has 70-mile-an-hour winds and a possible tornado. The thunderstorms near Farmington that were tornado warned earlier have really lost their rotation. There's actually a new storm south of Farmington that is a little more suspicious now. This area here, east of 67. That area is an area to watch south and east of Farmington along 67. We have a lot of new storms going up here in Missouri, including areas that had storms earlier around Rolla, over towards north of Lebanon here. That is an interesting cell. It's rotating a bit, so it's a new storm that has a little hook on it. This is one to watch as it comes up towards the Camdenton area. Again, not severe warn right now, but it's probably got some small hail and gusty winds, and it's just a new storm. It's 2:30 Central Time, and this was just a tiny thunder shower about 15 minutes ago. So this is quickly developing severe thunderstorm right there. $half size hail and maybe even larger hail here. Collins up to Wheatland, Hermitage, Cross Timbers, and Preston. A little bit of rotation on that storm south of Collins here to watch. It's broad right now, so... But again, if you're out ahead of this, treat it almost like it's a tornado warning with the larger hail coming across 13 near Collins. New severe thunderstorm, quarter-size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds near Clinton. Not seeing much rotation in there, but likely some small hail gusty winds. Still have a severe storm here near Newport, Jericho Springs, and Stockton. Showing a bit of rotation. But that's also being warned for considerable threat golf ball size hail. And yeah, it has a little rotation on this. So again, this is another storm. I'd treat it like it's a tornado warning. Arcola, Jericho Springs, Umberview Heights, and Stockton. And if that holds together, over towards Fairplay, Missouri. We're watching our traffic cam here along 44 near Shoal Creek Estates. It's about to get into the heavier precip here of this storm. This is an area right along 44 that is showing still rotation. Coming up towards Peoria, Oklahoma. Wow, look at that. That is a this is hail spike here, contamination. This big blue streak shows the hail core in that. The radar is just bouncing off of the hail and just creating a big mess of a radar return. But this is near 44, coming up towards Loma Linda and Shoal Creek Estates with some large hail, likely up to 2-inch hail, and considerable threat for 60-mile-an-hour winds, 2-inch hail. This is also showing the rotation here south of Commerce. Yeah, we're not going to be able to see anything on the CC with that hail spike right now, but that's a dangerous storm. Eventually over towards Seneca, Missouri, and Hornet and Loma Linda. We have back-building thunderstorms down towards Afton, Fairland, Wyandotte, Bernice, and Veneta in Oklahoma. If you know anyone that's out on the Grand Lake of the Cherokees, you need to have them get off the lake here. If you're in the Grove down to Ketchum and Langley, those are some nasty storms that are developing. Not seeing any circulations in those yet, but there is a little bit in that storm. So watching this cell here near Fairland. We have a new tornado watch that covers northwest Arkansas. Let me get the specs on this here for you. I just retweeted a video of hail in Greenville, South Carolina. So that storm did produce hail going through Greenville, South Carolina. Almost all these severe thunderstorms today, at least right now, in the mode. We're right now in a mode this afternoon where the storms are pretty discrete and in some small clusters. So right now the hail threat is pretty high. If it eventually lines out into more of a QLCS situation later tonight, we could see the hail decrease, but the wind would likely increase. And then right now, yeah, we're dealing with increases of tornado threats and also increased hail threat with a lot of discrete cells really all over the place from Oklahoma all the way to the Carolinas. So this is a new tornado watch. It covers the area that now it has a tornado warning. It covers the areas along 44, east of Bartlesville in northeast Oklahoma down to Tulsa, and then it covers this area here down to the Red River. So all of eastern Oklahoma right now. McAllister, Stigler, Muskogee, Tahlequah, Fort Smith, and then down to McCurtain County, Hugo, Durant, Antlers, Atoka, all of the eastern counties in Oklahoma. Tulsa down to the Red River. This includes all of western Arkansas, Fort Smith, Bella Vista, Rogers, Fayetteville, Russellville. Areas that had a tornado last night in Hot Springs. This is west of Hot Springs right now in the Ouachitas, but it includes Mena, Arkansas, Mount Ida, Norma, Hatfield, DeQueen, Nashville, and down to the Red River, just north of Texarkana. This is valid until 10 p.m. And this covers a few tornadoes are likely, scattered hail up to softball size is likely, and scattered gusts up to 75 miles an hour. So that is the latest tornado watch. So it is 2:38. Right now we have 3 ongoing tornado warnings. 1 in North Carolina, 1 in Illinois, and 1 in Oklahoma. And we have 28 severe thunderstorm warnings. Eight of those are considerable threat severe thunderstorms. Some of those have tornado possibles, but they're all considerable threats for damaging winds and large hail. And then there's 20 general severe thunderstorms. And the other area that is new is we got an extension of the severe thunderstorm watch in the Carolinas. I think this is new from about an hour ago. We were covering so many storms, I needed to get a break to get covering the watches. But this is, let me find it here. There's so many severe thunderstorm warnings that I gotta kind of go back through and find it here. Now let me just do a manual search. Okay, so this includes southeastern North Carolina, out in the Fayetteville, Charlotte, east of Charlotte. That's where the watch previously left off. Sanford, Fayetteville, Lumberton in North Carolina, and then Lancaster, Clinton, Columbia, Florence here in South Carolina. So it picks up essentially where the other watch here left off. This also goes till 10 p.m. This is 10 p.m. Eastern. It includes scattered hail up to 2 inches, scattered wind gusts up to 70, and frequent lightning. So a pretty nasty day here in the Carolinas. This was valid about 34 minutes ago. So that is your newest severe thunderstorm watch. Woo! Okay, what a day. Again, we're watching our traffic cam. That is out of the I-44 and area just south of Joplin. So we're kind of looking at the tornado warning storm in northeast Oklahoma. I'm going to grab a quick break. Also, just I want to reset this radar here. Every now and then it needs a little bit of a refresher. Okay. Radar should be reset there. Thanks to those tuning in. Our chat's a little boring right now, but thanks to all you guys tuning in. Once again, I guess I'll just take a little bit of a recap here for a second. Let me go grab a drink, and then we'll recap what's going on already, and then we'll preview the rest of the day here, and then take a deeper look at the different severe storms. So hold on, I'll be right back. You can watch the radar here for the couple minutes that I go grab a drink. I gotta actually refill my drink. Okay, we're back. Get the camera kind of oriented properly, and then we're good to go. Okay, I want to check the audio. Sounds good. Looks like we're coming in loud and clear. Alright, we have ongoing severe weather outbreak right now. We have 30 severe thunderstorm warnings, 3 tornado warnings, a bunch of flash flood warnings, and a bunch of these severe thunderstorm warnings are considerable threat, which means they have large damaging hail and also high severe thunderstorm winds. Some of them have 70 plus mile an hour winds, and some of them have baseball to apple sized hail. So, oh boy, and it's only going to get worse. We have new, within the last hour, a new severe thunderstorm watch for eastern North Carolina and northeastern South Carolina. We have a new tornado watch that basically covers areas north of Nashville into north central Tennessee and central Kentucky, south of Louisville. And then we also have a new tornado watch. Right now, not a lot is going on, but this is going to get worse later today. But it's for the areas Tulsa down to the Red River, and then northwest Arkansas down to areas just north of Texarkana, as far east as Russellville, Arkansas right now. If the models are accurate, we're going to get probably a lot more filling in later in the day for the rest of Tennessee and a lot of Arkansas. And probably another watch at some point down here into Dallas. Right now, let me just double check. Okay, we do have one observed tornado now. Alright, let's get into that. I was going to do a big recap and just and a preview, but since we do have a tornado on the ground, let's get into this one. And this is that one that we were following earlier as it came across south of Clarksville in the Fredonia Shady Grove area of Tennessee here. Yep, it's right in here. This is its debris signature here near Turnersville. There's your rotation. It's coming up towards Springfield, Tennessee, Cedar Hill, Tennessee, Barren Plains, and Cross Plains in Tennessee. I thought that was it, but the reflectivity is way behind it. I wonder if that is just a... let's see, hold on. Okay, that is it. Yeah, the velocity and the CC are ahead of the reflectivity, so that scared me for a second. This hook here is somewhere over here now. And this is also an observed tornado, so someone else sees it too. Confirmed tornado located 7 miles northwest of Coopertown, or 10 miles west of Springfield, moving northeast at 30. This is weather spotter confirmed. This is that storm that had a bit of a rain-free base on it. And yeah, we can see it really started to develop there, near Turnersville. Probably has it on the ground there. Is that, let's see if that's about 10 miles. Yeah, that's about 10 miles west of Springfield, Tennessee. So, it's still in here, it looks like. Yeah, it's kind of shifted across Turnersville somewhat like this. It may be occluding here, but we'll see. Yeah, the CC doesn't look as strong here than the last velocity scan. Alright, let's see if it moves here. It's hard to tell what's going on because the CC and the reflectivity and the velocity aren't perfectly lined up with each other. They're a couple minutes apart, the scans. So we'll just take this like it's on the ground, but this is coming generally towards Kinney's, Springfield, Tennessee, Oakland, Green Valley, Hubertville, Mount Denison, Cedar Hill. You guys all need to be in your tornado safe space. Barren Plains up to the areas around Lamont, and Cross Plains. You guys all need to be in your safe space here. And this is also quarter-sized hail, but the bigger threat is the tornado that's on the ground moving towards Springfield, Tennessee at the moment. Alright, taking that out. Kinney's about 8 minutes. Mount Denison 14. Springfield 15. So you guys need to get to your tornado safe space here. This is that storm a long time ago where I mentioned it had that look to it. Yeah, likely seeing it right in here. I think it's still in there. There's some messy CC, so it's if it's still on the ground, it's right in that area. And this is lifting pretty quickly towards Springfield, about 10 minutes or less there for Springfield, Tennessee. Yeah, it was reported as it was crossing I-24 here. So that is a dangerous storm. 52 warnings right now. 32 of those are severe thunderstorm, and 3 of those are now tornado warned. 1 is observed, and I just got a look by a storm chaser / spotter of the storm that's now approaching Seneca and Joplin. Let's see here. So this is about to cross the state line here from Peoria, Oklahoma into Loma Linda, Missouri. Not seeing a defined area CC on the ground, but this is, according to the storm chaser, and I reposted that picture, WeatherCastUSA on Twitter. It looks like it's a predefined base here with a wall cloud on it. It's a pretty low wall cloud. So it's definitely, I mean, the good news is if this does go confirmed, we got some spotters on it, so they should be able to update us. But this is the area right here, east of Peoria, coming into Missouri here. This is south of Joplin, so Joplin proper, you guys are out of this. This is a tornado warning here for Loma Linda, Hornet, Spurgeon, Tipton Ford, Fredville, Neosho, Belfast, Westview, Seneca, Wella Park, and Racine. You guys need to be in your tornado safe space. There's also a bit of rotation on that storm behind you guys. So watching, this storm is actually wrapped up in the rain, but also watching rotation down here on the storm to its south. Yeah, and that has a severe thunderstorm warning right now on it, so. Considerable threat, severe thunderstorm for golf ball sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. That's coming through the Wyandotte, Fairland, and Afton in Oklahoma. Also a considerable threat, severe thunderstorm outside of the tornado warned portion for Joplin, Fidelity, Diamond, Granby, and areas east of Neosho, Sweetwater, Wanda, Newtonia, and Monarch Springs. This is also going to affect I-49. from the Neosho area up through the interchange with I-44. So we need to, especially if you're in the Joplin area, avoid going south at the moment. Just stay in Joplin and let these storms pass to your south. It's right now only moving east at 25, so it's going to be a while till these storms get through. So just hunker down if you're in the Joplin area. Some broad rotation near Lockwood, but that is mostly a hail-producing thunderstorm. Quarter-size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds, and a tornado possible. I can appreciate the Weather Service put a tornado possible tag on that already. The storms in this area here in western Missouri into central Missouri are in a very favorable environment. These probably are technically all tornado possible, even if they don't say it. Let's see. This one's a considerable threat for golf ball size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. Also, rotation is picking up near Hermitage. There's your rotation in there. It's still a bit broad at the moment, but rotation is definitely picking up in that storm near Preston, Cross Timbers, and Max Creek. Coming over towards Climax Springs, Wheatland, Hermitage, Preston, Urbana in Missouri. This is also affecting the areas around Palm de Terre Lake, so if you're out on the lake, time to get inside. This is a nasty cell along 44 here near St. Robert. This is between Waynesville and Camdenton. Also has some broad rotation on it, but this one also has, it looks like a larger hail core. $half size hail. Wouldn't be surprised if we start getting some higher end hail out of that. That is a pretty nasty thunderstorm there. And then we also have a ongoing severe threat. These are considerable severe thunderstorms. There's still some rotation in here. This is that storm that came across St. Genevieve and Chester. But that is a large hailstorm there. With large hail coming into Pinckneyville, DuQuoin, Ava, Virginese, Elkville, Dow. That's some big hail coming in there. Carbondale, Illinois. We have an area of rotation here just to your southwest. So this is a tornado warning for the Carbondale, Illinois area. Moving east at 30, radar indicated rotation. This is going to affect areas like Boscadell, Lakeshore Drive area. This is SIU Carbondale here on the south side of Carbondale. You guys all need to be inside, away from windows. Don't worry if you got parents. I'm sure they the university trains for that, so they're going to put them into the nice, safe hallways and things, and those dorms are pretty sturdy built dorms. SIU actually has it's known for its architecture. It's got a lot of brutalist architecture, a lot of concrete in parts of the campus, so it's a safe campus. Stone Fort over towards Pomona. You guys are also in this warning. So, and it looks like the circulation is south of Carbondale at the moment, but still, if you're in the Carbondale area, stay in your safe space. That's our newest tornado warned storm. A ton of storms here are severe in Kentucky and western Tennessee now. And it's hard to tell. Usually I kind of go through storms one by one and see if they're showing any kind of rotation. It looks like a few of these are showing a little bit of rotation near Paducah. This one here is really concerning looking. Near Morgantown, Kentucky, with likely some... It's being warned for $half size, but I wouldn't be surprised if there's close to baseballs coming out of that one. There's still a large hailstorm working straight east almost. From Bowling Green, Kentucky, it's now over Cave City, Horse Cave, and Center, Kentucky, Heissville. rotation is definitely not looking impressive there, but that one is headed almost due east. Quarter size hail at least in the storm here near Hanson up to Semingway. Half dollar size hail near Morganfield, Kentucky. Probably a little larger hail between Morganfield and Uniontown. Ooh, this is quickly becoming a day. A line of severe thunderstorms here with some small hail, gusty winds, and a couple areas with a rotation that we have to watch for these ones. These are a little bit of a line of supercells, but there's an area there, and especially an area there. Let me double check that. There's one in the middle too. All these have a little bit of broad rotation right here, but none are tornado warned. They're all basically small hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds at the moment. This one looks a lot like our tornado warned storm did about a half hour ago. So we do have to watch storms like this. These have been producing tornadoes in this region already. So this looks almost exactly like the storm did 20 or 30 minutes ago that's now produced the tornado near Springfield, Tennessee. Likely some larger hail in here coming towards Bumpus Mills. And it does have some broad rotation at the moment. If that tightens up, it'd be coming over towards Bumpus Mills and Big Rock. So watch that storm in addition to the hail and wind. And then we have an ongoing observed tornado. This is almost right over Springfield, Illinois, or Springfield, Tennessee. Weather spotter confirmed about 13 minutes ago. So it hasn't been updated, but there was a new report here still ongoing. It's northwest of Coopertown. So it was going here when we saw it. The rotation is in here near Springfield, Tennessee. Okay, that's some good news. Is I don't see a big CC drop where we would expect to see the tornado. Right here in this little hook. And the rotation appears to be broad. So I think Springfield, Tennessee is getting lucky right now. If you're in this area, though, stay in your safe space. Springfield, Oakland, Green Valley, Hubertville, and over towards Cross Plains, Tennessee. New severe thunderstorm near Lexington, Tennessee. Not seeing much rotation on it yet, but we got to watch that area. Parsons, Decaturville, and Lexington in Tennessee. That's like western Tennessee. And then still more severe weather now into the Charlotte area. This is into the Charlotte metro with a considerable threat. Severe thunderstorm. Tornado is possible, but we're seeing a big area gusty winds here. And we can probably see even some closer, what this looks like closely on the radar. So we can see those winds gusting through the Charlotte downtown right now. This is with the Charlotte terminal radar here at for the airport. We can see those winds coming in here near Mount Holly. And then as those transition over the radar, we can see them starting to show here through Charlotte. So some pretty nasty winds. And being so close to the radar, we can confirm these pretty good. So at least 50, 60 plus mile an hour winds, likely gusts higher than that. South of there, there's still ongoing storms near Union, South Carolina, with gusty winds and small hail possible. Actually larger hail, 2-inch in diameter hail. Hail and quarter size hail and 60 mile an hour winds coming towards York and Rock Hill. But yeah, it's this, and these little areas here, this little notch is an area that we have to watch for rotation. So that is sliding just north of downtown Charlotte. That's an area to watch here with the tornado possible tag. So if you're out ahead of this, please take this warning seriously. Charlotte downtown, out towards Georgeville, Harrisburg, 485, Lakeland Hills, Mint Hill, Matthews, Providence, Plantation, Pineville, all the way down towards Fort Mill. You guys need to take this seriously. This is a dangerous storm. It's already produced a long history of damaging hail and wind. And we're just starting to get even more. We're going to get a ton of these hail reports and wind reports out of the Charlotte area, I'm guessing. But widespread wind damage across Gaston County. Trees down, power lines down at Kings Mountain, Bessemer City, and western Gastonia. So this whole area has had damaging winds and hail. And that's going to continue here, pushing through the Charlotte metro. There's also more storms north and west of Greenville that may push through your area. They're severe warned right now. We're not going to get a good look at those until those come out of the mountains. And we're getting an uptick now in the tornado warned storm. So we still have the possibly observed tornado, Robertson, Tennessee. We have the radar indicated tornado with a wall cloud that the spotters showed there near Newton, Missouri. We have radar indicated tornado near Jackson, Illinois. We have, this is going to be another tornado. Oh, okay, this is going to continue the warning for the Springfield, Tennessee area. This is going to replace and extend the warning for the Springfield area here. And luckily it's going to replace it for radar indicated. And we saw that too. Going through Springfield right now, this is where we would expect to see the tornado in this little notch and ball. And we're just seeing really broad rotation at the moment. And we're not seeing the CC drop like we did earlier. But either way, this is coming towards Cross Plains, Baggettsville, Malloy, Hanleyton, and Orlinda. Lamont. Called you guys earlier too. That storm already produced a tornado, so we got to take that seriously if you're out there. The storm that I mentioned earlier near Bumpus Mill has just gone tornado warned. Again, we saw this had the look like it did earlier, so hopefully if anyone was listening from the Bumpus Mill area, hopefully we gave you a heads up. So this is now a tornado warning for Bumpus Mills, Big Rock, Indian Mound, and Dover in Tennessee here. Not seeing a CC drop, but we're starting to see that rotation tighten up to the southwest of Bumpus Mills. This addition to the tornado has golf ball sized hail. I'm going to take this from the rotation and some of the hail and move it east at 30. So this will give you an indication from when the storm gets the most severe. So Bumpus Mill to Big Rock, you guys have lightning, rain, maybe some small hail now. But the larger hail and the tornado chance is just back to that southwest. Bumpus Mill about 9 minutes or less. Big Rock 18 minutes. Wyatt's Chapel 19 minutes. Legate 24. Lafayette 31. That's in Kentucky, so if that does move a little bit more northeast, then that covers you guys too. And it is kind of moving a little bit north of east. So that is our newest tornado warning. We'll kind of work our way back. So this storm looks a lot more impressive than it did a few minutes ago. It's sliding just east of Carbondale, Illinois. And yeah, you can see it is definitely starting to wrap itself up here. Not seeing a defined area on the CC drop yet, but wouldn't be surprised if this one gets a tornado pretty soon. This one is a nasty looking storm. You can just see the stinger on the reflectivity, as I like to call it. This is one of those storms that have had that classic area where the rotation started. I think we mentioned this earlier too, but it's more of the storm is more of a P shape. The RFD, the rear flank downdraft, isn't very tight here, and the inflow is just kind of a broad shear line. Just kind of creates a little shear line of some broad rotation. That was a couple minutes ago. If I move it forward, we can now see that RFD surge. RFD is wrapping around a lot tighter. You have a little more focused inflow. So it's not just a shear line, and that's creating an area of local vorticity, and that's right in there where we see the rotation and where we see the little stinger, the hook echo. The storm is also a little more discrete than some of the cells that are around it. There are cells between there that are also looking concerning. I mentioned that earlier. There's one here near Benton. There's one east of Paducah. And the one that has a severe thunderstorm warning right now, all three of these cells have some broad rotation, but they look a lot like the storms that did earlier before they had tornado warnings. So there's one right in here. Newly severe warned Gantown, Reevesville, Renshaw, Dixon Springs. And again, that may require tornado warnings sooner rather than later if that rotation picks up. It's a busy day already for NWS Paducah. So again, we're seeing the rotation in here, not seeing a CC drop yet. But we're pretty close to it here. This one's trying to produce a tornado. If it holds together, it's going to come east and south of Cartersville, but this would be an issue for Marion. You guys aren't in the tornado warning yet, but it's a good idea to start thinking of your tornado safe space here. And I can time that out for you here if you're in Marion. This is northeast at 30 near Carbondale, Illinois right now. So Carterville, I think I said Centerville. Carterville, about 10 minutes. That's when some of the worst of the storm is going to get to you. There's a little bit of hail near Carbondale. Energy, about 15 minutes. And then Marion, about 20 minutes. And you're more in line for the area of rotation. So Marion, Illinois, about 20 minutes if that holds together. So we covered the storm here near Dover and Bumpus Mills. That's for Stewart County, Tennessee, Trigg County, Kentucky. We covered our Williamson County, Illinois. And just checking in, I want to check in on our Springfield, our Williamson County storm, or not Williamson County, which one was this? This was our Robertson County, Tennessee storm. It's messier than it was earlier. It's broadened quite a bit, but this could easily produce another tornado. So if you're out in this area, Aurelia, Cross Plains, Baggettsville, Hanleyton, continue to be in your tornado safe space here. And then also I want to check out here Newton County in Missouri gets an extension here. This is an extension of the warning for the area around Neosho. This also drops the warning from Loma Linda. You guys are out of the warning. Joplin, you've never been in the tornado warning. The south of Joplin and 44. And we're seeing that on the cam here. Let me see if there's a cam right here in Neosho. This would be... I don't know if the winds did this or if this cam is just all screwed up already, but it's a camera that's pointed down to the ground. But we can see it shaking. What's going on with the cams here in Neosho? That one is also pointing down. Okay, that's a little suspicious. Both cameras, and they're not in the exact same location here in Neosho, are flopped down to the ground. Not saying it's a tornado. Okay, there we go. Go back up to the clouds, please. There we go. Okay, right there. Okay, this camera is... Let's see where this camera actually is. Okay, I think we're looking at it now. Let's see here. Ooh. Highway 86 and Gateway Drive. Here is Gateway Drive. Okay, it's right here. So we're looking... I think we're looking at... Yeah, okay. It's near Fredville. Okay, here's Fredville. This is Gateway Drive right here. Okay, so we're looking back. Our camera is right here near 49 and 175. So that's what we're looking at. We saw the kind of a shelf cloud come across and wind. I think what we saw there was the shelf cloud kind of pushing out like this. I think our camera was looking a little bit south. There's the shelf cloud again. So our camera's looking southeast. It's rotating. So our camera's looking back towards Neosho in the lighter area. We're seeing this wind surge push out. There's, you can see the shelf cloud a little bit back here. You can see the shelf cloud. The tornadic circulation is actually if it continues to rotate, and we might lose this camera. It's going to come through. But the circulation actually would have passed to this camera's north. It was looking the wrong way. There's a couple scud clouds, but I think I don't know if it's manually operated or not, but I think they saw the shelf and the scud clouds and thought maybe that was their rotation, but the rotation's actually behind the camera. So we are seeing heavy rain. I can't really tell if there's hail. Either way, this is a dangerous storm. Granby, Diamond, Wentworth, and Neosho. Not seeing a CC drop yet on that, so that's a good sign there. Double checking, we got 5 tornado warnings. Robertson County, Tennessee, Williamson, Illinois, Newton, Missouri, Stewart, and Trigg, and now we have a new PDS warning for the Robertson County storm. So this is our first PDS tornado of the day. Or sorry, this was for Williamson County. This is the storm that I mentioned earlier was gonna probably produce a tornado. And this is for the area here, observed coming up here near Carterville, moving east at 30. It is a weather spotter confirmed tornado. Interesting. Not seeing it on the CC. Probably right in here when it was coming up closer to Carterville. Okay, right in here. Let's see. Alright, that's... Yeah, the reflectivity is lagging behind. That's why I didn't notice it first. But this is it right here. These black low values on the CC. And then here it is here on this scan. It's now moved up towards Bainbridge. But the area of rotation is weakened. It was really strong right in here near Cartersville. Now it's a broader area rotation, so I can't really tell on the radar if it's still on the ground. But either way, Bainbridge, Timmins, Marion, Spillertown, Pittsburgh, New Denison, and Hudgens. You guys all need to be in your tornado safe space. This is in Illinois here. Carbondale, you guys are good. This passed to your south, just to the south of Carbondale. So if anyone's watching from the Carbondale area and you got kids at the school, this did not go through Carbondale. This is an area here for Bainbridge and Marion. Carterville, if you're in your safe space, just stay there. Energy, Crab Orchard Estates, it's going to be just a little bit south of you guys now, but coming up here towards Marion, still seeing a little rotation in here. It may still be in here. It's maybe in this Bainbridge area. There's a pretty good CC drop still. That could be a little bit of hail contamination though. Or that could be the old circulation. There's a bit of a newer hook kind of developing to the south. Yeah, our reflectivity is lagging there for a second. So this could be it, still on the ground here. Bainbridge, Marion, Spillertown, Pittsburgh, Timmins, along Highway 13 towards Crab Orchard. You guys need to be in your safe space. Once again, this is a PDS tornado warning for Williamson County. In Illinois. That is our first PDS warning of the day. Alright, let's see. We did get a little bit ago, about a half hour ago, a new tornado watch that covers western Tennessee, north of Memphis, the Jackson, Tennessee area. That is a new tornado watch that goes until 9 p.m. Central Time. We also are just getting a new tornado watch. Let's see here. They're going to continue the warning for Cross Plains, Tennessee, and Orlinda, Tennessee. That's the storm that's now east of Springfield, Tennessee. Okay, I mentioned it earlier that we'd probably see an additional watch. Again, we got the Western Tennessee watch. It's not even showing yet on. Oh, it's going to go in county by county, but it's a new watch for East Texas. It essentially goes from the Texas Hill Country here down near Austin, north sides of Austin, up towards College Station, Palestine, Texas, Tyler, Texas, and over to the Texarkana area, somewhat like that. And then it goes up through the Hill Country, Killeen, Granby, Texas, Dallas, Fort Worth, McKinney, and Sherman. So it basically kind of goes like this. New tornado watch. A couple of tornadoes are possible. Scattered hail up to softball size is likely. 70-mile-an-hour winds likely. And this is until 10 p.m. So that is Austin, Killeen, Waco, Palestine, Texas, Granby, Texas, Dallas, Fort Worth, McKinney, Paris, Sherman, Texarkana, and Marshall. Nothing looks like new in the outlooks. Some new severe thunderstorm warnings for the areas here in the Carolinas. Let's quickly peek at the Carolinas. I know there's some big population centers in the Carolinas, but we also have some ongoing confirmed tornadoes if you're back in Tennessee and Illinois. A lot of gusty winds in these, not seeing a lot of rotation, but hail and gusty winds coming, quarter-size hail up to golf ball size hail. Considerable threat here. Winnsboro, Great Falls, Heath Springs, Kershaw, Jefferson, and Pageland, Fort Lawn in South Carolina. And then also considerable threat, 1-inch hail, 70-mile-an-hour winds. That is getting extended out from the Charlotte metro. Wingate, Monroe, Wadesboro, Andersonville, Norwood, Albemarle, over to Rockingham. We're only going to get just the start of the severe weather reports from the Charlotte area, but likely some pretty strong winds has gone through Charlotte. There's some 67 showing up on here, 65. This is also coming up towards Concord and Mount Pleasant. So a a little bit more structure on these storms. These storms are a Boeing kind of line segment as they're coming out of the Appalachians into the Piedmont. So right now the tornado threat seems to be a little lower than it was even a little bit ago. But that is a area that's going to continue, and the Storm Prediction Center said that there's going to be a swath of damaging winds and hail that's likely to continue into the evening here in this watch area. So if you're ahead of this, you haven't seen many storms yet. Lumberton, Fayetteville, Linden Oaks, Florence, even over towards Conway and Myrtle Beach. You guys haven't seen many storms yet, but they're coming. And these, on the models earlier today, the models did show this thing getting eventually to Wilmington and Myrtle Beach. Don't know if it'll be as strong as it is now, but at least the storms are going to get there. In Tennessee, we have 3 tornado warnings right now. The newest one here is for Paris. This is one of those storms I highlighted earlier that was upscaling and had some rotation. The couple to the north of this also are similar, so they may get tornado warnings at some point. There's one here near Hazel and Puryear. And one up here also could get a tornado warning eventually. But this is Paris, Big Sandy, Springville here in Tennessee. Radar indicated rotation, ping pong ball sized hail. It's near Paris and moving east at 35. So there's rotation in there. Not the most impressive piece of rotation we've seen so far today, but it's there. Mentioned Lafayette and Oak Grove earlier for that storm that's down by Bumpus Mills. Still showing rotation there, Bumpus Mills and Big Rock. Not seeing any defined CC, but that it's pretty tight, and that's going to continue lifting up towards Lafayette, Howell, Oak Grove, and Pembroke in Kentucky. So they're getting an extension just as this thing is going northeast. The storms now east of Springfield in Tennessee are still tornado warned, but the rotation seems to have broadened near Cross Plains right now. This is if it does continue towards Mitchellville, Portland, Walnut Grove, Grable, and Bracketttown. Don't know if it's going to continue. Oh, it is. That makes it easier for me. Yeah, Walnut Grove, Grable, Bracketttown, Portland, and Mitchellville. You guys are in the new tornado warning. This area also has a considerable threat observed flash flooding. So this is one of those areas we talked about at the beginning of the stream, that if it gets any more rain in this area, it's going to be a dangerous situation, and it looks like it is there. So in addition to the tornado, which rotation is between Cross Plains and Walnut Grove right now, Portland, Mitchellville, Grable, and Bracketttown, you guys need to be in your tornado safe space, but you also need to be above the flooding. So in this area here, you need to be in your lowest dry level, away from doors, windows, and the outside. But again, don't go into your basement if it's completely flooded out. You don't want to drown. Choices have to be made between the tornado possible and flooding. Still have an observed PDS tornado warning here near Marion. And let me just see at... still hasn't been updated for about 20 minutes or so, so I know it's a busy day. The rotation is over Marion. So let's see what it looks like here. So I'm not seeing a CC drop on this like we did earlier, so that's a good sign that it's not on the ground here at the moment. We can back this up and see here. Here's when I got the notification of the PDS, and it was pretty tight here as it was headed towards Marion. But I think the scan after that, it looked like it broadened out. May still have been on the ground up near Orchard Lake and Bainbridge, but it's actually tightened up a little bit more, but it's still pretty broad. New tornado warning now for the storm that I think I also mentioned earlier looked suspicious, but this is for Eddyville. This is in southern Illinois. A capable storm here over Dixon Springs, 11 miles east of Vienna, moving east at 25. So again, you can see this one here over Dixon Springs. Not seeing it on the radar. It's a little bit of a rain-free base here, but Rock, Rising Sun, Waltersburg, Rom, Julian Hill, Leisure City. You guys in southern Illinois, eventually towards Elizabethtown, need to be aware of that. There are some other storms that are showing some signs of rotation, so we'll keep monitoring those ones. There are a bunch of storms here in Kentucky that have large hail. Trying to see very quickly, not a lot of rotation at the moment, but these are all significant hailstorms down near Columbia, Campbellsville, south of Leechville, south of Owensboro, between Morganfield and Henderson, and then also closing in on Evansville, Indiana. These are all large hail-producing thunderstorms moving east-northeast right now. And again, just a quick glance of them all. I'm not seeing a lot of rotation on them, but they could easily, severe thunderstorms can and do produce tornadoes without a lot of notice. So they could continue to grow. But this whole area here, Evansville, south of Owensboro and south of Elizabethtown right now, towards Campbellsville, you guys need to be interior room, lowest level, and away from the windows, and also away from mobile homes. You need to be in a sturdy structure because wind-driven hail can be very damaging. All right, that is kind of the cluster of. There's I guess a cluster of hail-producing storms basically here. A cluster from about the Nashville northwest towards southern Illinois, a cluster of tornadic capable storms, and there's probably a few more in here that could be tornado warned eventually. So all hazards threat here between Cape Girardeau and Nashville. More of a hail threat between Evansville, Owensboro, and Campbellsville right now. And then back here we have basically all hazards available. And this is newer storms that are just developing. So, and 2 of them are now tornado warned, but a couple of others are looking a little suspicious too. So I'm going to start at the top. 2 areas of some broad rotation right now, but also large hail. Lime-sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. I would say probably for both of those storms. If you have 1.75 versus 2 inches, it's not going to be a good day either way. So I'd say lime-sized hail possible for both of these storms. That's coming up towards Dixon, St. Robert, and eventually over towards Rolla for the storm number 1, and then over towards Camdenton and Osage Beach and Laurie for storm number 2. There's also a bit of broad rotation near Max Creek. That would come up towards Camdenton. There's a bit of broad rotation near St. Robert. That's going to ride along 44 towards Rolla. Get those storms out of the way. I'm going to drop, let's see, our PDS tornado watch or warning. We have a new storm. I warned about it earlier near Lockwood. It had some rotation on it. This is a radar indicated rotation near Dadeville. This is coming up towards Aldrich, Morrisville, Bolivar, and Halfway. This is along Highway 13 here in Bolivar. This is a pretty well-traveled highway between the Ozarks and Kansas City. So if you know anyone here, basically between Fairplay around the Bolivar area down to Pleasant Hope, and they're traveling on Missouri 13, you need to warn them about this storm. It's definitely wrapping itself up here. So let's back it up. And when I noted it, it was kind of near Lockwood and just had a bit of broad rotation. And it's definitely tightening up here, right in the Dadeville area. Not seeing a lot on the radar, but it has that look to it, so it can easily tighten up rotation again. If you're out here, you need to be in your safe space. Fairplay over to Bolivar, Halfway, north of Pleasant Hope, and then if it holds together, Buffalo needs to be Buffalo, Missouri needs to be paying attention. We have ongoing tornado warning for the area around Neosho. That's where our traffic cam is right now. This is coming up towards Granby, Diamond, and Wentworth. If it continues to hold together Monette and Pierce City, rotation right now is right along US 60. Not seeing anything defined there on the CC, so in addition to that, this has golf ball size hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. Likely here around Diamond and Granby. And then a line of severe thunderstorms still coming through the Neosho area. Not seeing a ton of rotation on these right now. There were a couple points earlier where there was a bit tighter rotation in Oklahoma, but I think it was on this storm between Afton and Seneca. But it's not tightened up, so that's good news right now. There is a little bit of rotation on this storm here near Adair. It's also being warned for ping pong ball sized hail, and yeah, there is a little rotation near there. Adair and Langley and Veneta. This is a storm to watch right in there. If that does pick up its rotation, it'd be headed towards Grove, the Grand Lake of the Cherokees. So if anyone's out on the lake, they got to get inside. But if that tornado rotation would pick up, it's toward Grove and Anderson in Oklahoma and then Missouri. Right now, Tulsa, not seeing storms yet, but later today, it could get ugly. And then our new tornado watch, I think I described earlier, is now filled in on the radar. And we actually have a new storm down in here. Not rotating yet, and no hail signature yet, although there is a couple deeper return. This will probably be our first warning here in this area, I would guess, for a large hail. And we can also take a look at... It's kind of just drifting east right now, but this would be north of Lametta and southwest of Gatesville. If it continues to upscale, probably get a severe thunderstorm warning somewhere in that area. So right now, if you're just joining us, we have 9 tornado warnings right now. Right now, they are all radar indicated, so that is good news. We had a PDS warning for Marion in Illinois earlier. I will start here on the eastern end of those tornado warnings. Real quick, I do want to look at Charlotte. Again, not a lot of rotation out here, but these are all damaging winds, considerable threat for 60 to 70 mile an hour winds and 1 inch to golf ball size hail. Basically 1 to 2 inch hail and 60 to 70 mile an hour winds. We've had already damage reports coming in from behind these storms. Widespread wind damage, trees down, power lines down. At least 1 inch hail coming out of those. So that's going to continue in the Charlotte area, now east along the South Carolina-North Carolina state line. That'll eventually affect the 95 corridor, but right now, Winnsboro, Lancaster, South Carolina, Pageland, South Carolina. You guys are up next. And then Jars, Wingate, Wadesboro, Andersonville, Norwood, and Albemarle, all next in North Carolina. Nashville, your strongest storms in Nashville right now have been to the north. We have an ongoing tornado warning here and an ongoing considerable threat observed flash flood warning. This area is not presenting great on the reflectivity, but it's presenting again very nicely on the reflectivity. It's presenting very nicely. You can see the hook wrapping around here, coming up towards Portland and Brackettstown. Not seeing a very tight rotation at the moment on the velocity scan, but I wouldn't be surprised if this is going to try and put down another tornado here in the next couple minutes. It's tightening itself up pretty quickly here. And that is Portland, Highland Rim Trace, New Deal, Halltown, Chestnut Hill, Rockbridge, Corinth, here in north central Tennessee. We have a couple storms now back into the Clarksville area. This is that ongoing tornado warning storm now between Big Rock and Lafayette. It's riding the Tennessee and Kentucky state line. Right now, not overly impressive with that rotation, but Lafayette, Howe, Oak Grove, and Pembroke in Kentucky need to be in their tornado safe space. Indian Mound over to Woodlawn, and especially north sides of Clarksville need to be in your safe space. Also around the St. Bethlehem area and points north and west. You guys all need to be in your safe space. Basically along US 79, Oakwood, Woodlawn, Red Top, Legate, and Wyatt's Chapel. Watching another storm with hail and a little rotation also coming into the Woodlawn, Clarksville area with probably some small hail in there. $half size hail and a possible tornado near Springville, Tennessee, north of Big Sandy, and now east of Paris. This is also along US 79. So we need to be watching out here near Springville, Tennessee. So that one is a dangerous storm as well. New storms are going up here near Decaturville with a tornado possible tag. Yeah, there's some rotation in here between Parsons and Linden and Decaturville in Tennessee, so that we need to watch this storm. It's also got $half size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. That could be the next one to get a tornado warning here in the Tennessee area. And then while we're here, the storm coming into Clarksville, the non-tornado warn storm coming into Clarksville is getting a warning for hail. So Clarksville area has two storms. One is moving probably across the northern half. The other one's moving a little bit northeast. We also have to watch the interaction between these two. Let's see how they're actually interacting. Yeah, so we have a storm that's riding along the Tennessee-Kentucky state line. That's between Big Rock and Oak Grove. We also have a new storm that's moving a little more northeast, coming up from Palmyra, Woodlawn, and Clarksville. They're going to start interacting with each other more around the Route 79 corridor. So we really have to watch and see how they start interacting with each other. Seeing rotation maybe pick up here. Could be a little bit of contamination, but it also could be that our reflectivity is still lagged behind. So that is a dangerous storm there, especially if these two start interacting with each other. It could be a really interesting scenario here around the Clarksville, Tennessee area. Again, a bunch of hail producing thunderstorms with some severe hail. Campbellsville, Leachfield, Owensboro and points south, Henderson and points south, and Evansville. We also have an ongoing tornado warning storm near Eddyville, Rom, Julian Hill, and Leisure City. Rotation there near Rom. The storm that had a PDS tornado warning earlier near Marion, that's been allowed to expire. Still some broad rotation in there, but right now that is a hail and wind threat coming along, what is that, 45 towards Harrisburg, Illinois. Also some other hailstorms here, Benton, West Frankfort, and Heron. Have to watch a little bit of rotation in that southwest of Marion. Not tornadic at the moment, but... And then there's a bit of a gap. The next storms are up here around the St. Louis area. A bit of probably small hail gusty winds near Union. But then we have a new considerable threat, severe thunderstorm for golf ball size hail. That's coming Dixon, St. Robert, Rolla, and St. James. That one also has a little bit of rotation in it. Another cell with golf ball size hail near Camdenton and Osage Beach. We have a storm here near Bolivar with decent rotation near Aldridge. That's going to be coming up near Bolivar, halfway Morrisville, and that is also along the Highway 13 corridor. Again, a well-traveled highway between Kansas City and the Ozarks. So if you know anyone up in there, please let them know. The Joplin area, we have ongoing severe thunderstorms. Around Neosho, we have a tornado possible tag, golf ball size hail, and 60-mile-an-hour winds. Not seeing a ton of rotation in there now. We have the traffic camera from Neosho. So watching that area, the rotation is now east of there. Not seeing any CC drop in that. That is coming along US 60 towards Monette. This is north sides of Purdy, Pioneer, Center Point, Jolly, Yonkerville, Pierce City, Globe, up to Frystad, Hoburg, Landrum, Clarkson, Dry Valley, Talmadge City, and Wentworth. Still have some strong storms with gusty winds back through Seneca, Missouri. Golf ball size hail is possible in those storms. And then also watching an area of rotation near Big Cabin. It doesn't look as impressive as it did earlier, but it still shows pretty impressively on the reflectivity. With some hail, ping pong ball size hail, and 60-mile-an-hour winds. Here we can see some of those hail cores around Seneca and Neosho. These are all lifting kind of east, northeast a little bit. Let's see here. This is starting to get into a slightly more populated area, especially along 44. Jolly, you got about 1 minute. I'm also tracking out kind of the leading edge of all this. The hail, the wind, and a tornado threat. Fairview, 14 minutes. Corsica, 19 minutes. Purdy, about 20 minutes. Frystad, 19. Verona, 37. McDowell, 37. Aurora, 46. Sage Hill, 50. Marionville, about an hour. And then also Billings, 70 minutes. Probably a little less. Let me take out like the leading edge of this. Let's see. Yeah, Aurora, maybe about half hour to 45 minutes for at least the beginning part of those storms. And then about an hour, it's going to be into the southern sides of Springfield, especially Aurora over to Nixa and Ozark and Sparta in Missouri. Let's see. We have 52 alerts, 29 severe thunderstorms. We have 8 tornado warnings now. This is our newest one. It's for the areas around Cadiz and Montgomery, Canton, Montgomery, Wallonia, Rockcastle, Donaldson. Yeah, it was that storm I think I mentioned earlier that looked a little suspicious. Still not showing a ton on the velocity, but still be in your safe space here. Rockcastle, Canton, down to Cadiz, Montgomery, and Wallonia. I want to look into our Clarksville storm. The storm on the south side of Clarksville has really upscaled. It also has a little rotation on it, but mostly the biggest threat here is going to be apple-sized hail coming into Clarksville, Tennessee. So this is a considerable threat. 60-mile-an-hour winds, tennis ball-sized hail, and then also 30, also apple-sized hail is possible with the tornado warning part of this storm that's moving towards the north sides of Clarksville. The rotation in that storm looks very broad at the moment. So we're starting to see an interaction here. The storm to the south seems to be growing, and the storm to the north that was tornado warned seems to be not looking quite as healthy. The storm to the south is really cutting off. It was trying to get inflow this way, and that's starting to get cut off here by the storm over Clarksville, which is why I think we're starting to see a little bit of rotation now in that storm. And then also the larger hail cores, unfortunately for Clarksville, are just on your southwest side of town and moving northeast. So this is going to cross Clarksville with some really large hail, apple-sized hail possible. New Providence, Clarksville, St. Bethlehem. If you're already in your tornado safe space for the Clarksville tornado warning, you guys need to stay in there for the hail. Some good news is we had some downtrending in the storms near Portland, Westmoreland, and Fairfield in Tennessee. So those are just severe warned at the moment. Still a big mess of damaging winds coming into areas east and south of Charlotte now. And then I think I mentioned this storm earlier. Might have been one of the next ones to get a tornado warning. This one is near Parsons, Linden, up towards Lobelville, Centerville in Tennessee. Rotation does seem to be picking up here along 412 in the Linden area. Also likely some larger hail in that storm. There's another storm here, Clifton and Waynesboro up to Holdenwald. Similar look. It's got some larger hail and a bit of rotation near the Clifton area. These storms could be a bit of an issue for Nashville if they continue moving north and east. Still want to look here at the storm near Big Sandy. It is still rotating here between McKinnon and Big Sandy. It seems like a lot of the storms today have had broad rotation. I don't think have seen a ton of tornadoes that have gone to the ground. But the couple that did have some pretty significant weather. Things look a little better right now for that camera in Neosho. Just looking at that. And then we also have a new tornado warning south of Marion and Carbondale. I mentioned, I think, that storm earlier too had a suspicious hook on it. But that hook this is one of those ones, like I mentioned before, it's P-shaped right now, so it's probably not close to producing a tornado. We want to look for them having the actual hook. So when it looks like this, but right now it's a pretty flat shear line. Still could wrap itself up. We've seen that before. We've seen it. These storms wrap themselves up within a scan or two. Again, we get scans on the radar every 3 to 4 minutes, so a lot can happen meteorologically in that time. Yeah, the storm north of Clarksville is not tornadic. They're going to expire the tornado warning, but it's going to continue as a considerable threat, severe thunderstorm warning. There's still large hail in it. You can't see it as much because it's getting close to this radar site, but that's coming across near Elkton, Guthrie, Trenton, and Pembroke in Kentucky. Still, if you're in Clarksville and you're in your tornado safe space, please stay in it, because this is a not only a storm that has a little rotation on it, but it's also a storm that has a very big hail signature coming right into Clarksville, Tennessee at the moment. Up here in Kentucky, we have a ton of large hailstorms. One coming towards Liberty, Kentucky. 1-inch hail, quarter-size hail, and 60-mile-an-hour winds. This one has a tornado possible tag coming towards Munfordville, Bonneville, Big Windy. That is an appropriate name for what's going to happen in Big Windy here in a minute. Yeah, some rotation in this actually south of Big Windy coming towards B. Tom John's Crossing, Lone Star, Hilltop, Millerstown, Snap. You guys are all in a tornado possible and considerable threat here with this hail core. So if you can, please be in your tornado safe space, or at least into your room away from windows. That is ping pong ball sized hail coming towards Bonneville, Munfordville, Big Windy, and Millerstown. Same kind of MO for these storms near Fordville, Hartford, Livermore in Kentucky. Ping pong ball sized hail. 1/4-inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds coming into Owensboro. Some strong storms on the north sides of Evansville. Bit of rotation in that storm near Chandler and Boonville is worth watching, right in this area. And then some more hailstorms here near Harrisburg and Carrier Mills. Watching that broad rotation near Cereal Springs. And then also severe thunderstorms with 60-mile-an-hour winds coming into Benton in Illinois. The tornado warning from the storm near Big Sandy is going to get a continuation. Yeah, this is that rotation that's near McKinnon. It's generally along State Route 147. It's coming McKinnon, Stewart, Aaron, and Cumberland City. Also has lime-sized hail moving east at 40. So here's that area rotation at 40. McKinnon about 3 minutes, Stewart 9 minutes, Tennessee Ridge 15, Aaron 20, and Cumberland City 26. That could also affect the Clarksville area eventually too. Alright, up towards Rolla, considerable threat for golf ball sized hail. That's along 44. And seeing some pretty gusty winds in that storm too. That's along 44. Rolla, St. James. And points south and east of there towards Steelville, Missouri eventually. The storm near Osage Beach has considerable threat for apple-sized hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. A little bit of rotation in that, but that is primarily a damaging hail and wind threat. Also, west of Osage Beach, towards Climax Springs and Laurie and Village of Four Seasons. Another golf ball size hail and 60-mile-an-hour wind. Bolivar, seeing still rotation in there. The rotation is going south of Bolivar, and possible golf ball sized hail in there. That rotation is pulling towards Halfway, and if it holds together, towards Buffalo. So you guys at Halfway and Buffalo start getting ready to get into your safe spaces. Halfway already in the tornado warning, you should be in your safe space, but Buffalo and along US 65, you guys need to start getting into your safe space if that holds together. New storm here near Pittsburgh, Kansas, right on the state line with Missouri. That's going to lift up along I-49 towards Lamar, Golden City, and Newport. That also has 60-mile-an-hour winds and golf ball size hail. Still seeing golf ball size hail and a radar indicated tornado near Pierce City. Again, it's kind of broad rotation in here near Pierce City and coming towards US 60 and Monette. But still, if you're in here, Pierce City, Monette, Hoburg, you guys need to be in your safe space north of Purdy. And then there's definitely some hail cores in here between Monette and Granby, and then also Monette and Wentworth and Sarcoxy. This is the strongest part of the storm should be south of 44. So good news if you're on 44, this should be south of 44. We can also grab a camera from that area. Let's see. Yeah, actually this one here should work. Let's see here. Alright, this should work here near Monette. We have a camera there out of Monette, so this is looking towards that storm and towards where the rotation would be. Alright, so that is our Monette camera. I'm actually going to see if we can squeeze in another camera since we do have a lot going on. Let's see, what else? We have more hail, ping pong ball size hail near Neosho. And then also some large hail near Afton and Grove in Oklahoma. Checking these storms very quickly. Not seeing a ton of rotation. There is a little bit of rotation in this storm near Grove, but not seeing it as much as we did earlier. So good news there for at least the tornadoes. Now down to 5 tornado warnings, all radar indicated at the moment. Alright, I'm going to see if we can squeeze in another camera here. Let's see, on our map here. Alright, let's see. Alright, yeah, this is going to work. Live production. Let's see. Bear with me here, guys. I always like to get a visual. We can see we've caught tornadoes and wall clouds and stuff on these streams before, so if we can get a visual, then that is even better. Okay, that should work. Make sure we're still on the live. So got a traffic cam out of the Dixon, Tennessee area here along US or on I-40. That's looking southwest toward those storms. The one is tornado warned. So that is a good shot there. All right, stepping back a second, we have 8 tornado warnings right now. I'm going to kind of take them north to south. They're kind of oriented north to south. A couple storms to watch here in South Carolina, North Carolina. We have a new severe thunderstorm around the Lumberton area. Some storms out ahead of the line have flared up. That is 60-mile-an-hour winds, quarter-size hail. Hail shouldn't be the biggest threat as these leave the Piedmont and get onto the coastal plain. This is primarily going to be a damaging wind threat, and we can see that bow here coming right through the Charlotte area and bowing out now. Rock Hill, Charlotte, you guys are clear. But this is all going to be a problem for Camden, Florence, Laurinburg, Fayetteville, and Linden Oaks down the road here. Pretty much takes care of the Carolinas for now. We do have a new severe thunderstorm actually even up here. Quarter-size hail, 1-inch hail, and 60-mile-an-hour winds near Blackstone, Virginia. And also have a severe thunderstorm in the Providence, Rhode Island area. 1-inch hail is the primary threat, and probably some gusty winds coming out of these storms. I know I was keeping an eye on them earlier. But yeah, likely some gusty winds and some larger hail back further. They seem to be weakening as they're getting into the areas here in coastal New England. We do have a new tornado watch that's been issued. This is for northern Alabama, Florence, Huntsville, and northern Georgia, north of Atlanta and Gainesville. This is towards Chattanooga, also Knoxville, Tennessee. It's kind of a backwards L-shaped. But that is for a few tornadoes possible, and that goes until 12 a.m. See if I can get a little more details on it here for you in just a second. 12 a.m. Eastern, 11 Central. So a few tornadoes possible. All right, let's get into these two new tornado warnings. They're south and west of Nashville. We warned about these storms earlier, and we're looking towards those storms. We have a traffic cam out of Dixon. Here's Dixon and I-40. So we're looking south and west towards those two storms. rotation here between Lobelville, Linden, and Centerville. And then also a rotation coming up. This is a bit stronger on this southern storm along Route 13 towards Holdenwald. Can't really see what's going on with the hail core in there, but this storm also has large hail. Lime size to tennis ball sized hail. Storm at its north, golf ball sized hail. And those are generally riding up towards the areas that got some big hail the other day. Franklin, Smyrna, Murfreesboro. If they lift a little further north into the Nashville area. Still have a tornado warning for this storm near Aaron in Tennessee. Yep, it has a rotation right here near Aaron. And not seeing any CC drop at the moment, but all these storms basically today are producing at least golf ball size hail. Good news is the hail seems to come down a little bit in the Clarksville area. Still possibly golf ball size hail, gusty winds to 60. And then tornado warning continues here in Kentucky, Princeton over towards Friendship and close to Empire. You can see the rotation here near Friendship. Again, not seeing a CC drop, but these could be just under the CC. Lime size hail, 60 mile an hour wind. The hail signatures seem to be coming down a little bit on these storms south of Elizabethtown, so that's a good sign. Evansville, mentioned them earlier. They had a storm that was severe north of Evansville with lots of gusty wind. There's a tornado possible, but that is the Boeing segment there. That is gusty winds primarily for the moment. Radar indicated tornado here. This is along the Ohio River, Elizabethtown over to Sturgis in Kentucky. Yeah, seeing that rotation north sides of Elizabethtown. It's very interesting. A lot of these areas of rotation are not showing that well on the velocity scans. We have an observed tornado. This is a PDS tornado. It's for that storm that came up through south sides of Marion and now Harrisburg. This is a observed tornado. Confirmed large and dangerous near Harrisburg, located south of Harrisburg, moving east at 35. The storm behind it also has rotation, so this is not a good situation here near the Harrisburg area. Harrisburg, Illinois, in southern Illinois. Oh yeah, it wrapped up pretty quick here. There is your tornado signature. And we can see if we have a CC drop. There's your CC drop. So that one shows. Yeah, here it is here south of Harrisburg. Just a scan or two back. It may still be in there. Let me yeah, it's I think still on the ground in there. Even though the rotation has broadened, this looks to be the CC drop still. So we're seeing a damaging tornado PDS here near Harrisburg in Illinois. And then, let's see. Oh, there was a tornado on the ground near Cedar Hill, Tennessee earlier. So there was a storm chaser on that one. That was, yeah, we're not seeing a lot of the rotation showing up very well. But that one is a strong signature here showing near Harrisburg. So that one is still probably on the ground. I want to check the area behind it. And seeing this storm here, I don't see a lot of rotation in this one. This has broadened southeast of Harrisburg, but let's keep this in your safe space, Equity and Junction. Equity and Junction in southern Illinois. Southern Illinois, I think, has produced a couple of our PDS tornado warnings so far today. But considerable threat, ping pong ball size hail also in that storm. I want to check here. I'm going to get a break in a second. I want to go get a drink of water. But in a minute here, I just want to go through our storms right now in Missouri. Rolla over towards St. James, Cuba, Sullivan. You guys have already had severe weather today. There is some rotation south of Rolla that I'm keeping an eye on. But this is a considerable threat. Lime-size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. That's coming from Rolla over to Cuba, Steelville, and Viburnum. Should maybe slide south of Sullivan at the moment. Otherwise, some strong storms back northwest of Rolla. And then getting into those storms in Bolivar have weakened actually significantly and no longer tornado warned. So Bolivar over to Buffalo, you guys can come out of your safe space. The considerable threat golf ball sized hail, that storm is lifting up towards Lamar and Newport along 49. That's going to head eventually towards Jericho Springs and Stockton. If it holds together, Fairplay and Humansville, Bolivar might be back in play for that storm if it holds together. New tornado warnings extended out here. A new observed tornado warning. This is for that area here near Monette. Can we see that on our camera? Our camera might be down. Our Monette camera might be down. Okay, there's your Monette camera. It refreshed here. I think it came through here. So we, let me see if we have a different camera. Towards, this is US 60 here between Monette and Aurora. I do not have a camera down there. Yeah, you can see that. All right, I'll keep the Monette camera on. Looks like the Monette camera kind of died when the tornado warning was going through. But this is a damaging tornado on the ground here near Monette and Globe. Let's see. So likely came through our camera without anything, but within the last two scans, you can see that tighten up right near Globe, Missouri. This is a tornado on the ground here near Globe, Missouri. There it is. There's your debris ball. This is lifting up towards Aurora and Verona. This is also right on US 60. It's a pretty well-traveled road. So don't travel on. There's your tornado just south of Monette. And here it is coming through Globe, lifting up now right along US 60 here. Globe, Missouri. Yeah, this is a dangerous storm here. So there it is here, Globe, Missouri. We can take this side by side. Here is your CC, right along US 60 here, Globe, Missouri, and just south of Verona, Missouri. That is a damaging tornado on the ground there. And let's see here. All right, so make sure we got send, especially these PDS warnings and the confirmed tornadoes. We definitely gotta. We gotta definitely let people know about that. So I'm gonna post this out. All right, there you go. That extends out here towards the Aurora area. So let's take a look at this here. Hold on, bear with me, folks. Get a restart on the radar. Okay, yes, we got a tornado on the ground, multiple reports of a tornado in the Monette area, including trees down. Did not see it on our Monette camera, but our Monette camera is at US 60. It may have developed just around our camera and then moved east of there. So, and sometimes these cameras don't work great when they're, oh, you can really see the rain shaft on this camera here in Dixon. You can see the dark clouds coming into the Dixon area. But let's see here. Okay, that should work. Just kind of organizing everything. 7 tornado warnings right now. We have a PDS tornado in Illinois. We also have an observed tornado here, Stone, Lawrence, Berry, Christian County. That's the one we're covering right now. Let's go back and check our Illinois. Yeah, still on the ground there, 5 miles southwest of Equity. Good news is it does seem to be a little more broad than it was earlier. So that's some good news for that storm near Equity. These storms here are southwest of Springfield, Illinois, or Springfield, Missouri right now. And this one is likely headed south of Springfield. It's down near Aurora and Monette with a confirmed tornado still on the ground. Yeah, confirmed tornado still on the ground. It is headed towards, let me get the timing on this one. This one is a little bit more populated area than the one near southwest of or southeast of Harrisburg, Illinois. This one is headed towards the southern Springfield suburbs here. 35, moving east at 35. And just want to see, it's moving a little bit north of east at 35. Aurora, about 3 minutes or less. Sage Hill, 8 minutes. Elliott, 9 minutes. Orange, 10. Marionville, 11. Billings, 21. This is for the tornadic part. You're going to get some hail, wind, and rain out ahead of this. Union City, 26. Clever, 27. Boaz, 33. Battlefield, 40. Nixa, 43. And Ozark, if this holds together, Ozark and Highlandville around the US 65. That's going to be headed towards you guys here in about 45 to 50 minutes. Pretty dangerous storm. Checking in on the storms to the south. Not seeing a lot of rotation on them. There is some storms down here near Grove that also has a little bit of rotation on this. But this is a pretty dangerous cell here moving south. on US 60. Good news is for Springfield, this is a right turner. This has come up from Neosho along US 60. But since Monette, it is turned a little bit to the east. This is a very strong storm that came out of Seneca and Neosho. It's gotten stronger. It's now pulled a little bit further to the east here. This has a debris ball on it. This is near Aurora. With an observed tornado. Yeah, this is an observed tornado on the ground. Coming towards especially south sides of Aurora. You guys need to be in your safe space along US 60, Marionville, Hurley, Crane, Billings. You guys need to be in your safe space. This is likely going to hold together. There's some other smaller communities in here. Clever. You guys need to be in your safe space. Crane, Quail, School, Brown Spring, Bradford, Bonham, Reevesville, and Madry. All right, I'm going to take a quick break here for a second, and then we'll come right back. Hold on, folks. Taking a quick break. I'll leave it on the widescreen here for a minute. Okay, let me check the mic here. We may get a little interference. If the stream stops, we'll pick it up when we can. But I got some storms near the studio here, so that was the break here. I was just making sure the studio is good to go. But right now we got full internet, so we're gonna go with it. Oh, traffic in Monette. It might actually be an accident. I don't know if it's tornado damage, but there's an accident. It looks like on US 60 there. Unless it's a power line or something down. That wasn't there a few minutes ago. So there might be an accident on Monette. Even behind the tornado here, if you're on US 60, it's heavy rain. Or this came kind of through our camera and we just, maybe the camera cut out. That would have been unfortunate if it, let me actually look, hold on. Let me see if we could see it on our camera here. Okay, yeah, a few minutes ago, it looks like US 60 on our camera was going. So that just may be a non-tornado related accident on US 60. But either way, that's backing up US 60 there. Alright, I want to take these tornado warnings kind of east to west. We'll go back through really the whole thing. Some storms here near Grove with a severe warned storms up through Anderson, Purdy, and Monette. Still 1-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. There's a couple areas of rotation that we have to watch here. One south of Grove, between Grove and J, and one near Anderson. Those are getting into a pretty favorable environment. We have our originally confirmed tornado. May have gone just around this camera, or may have just started just ahead of this camera. But either way, yeah, they're gonna, I think, close US 60 for there. I think there's a non-severe thunderstorm-related accident because earlier, even after the tornado went through, that intersection that's blocked off right now was being used. So I think there's just a traffic accident that it's probably rain-related, but not tornado-related. And the buildings and lights are all on around here. So I don't think it's a tornado-related event here that we're seeing. I think we're just seeing a traffic accident here in Monette. Kind of still watching that Monette cam. Yeah, not sure for sure what's going on in Monette. Monette is getting storms still that are actually severe storms still. But the tornado issue is still listed as an observed tornado. It's whatever's left of it is still near Bonham. You can see here, actually we can back it up and see when our, oh, you know what, if that tornado is accurate, the tornado probably just missed our camera. So that started around the Monette area and intensified, especially east side of Monette. And then came across US 60 Globe south of Verona Aurora, and then started to dissipate here at Aurora. It's what's left of it is in here, and it's now dropped to radar indicated. But this is capable of producing a tornado over near Marion, or Marionville. It's in this area here near Marionville and Bonham. Let's take a look at the reflectivity. It's actually east of there now. It's starting to develop a new area of rotation and a new hook. So we'll see this start to cycle. If it produces a new tornado, it's likely coming then over towards Bradfield, Brown Spring, School, Hurley, Crane. North sides of that, up here, Marionville, Billings, Clever, and over towards Nixa, that is a larger area of hail, golf ball size hail, and 60-mile-an-hour winds. Overall, it doesn't quite look as impressive as it did earlier. There's still possibly some hail in here, though. And this could easily drop another tornado as it comes across near Nixa, Sparta, and Ozark. If you're in Springfield, this is going to go south of downtown Springfield and south of Greene County, really. This is Greene County here. And it's mostly going to be an issue south of Greene County. And maybe just along Greene County in the areas here near Nixa, but less of an issue for Springfield. Let me just roll it back. I want to see if we caught that tornado. Yeah. See, I want to say it's not tornado related because well, we may not have seen it. The camera did freeze in MoNet for a little while. But yeah, that traffic was moving earlier when we did unfreeze it, and the tornado had already gone through. So this, I think, is possibly a non-tornado related incident here on US 60. All right. Okay, so what else do we have here? We have another severe thunderstorm for this area around Jericho Springs. Not seeing a lot of rotation on it, but it still is in a favorable environment. Now in the areas here along 44 and Point South, we have a couple severe thunderstorms. This one is the one that came out of Rolla that I was worried about earlier. Does have some rotation around Missouri 49. That seems to be picking up a little bit south of Steelville, between Steelville and Viburnum. This also has a lot of large hail between Viburnum and Potosi. So if you're out ahead of this, Park Hills, Farmington, Potosi, Viburnum, you guys need to be taking that one seriously. Considerable threat for lime-sized hail near Salem, Missouri. And not seeing rotation with that one, but that one's a little far from the radar site, so it's hard to see fully. Yeah, the area south of Steelville is suspicious. If that continues, we could see a tornado warning come out of that. We have a lot of upscaling thunderstorms here south of St. Louis right now, and also east of St. Louis. Not seeing a ton of rotation in this, but there are quite a few hail cores in here from DeSoto, Festus, and up through. Wow, look at that! It's 5:02 Eastern or 5:02 Central Time. At 4:22 and even 4:30, there wasn't anything here. Within a half hour, we have a whole cluster of hail-producing thunderstorms: DeSoto, Festus, and then Columbia, Waterloo. These are headed mostly northeast, so Belleville and O'Fallon, Illinois, up to Collinsville. They should miss downtown St. Louis. Downtown St. Louis, you're going to have to watch these storms down here Sullivan, and St. Clair riding up 44. Right now, that storm along 44 is quarter-sized hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. Not showing a ton of rotation. There is a little bit in there, but some of this area here around Sullivan is rain-cooled a little bit from earlier. You can see already Sullivan and Farmington and Chester, this area has had massive hail already this morning. So there's about to be another whole ton of reports from this area for hail. Let's see. Our tornado warned storm in southern Illinois has now moved into Kentucky. This is an issue here for Sturgis and Clay for radar indicated tornado near the Sturgis area. If that gets reissued, it's going to be Clay out to Dixon and Sebree. And then we're starting to see more hailstorms here. Madisonville, Central City, Greenville, Leachfield, Campbellsville, likely some storms with some small hail in there. The Nashville Metro, and right now we have a camera operating in Dixon. Right now it's kind of between two of the stronger storms. There's some circulation north of Dixon that is worth watching here. That is along State Route 49 near Charlotte in Tennessee. Yeah, there's definitely some rotation in there. We'll have to keep an eye on that one. In addition, quarter-size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. South of there, there's a tornado-warned storm with ping-pong ball-sized hail near Mount Pleasant, Tennessee. That one does have some stronger rotation showing up. Radar indicated. Not seeing anything on the CC, but that one is a stronger signature that we've seen for a little while. That's generally lifting up towards Columbia, Tennessee, and Spring Hill. We still have a tornado warning here, again in the Springfield area. This is for that storm that was over Clarksville area earlier, I think. Let's see. Yeah, there it is here, coming out of the Clarksville area along 24. And actually intensifying with an outflow boundary. This area here is going to be a bunch of bumping outflow boundaries. So a very interesting area here for development for tornadoes. And it's still in here. Let's see, right there. Still does radar indicate this area also has considerable flood threat. Not seeing it on the CC. But that's a pretty strong signature showing up south of Springfield in Tennessee. Yeah, it's just radar indicated at the moment, but I wouldn't be surprised if this one puts down soon. It's actually lifting a little more south, so especially if you're on the south side of this warning, Cooperton, Greenbrier. You guys need to be in your tornado safe space, even down towards Goodlettsville and Jolton. I'd watch out for this storm kind of sliding down 24 at the moment. The Springfield area already had a tornado warning. So we're actually right down to 4 tornado warnings and 21 severe thunderstorm warnings. As I said earlier, these storms here in the Carolinas are going to make their way eventually to the shore. The storms here in North Carolina near Laurinburg are still severe, but they seem to be losing a punch. A little stronger near Camdenton, headed towards Florence. And then we also have some new severe thunderstorms near Lumberton and west of Wilmington in North Carolina. These storms aren't moving that much. So also a flood threat from Lumberton over towards Wilmington. They're probably going to get pushed eventually by these storms. And then we always have to watch interactions like this. We have slow-moving storms just kind of sitting here, and then we have some pretty powerful storms, at least energy, moving in from the west. So especially around Laurinburg and I-95 south of Fayetteville, we'll have to watch that interaction for any localized vorticity there. Some hail earlier in the storms near Massachusetts. It looks like they backed off a little bit. Maybe some small hail still in these storms here in south Massachusetts, and then also into Connecticut and Rhode Island. A pretty good storm here, also Plymouth, Massachusetts, with some small hail. Gusty winds. Nothing severe here in Massachusetts. There's a possibility of some stronger storms today in Sioux Falls down to Sioux City and Des Moines. Not seeing a ton right now. Most of this seems to be south and along I-44 and then points south. And again, we're watching the traffic cams here. The one is out of Monat. Where there was a tornado reported. Can't tell if it's a tornado incident. I think it was just a traffic incident, because even after the tornado, there were still cars traveling through there. All right, this area here, Nixa, Ozark. We called you guys earlier. Nixa, Ozark, Hurley, Highlandville, Jamesville, School, Brown Spring, Clever, Boaz, Selmore, Christian Center, Fremont Hills. You guys need to take your tornado safety precautions here. What happened is we had a tornado earlier that lifted from Monat, Verona, and Aurora, and then dissipated. We have a new area of circulation that has taken over, and new rotation here near Hurley. This tends to happen with these cyclic supercells. We've also had, in addition to the tornado, golf ball size hail in Marionville and Aurora. Damage coming in from our area here of large trees down on the east side of the hospital in Monat. Power lines down US 60 and Campbell Road. Okay, that is what's going on here. That is our issue here. So this may be either tornado or thunderstorm wind damage. It's hard to know for sure. Multiple reports of a tornado in the Monat area, including trees down. Yeah, so this is a power line down on US 60. That's why this area is getting all the traffic control. So again, this could be a tornado or it could be a thunderstorm wind damage. We'll have to find out. But that tornado did earlier drive right along US 60. Golf ball size hail likely coming through Brown Spring up to Boaz and Clever. This is actually, unfortunately, on the north side of the tornadic circulation, which would be down here by Hurley. And further north here in this warning is the more populated areas. So this is lifting up towards Nixa, Fremont Hills, and Ozark. The tornadic part is down here near Hurley. Not seeing it right now too much on the radar, but this one wrapped up pretty quickly earlier. Just some general thunderstorms right now in the Springfield area. And then also watching back down near Grove, Anderson, Purdy, and Monat. Quarter-size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds are still possible. Actually, and you can see on our traffic camera from Monat, the next round of storms is actually just hitting us now. So this also affects this area along US 60 up towards Grove and Aurora, or Globe, Verona, and Aurora. Any trees that maybe weren't damaged or weren't fully downed by the tornado and the severe storm that came through a little bit ago, power lines, trees, whatever, could still be just hanging on a little bit. And now they're going to get another round of severe storms with gusty winds, small hail. And that could knock down even more trees and power lines. Yeah, unfortunately, I think our camera went down right when the severe weather hit. A little nicer looking actually right now on the traffic cam out of the Dixon, Tennessee area. This is probably going to try and put down a tornado again if I had to guess. It doesn't look impressive on the radar, but it's starting to get that look again. And this area of Missouri has not had any severe weather all day. So this area here, Springfield over to Poplar Bluff and West Plains, has not had any severe weather all day. So we've had just uncontaminated, warm, moist air pouring north out of the Gulf of Mexico. And this storm and the line of storms back here along and south of 44 are going to keep running into that. So this storm, though, has separated itself from the bunch. You can see there's even actually a little more separation. As it's gone more severe, it's probably picked up its speed a little bit. And it's also turned right. Still very strong storms up here. Watching for rotation in this storm near Potosi and also near Salem. But right now these are big hailstorms. Considerable threat, golf ball size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds, likely for both of those. And then also quarter size hail in a few locations here from Festus, Columbia, Illinois, Waterloo, and Belleville, Illinois. Still tornado warnings. This is going to get replaced, though, with a tornado possible tag for this area. Seabury, Dixon, Jolly, Slaughters, and Clay in Kentucky. Still some broad rotation between Clay and Dixon. Tornado warning ongoing here near Crofton. Let's scope that a little tighter. Again, seeing broad rotation. The radar presentation for a lot of these storms has not been great today, but there have been some tornadoes on the ground. So it's been very interesting to see okay, got the. I'll retweet it to our Twitter, WXCastUSA. There was a tornado here in Monette, or near Monette. It's actually a pretty photogenic tornado. Basically a cone funnel, not quite condensed down to the base, but you can see the cloud of debris and dust and rain wrapping around it. So this tornado warning continues here. Crofton up along Apex and Haley's Mill. That's in Kentucky. Again, some further severe thunderstorms with large hail, quarter-size hail, and half-dollar-size hail. Campbellsville, Sonora, and Litchfield in Kentucky, south of Elizabeth. A quarter-size hail and some damaging winds also for Tompkinsville. That storm has some rotation headed towards Tompkinsville, so that is one to watch. That could pick back up as it heads towards Tompkinsville and Burkesville in Kentucky. That's right on the Kentucky and Tennessee line. This storm here is seems to have broadened out a bit near Coopertown and Greenbrier, but still stay in your tornado safe space if you're in this area. Coopertown and Greenbrier. This is an area that was already tornado warned earlier. This was really close to producing near Coopertown, and we can see it on velocity. It started to tighten up pretty good, and then it's now broadened back out, but it could still produce a tornado. It's headed more south along 24, so Chestnut Grove, Forest Grove, down towards Bakers and Hygiena Springs. You guys need to watch out for this storm. It's still in here, and yeah, it could still rotate over, or it still could produce a tornado within a few minutes here over Chestnut Grove in Tennessee right now. That storm is definitely worth watching. Severe storms north of our traffic camera right now, so let's see. Our traffic camera is from Dixon. It is getting cloudier in Dixon again. I think we're looking at these storms down near Centerville again. It was lighter for a few minutes. Then a tornado warned storm down here near Mount Pleasant in Tennessee. Oh, this one is a strengthening storm. This one may be on the ground. Hard to tell for sure, but there's definitely some CC drop in here. This is along US 43, State Route 243. I think it's on the ground based on the velocity, and the velocity and the CC are showing it right in here. And let's see. The reflectivity may be just a step behind again, but either way, Columbia, Jackson Heights, West Meade, Pleasant Hills, Ashwood, Union Grove in Tennessee, Mount Nebo, Williamsport, Santa Fe, Neapolis, and Lanton. You guys need to be in your tornado safe space. That's coming up generally towards Spring Hill. And let's see. Our Dixon cam has served us well. But let me see if we get a camera down towards Spring Hill here. Alright, that one is good to go there. So right now, 5 tornado warnings. There are 2 in Kentucky, 2 in Tennessee, and 1 in Missouri at the moment. So we'll hop back here and check out all of our tornado warnings. This is a storm south of the Springfield area. It's near Nixa, Ozark. And it doesn't look quite as actually impressive as it did earlier. It was much more impressive when it was producing the tornado near Verona and Aurora and Monette, as it came across our area here where the traffic cam is looking. Our top traffic cam has power lines down on US 60. I can't confirm if that was the tornado or if that was just general thunderstorm winds. But either way, traffic is a little funny right now on US 60. Still golf ball size hail possible. The hail core seems to have diminished a bit. And still possibly a tornado. If it redevelops, will be over towards Highlandville and Ozark, with the hail core coming through areas along Highway 14 from Clever over towards Nixa and Boaz. This is again south of Springfield, south of Greene County. And if it kind of reforms, it could be an issue for Sparta and points east of Ozark. Christian Center, Chadwick, Oilfield, Keltner, Saunders. But right now it doesn't look quite as impressive as it did earlier. So we'll just have to keep an eye on that one. Strong storm still back here into southwest Missouri, about to push into northwest Arkansas. Haven't seen a lot of rotation out of these storms, even though they're in a decently favorable environment. So we'll just have to watch on those. Most of those are quarter-size hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. There's another one of those storms going through Monette right now, so that's why our traffic camera isn't pulling up very well. This whole area is going to get an extension of the quarter-size hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. For areas that just had the tornado, that's Purdy, McDowell, Verona, Aurora, Marionville, and up to Billings. So after this tornado, it's good to just stay kind of hunkered down if you're in a safe space. 60-mile-an-hour winds, quarter-size hail north there along 49. Getting a little more concerned about these storms here around Salem. That one is showing rotation. It's been showing rotation for a little while, but not super tight, between Salem and Viburnum, Missouri. And then this one showed rotation at times. Still has some in here near Potosi. But this is a large hailstorm here, quarter-size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. The other one was golf ball size. And then up into the St. Louis area. St. Louis right now, St. Louis downtown is downtown and points to the west. You guys are all clear of severe weather right now. Just some general rain and thunder showers. But east of St. Louis, O'Fallon, Belleville, Columbia, down to Waterloo. There's some pretty heavy cluster of storms with some small hail and gusty winds. One between Columbia and Belleville, and one between Belleville and O'Fallon, Illinois. 60-mile-an-hour winds and 1-inch hail. The storm here near Dixon, Illinois. Is that Illinois still? No, this is into Kentucky now. Dixon, Kentucky, and Providence, Kentucky around Jolly. That area still has some rotation. If that picks back up, wouldn't be surprised if we get another tornado warning out of this coming towards Hanson and Slaughters on I-69. There's some large hail south of Elizabethtown still. And these storms here coming towards White Mills, Sonora, Hodgenville, Campbellsville. Some large hail here in kind of central Kentucky. And then also near Tompkinsville, we were looking at, there's some rotation in here near Tompkinsville, but also this is large hail, quarter size, 60-mile-an-hour winds. We have a tornado warning for the storm near Goodlettsville, coming towards Hendersonville and Shackle Island. This is north sides of Nashville. This is that area rotation. It's kind of between Greenbrier and Jolton right now along 24, along and east of I-24. It doesn't look quite as impressive right now, but still, tornado warning for Goodlettsville, Union Hill, Twin Valley, Hendersonville, Bluegrass Meadows, and Old Hickory. This is north of Nashville. We've had a few tornadoes in the area here near Springfield. And also, severe thunderstorm coming a little closer to Nashville with ping pong ball sized hail. Ashland City over towards Jolton. And then we're also watching a tornado warned storm south of Spring Hill, between Spring Hill and Mount Pleasant. This is an area here along US 43. Can't say for sure there's something in there, but if not, it's pretty close to producing a tornado. And let me see if we have a different traffic cam that shows that area better. You know, wouldn't you know that they point the traffic cams towards the traffic instead of the weather a lot of times? Oh, here's a good one. This is out of the Goodlettsville area, so this is in our tornado warning. Looking north on I-65 here at Vietnam Veterans Boulevard. So again, there may be a tornado coming towards Columbia, Tennessee. You guys need to be in your safe space. Pleasant Hills, West Meade, Jackson Heights, Columbia, Union Grove, Mount Nebo, Lanton, up towards New Hope, and if it holds together, eventually Spring Hill. Pretty good rotation in here. And this storm right now has maybe one of our better presentations right now. "42 alerts. We still got 20 severe thunderstorm warnings, 4 tornado warnings. They extend from eastern South Carolina and North Carolina all the way back to that storm that fired down here in the Texas Hill Country is a severe warn for quarter-sized hail and some gusty winds. It was a little more punchy earlier. But that is coming north of Killeen towards Moody eventually if it holds together. Otherwise, nothing else much in the southern tornado watches. There is starting to be building here into eastern Oklahoma, so we still have to watch northwest Arkansas. Still tornado warned here south of Nixa now. They've shrunk this warning. So south of Nixa towards Highlandville, that's your tornado warning. But they've extended out a severe thunderstorm warning. Likely, I think it's going to be a considerable threat. Yeah, considerable threat for golf ball size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. And there may be some points in here even larger than golf ball. Those blues and purples here, that's also coming up Nixa, Fremont Hills, Linden, Ozark. The rotation, if it's still there, would be around the Highlandville area. It's still in there, but it's a bit broad. Coming towards Selmore and Christian Center. If you're down here south of Nixa, Riverdale, Highlandville, Green Mound Ridge, Selmore, and Christian Center, and also south of Ozark, you guys need to be in your tornado safe space. This is along very heavily traveled US 65 between Springfield and Branson and Arkansas. And then also down here, a severe warning storm near McDowell. Oh, the MoNet traffic cam is working again. Again, you can't tell if it's thunderstorm wind damage or if it's tornado or if it's a tornado wind damage, but there are power lines down on US 60. That's where the US 60 is closed here with police and stuff. But the lights are on in these buildings, and even the traffic lights further down are on. So if the tornado came across here, it may have been weaker when it came across this traffic camera. And then seeing the storm on our Nashville cam, you can see the rain clouds here coming across the hillside. And it's going to pan, I think, towards the storm. This is a larger severe thunderstorm warning for the Nashville metro. It's really going to replace this storm, but our camera's here in Goodlettsville. There's a good view of the storm. Look at that. That is a shelfy cloud. So we're looking, I think, this way towards Goodlettsville and Shackle Island. What's left of the rotation, it would actually be right where the camera is. This area right in here is what's left of the rotation. Not seeing much there. Still have a strong area rotation here along US 43 and US 412. That's in Columbia, Tennessee. This area is probably our best area rotation so far. Let's see if what it looks like still on the radar. Yeah, that's a pretty good, healthy looking storm. This is in Tennessee here near the Columbia area, and moving towards Spring Hill and I-65. Yeah, you can see the lightning on the Goodlettsville radar, or the camera. Haven't heard the alerts in a while. So, new tornado warning here. This is near Berna and Salem. Let's see what this has to say. Located near Berna, moving east at 30. This is a storm here in Kentucky. Central Livingston County in western Kentucky. Yeah, you can kind of see it here near Burnham. Let's see. Yeah, it's up in here. That's a storm that's interacting on some of the outflow boundary. Berna in about 10 minutes, and then Salem 24. So a new tornado warning there. We are getting some of those tornado reports earlier. There were a couple tornadoes here in Kentucky near this is Illinois, near Equity, and some tornado damage there south of Harrisburg. And then also there were some tornado reports, video of a tornado southeast of Carbondale. That prompted a tornado emergency, or not an emergency, but a PDS tornado warning. Yeah, we'll post that one. let me check on what the National Weather Service Storm Prediction Center is saying right now. So they've extended the watch out that covers southwest or South Missouri. This whole area here basically extended out now till 12 a.m. and that goes into southwest Illinois and western Kentucky. So essentially just extending the current watches / replacing some of them that I think we're going to set to expire around 6 o'clock or 7 o'clock, but they're extending that all the way out. It's essentially all up along 44, just south of St. Louis, and then into the areas here in western Kentucky. So it kind of looks like this. That means some of this area up here along 49, north and west of Joplin, may be allowed to expire when that originally was set to expire in about an hour. So, good news, I guess, for southwest Missouri, Carthage, Joplin, Pittsburgh, Kansas. But areas here that really haven't seen a lot of weather yet, you know, Cape Girardeau, Sikeston, West Plains, Poplar Bluff, you guys have some significant storms to your west and north right now. Alright, so some good news there. Some good news here also for southwest Illinois, or southwest Missouri. The tornado warning for the Nixa Ozark area has been allowed to expire. It is an area of strong winds, though, and we're pretty close to the radar site. Considerable threat for lime-sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. That's coming across 65 right now. Ozark up to Fordland and Sparta. You guys still need to be basically in your safe space. Lowest level interior room, away from the windows, because this is a area of lime-sized hail and wind coming at you. And already seeing some verifications. Areas here along from Billings. Golf ball sized hail. Also in the Clever area, golf ball sized hail. And then already 1-inch hail to ping pong ball sized hail near Riverdale. Still have the power lines down. Looks like 60 is blocked there in Monette. Possibly tornado damage or possibly severe thunderstorm damage. Can't really tell from the camera there. And then still a bunch of storms with gusty winds and some small hail. That's going to be pushing into Rogers, Springdale, and Fayetteville in a little while. And starting to see a few areas of blips showing up here along the boundary and along the Red River. You can kind of see that boundary here through the Dallas-Fort Worth area. And then the storm near Killeen is non-severe. It's dying out pretty quickly there. This storm has really wrapped itself up. We have an observed tornado. This is in the Columbia, Tennessee area. Yeah, that is, mentioned it earlier, right along 412. And we can probably see the CC. Yeah, oh, that is that's a damaging tornado on the ground there, coming towards Match, and also coming towards I-65. Trying to get out at least the notices of the damaging tornadoes. So bear with me here. Let me repost that one. That is riding right along 412. So that is a dangerous situation here. This is coming along 412 here towards Quail Meadow Run. Quail Meadow Run here in Tennessee. Here, let me check the audio again. Looks like traffic is moving now. Let's see, where is that? That is our Tennessee cam in Goodlettsville. That is some heavy rain. We don't have a camera down this far on 65. This is at match at 412, Bear Creek Pike, and Old Highway 99. And this is also quickly, hopefully no one is traveling on I-65 right now, because this is coming very close to I-65. Yeah, this is a damaging tornado here near Match, Tennessee. This is a PDS tornado. It's gone PDS here. And yeah, this is a strong tornado, actually, it looks like. Confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado near Spring Hill, 7 miles northeast of Columbia, moving northeast at 30. During this warning, Spring Hill, Duplex, Bethesda, Lee's Corner, Bear Wallow, Holt's Corner, Riggs Crossroads, Alsona, Eagleville, Kirkland, Little Texas, Peytonville, Ruddersville. This is a dangerous cell here, and it's got a debris ball on it, unfortunately. I think that's the first real debris signature, like a reflectivity debris ball we've seen so far. This is a strong tornado. It's very wrapped up here. It's we get a track on it here. It's come up from the Columbia, Tennessee area. Yeah, so it started to really wrap itself up around Columbia, and it's pushed a little bit northeast. This should go south of downtown Spring Hill, but especially south sides of Spring Hill, Lanton, Lee's Corner, Duplex, down to Quail Run Meadows. You guys need to be in your safe space, and then all the way over towards Holt's Corner, Alsonia, Kirkland, Ruddersville, Little Texas. This is headed your direction here. I'm going to take out the basically the rotation. So you may get hail, wind, and all that before this, but this is timing out the rotation. Lanton, 5 minutes or less. Kendron, 6 minutes. Rally Hill, 10 minutes. Lively, 14. Bear Wallow, 19. Riggs Crossroads 26, and Alsona 29. This is right over Match, Tennessee. Ooh, that is, I think, the best presentating we've seen of a tornado today. That is 74 miles inbound and about 60 outbound. So once again, this is a damaging tornado right around 412, Highway 412, and I-65. And that's, I think, the deepest debris ball that we've also seen so far. The blacks and even some of this red indicates that there's no value here. So this is a very deep CC. Moving a little bit northeast, so Lee's Corner, Rally Hill, Pottsville, Quails Run Meadows here right at 412 and 65. You guys all need to be in your safe spot. This is coming up south side of Spring Hill, Tennessee, especially Bear Wallow, Lee's Corner, Bethesda, Duplex. You guys need to be in your safe spot here. Lee's Corner, if it holds on the ground, is close to center line. This is about to cross I-65 here. That's our best camera out of Spring Hill right now. But this is right close to, let's see, Quails Run Meadow, Old Highway 99, Blackburn Lane, Clara Martin Mathis Drive, Clara Mathis Drive. Yeah, that's still showing up really strong here. It's about to cross I-65. And it's actually tucked back into the rain a little bit more. So this is a very dangerous situation coming out of Spring Hill. And basically you leave the hail core and you're right into the tornado. So hopefully traffic is going to get stopped along I-65 here. Let's see. Yeah, this is a very dangerous situation because the traffic that we're seeing, the heavier traffic on our camera, is going southbound. So this traffic here on the far side of our camera is going southbound at I-65. This is 65 and 4, or an 840. Meanwhile, looking at our Monet camera, still have police basically blocked off 65. This is going to go Tornado Emergency. So this is a tornado emergency here for Lee's Corner, Bear Wallow, Holt's Corner, Chapel Hill, Eagleville, Alsona, Bethesda, Duplex, Spring Hill, Little Texas, Paytonsville, Ruddersville, Kirkland, Arlington, and Epsworth. This is an observed tornado Confirmed large and destructive tornado located near Spring Hill or 9 miles east of Columbia, moving northeast at 25. The tornado emergency for northern Murray County, southern Williamson County, southwestern Rutherford County. This is weather spotter confirmed. We've also seen it on the debris signature here. It's right over the Quail Run Meadows area and I-65. And unfortunately, this is doing damage along I-65 here. I don't have a camera in that area, but our closest camera right now is in the Spring Hill area around 8:40. Also not liking that the storm to the west also has a bit of rotation on it. But yeah, this is our damaging tornado. We have a debris ball that's showing up, and it's moving basically east-northeast at 25 to 30 miles an hour. So this is a tornado emergency for Lee's Corner, Bear Wallow, Holt's Corner, Riggs Crossroads, Eagleville, Alsona, Bethesda Duplex, especially southeast of Spring Hill downtown. Here's our debris ball right here showing up. And there's our tornado. Oh, those are some really deep CC values. The pinks are basically non-value. If you're just joining us, the pinks here in this CC, they show us the water droplets. So water is all somewhat the same size. Even if you get a few bigger raindrops, the radar scans this and says these all correlate to each other. So the correlation coefficient is high. That's what the pinks mean. When we see the blues, blacks, greens, that says there's other stuff in here. Sometimes it can be hail, like up here along 65, there's some hail showing up in the greens and oranges. When that happens, you might have some water droplets in there, but then you have a big hailstone. Hail is definitely not the same size and shape, but it still is somewhat the same size and shape. So the radar says, okay, that's a little bit of an issue there with the correlation. When we see these blues and blacks and now dropout, that indicates, I'll draw it up here. That indicates that there's maybe some rain in there, there's maybe a little larger hail, but then there's also a 2x4 or a tree branch. And those things all look different to the radar. When it bounces off the radar, it says, whoa, these do not correlate with each other. And that's why we can look at this and use it to see hail. So we can see hail up here like Duplex and Lee's Corner. This is all hail up in here. But then we can also use it and see the debris signature in tornadoes, especially when that overlaps with the rotation. One of the downsides to the correlation coefficient, the CC, is clear air can show up and sometimes look like a tornado signature with the blue. So all this stuff down here is clear air. So let me clear all this off and I'll keep it kind of simple for a little bit here. But yeah, this is our tornado debris signature. We're seeing that on the reflectivity. So here it is on our reflectivity. This is an area that does not have hail in a thunderstorm. In this inflow notch here, you have our clear air wrapping in. You have a strong RFD, rear flank downdraft, wrapping out. And where those come together is your rotation. And this area of the thunderstorm does generally not have hail. So this area of the thunderstorm should not have the signatures with the purples and the deep reds like it does in the hail core that's up here by Lee's Corner and Bear Wallow. But we're seeing these purples, so that indicates that there's some larger things in the cloud, and then that correlates with the velocity scan, and then unfortunately that correlates with the correlation coefficient. There it is, it updated. This is an ongoing damaging tornado here. Lee's Corner, Bear Wallow. I'm going to make sure we're getting this out to as many people as we can. Unfortunately, we've had a tornado emergency now for 3 straight days. We had one in Michigan yesterday, and then we had one in the Bartlesville and Barnsdall, Oklahoma tornado that was rated an EF4 yesterday. I've been so busy with the severe weather today, I haven't seen if they're rating for the tornadoes in Michigan that caused the PDS tornado warnings. I haven't seen the ratings on those yet. But this is a damaging tornado, large debris ball showing up. And unfortunately, a tornado emergency here for this area around Spring Hill, Tennessee, Lee's Corner, Bear Wallow. It came across the areas around Match. So it's a tornado that's been lifting up along US 412 here in south central Tennessee. Very quickly, we have a tornado wrapping up here around Gallatin and Cairo, just on the northeast side of Nashville. This also includes Bethpage, Hartsville, and Shady Grove. You guys need to be in your tornado safe space. This is north of Lebanon, Tennessee at the moment. But that is a pretty strong rotation there. We're up to actually only one other tornado warning. That is both of our tornado warnings right now. We have 20 severe thunderstorm warnings. But yes, our tornado warnings have decreased significantly over in the last little bit. But again, unfortunately, we're watching this area here, a damaging tornado near Lee's Corner between Spring Hill and Chapel Hill in south central Tennessee. And then also watching rotation here just east and south of Gallatin, moving kind of east-southeast. We can see the correlation or the velocity on those. And then there's the debris signature on the Spring Hill, Tennessee storm. Not seeing a debris signature on the storm near Gallatin. But that is a dangerous storm too. Let's see if this has been updated at all. No, 552 is updated near Spring Hill, 9 miles east of Columbus. So it hasn't been in a couple minutes, but this is quickly approaching Lee's Corner. And still in here, Rally Hill and Lee's Corner along US 431. Yeah, unfortunately, it's still on the ground. The velocity has lost a step or two. The velocity, it's actually shrunk a little bit. It's tightened up. But this is still on the ground. They're going to continue it here as a tornado emergency. Yeah, 6:01 Central Time, a confirmed large and dangerous destructive tornado was located 7 miles southeast of Spring Hill, 12 miles east of Columbus, moving east at 25. It slowed down a bit too. We are seeing, let's see, still seeing police activity on US 60 in southwest Missouri, but we are seeing the rain, and traffic is also slowing up quite a bit on 65 south. Hopefully people didn't run into this, but there could be a bad situation here. People running out of the hail and rain and right into a tornado here on US 412 at I-65. This is a very dangerous storm coming up towards Alsonia. Also watching a little rotation here in this storm, but Bear Wallow, Lee's Corner, Riggs Crossroads, Holt's Corner, Eagleville, Alsona, Bethesda Duplex. and Beasley. You guys are all in the tornado emergency. This is in south central Tennessee. It's south of Spring Hill. So Spring Hill, especially if you're in Spring Hill west of I-65, you're okay right now. Columbia, this is now past you, but hopefully we'll find out a little more about that one. This kind of maybe developed just on the east side of Columbia and then is rode up 412, and it's now here along 431 in the area around Lee's Corner and Bear Wallow. We've been calling your name for a while, so hopefully people are in their tornado safe space. Lowest level into your room, away from doors and windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And if you have a basement or a storm shelter, that is even better. The CC drop isn't quite as large as it was earlier. So this may be weakening a bit, but it's still, I think, on the ground. So this is still a dangerous tornado emergency. Yeah, we've seen cars that looks like slowing up and even stopped along I-65 South here. So try not to stop on the interstate, but if you can get off at the next exit, that would be like more preferred here. So if you're along 65, our camera's actually right here. Like maybe people could just get off at the Spring Hill exits and go west. Still large hail coming across this area here towards Eagleville, Cedar Grove, Alsona. But the tornado is along US 431. It seems to be broadening out. There's still a lot of CC drop in there, though. Hopefully that broadens out. As it's doing that, I do want to go and check our other warning here near Cairo, Tennessee. Looks like broad rotation over Macedonia, Oakland, Paynes Shore, down to Antioch. But still be in your tornado safe space here. Payne Shore, Hartsville, Hunters Point, Taylorsville, Shady Grove. So once again, if you're just joining us, we have a tornado emergency here in south central Tennessee. We have, watching the traffic camera out of I-65 at Spring Hill. And it's slow go into the storm, but at least right now the tornado has passed I-65. And then we're also watching the severe storms around the Monette, Missouri area, and either severe thunderstorm wind damage or tornado damage with power lines across the US 60 in Monette. We can quickly jump back that way. And check the storms here. Again, they have not dropped another tornado. There's a bit of a broad line here of rotation south of Seymour and headed towards Fordland, Norwood along US 60, Seymour, Ava. Right now the hail core is staying south of 60, but this is a considerable threat for lime-sized hail. Also have golf ball size hail coming into the areas here along US 65 near Highlandville. Not seeing a lot of rotation there. And then the areas around Monette have started to clear out a little bit. There's lightning flashes on the 65 camera. This is also starting to come into northwest Arkansas. Right now, non-severe in northwest Arkansas. Likely some gusty winds, maybe some small hail up here towards Bella Vista. And then there's also some severe storms here near Cassville, coming over towards Branson. If you're on the lake in Branson, it is time to get off the lake. This is a pretty nasty storm coming your way. We have a new tornado warning south of St. Louis. This is along I-55 by an area that had a tornado warning earlier. Bloomsdale, Prairie du Rocher, St. Genevieve over to Sparta and Coulterville. A lot of heavy wind in here from Redbud to Prairie du Rocher, but your circulation is in here near Bloomsdale and St. Genevieve again. Yeah, it's tightened up a little bit as it's come across near Bloomsdale. So there's your rotation. It's lifting kind of east-northeast towards Sparta, Coulterville, and probably just go just to the north of St. Genevieve. Moving east at 45. This is a little quicker storm than some of the other ones. Mosher in 5 minutes, Prairie du Rocher in 6 minutes, St. Genevieve 6 minutes, Collins 11 minutes, and then Sparta about a half hour to Sparta. Coulterville about 35 minutes. So out here 35 minute 30 and 35 to Coulterville. And yeah, it's this area right here, moving east-northeast towards Sparta. A lot of wind is showing up in these storms too. In addition to the tornado, it's a bit of a notch here in this line, but there's a lot of wind. That's also headed out east, all east of St. Louis right now. Redbud, and eventually over towards Oakaville and Nashville. Also, some strong storms up here near Breeze and Carlisle, all east of St. Louis right now. This area on Iron Mountain Lake, in another warning, they had a severe storm earlier this afternoon. Maybe a little rotation in there too, but mostly that is a damaging hail threat. Ping pong ball sized hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. Two severe clusters of storms here now east of Paducah. One coming towards Fredonia, Providence, and Clay. This is in Kentucky. And then another one here near Calhoun and Livermore, moving towards Central City and Hartford. Non-severe storms, but still some strong storms here south of Lancaster, Kentucky, near Liberty. Wouldn't be surprised if those got rewarned. There's a couple stronger hail cores in there coming towards Mount Vernon, Kentucky. And then we still have our ongoing tornado emergency and tornado warning. One here near Hartsville. Broad rotation right now. I'm also seeing a lot of damaging wind. This is starting to kind of outflow dominate here along this line, Lebanon up towards Hartsville. That's going to be headed over towards Dixon Springs, Shady Grove, Tucker's Crossroads, along and north of I-40. Is a pretty strong storm there. South of Spring Hill and north of Chapel Hill. This is our tornado emergency. It likely is still in here. Pretty tight rotation. So this is an ongoing situation here. This is approaching Eagleville. We have an observed tornado here. Confirmed tornado located 8 miles southeast of Spring Hill, 15 miles east of Columbia, moving east at 25. Damaging tornado and quarter-size hail. They're going to drop the tornado emergency. We're leaving a little bit of the population, but also the tornado emergency is also it's also radar observations and how strong the rotation is. There's a couple of different criteria. It's not just population. This is still a dangerous storm here with likely ongoing tornado on the ground. Yeah, there it is right in there near Eagleville. I'm going to update in just a minute. Our CC is just ahead of, I think, the velocity and the reflectivity. But this is a dangerous storm here. It's moving up along State Route 99. So this is also pushed a little bit further east here too. So right now it's over Holt's Corner and Riggs Crossroads. Hopefully those people have taken the warnings. This is coming up towards Eagleville, Link, Versailles, Rockville. You guys all need to be in your safe spots here. Pleasant Hill, Cedar Grove. I'd also be in my safe spot. Woodrow. And if it holds together, Barfield and Overall. This is in south central Kentucky right now. Or Tennessee. South central Tennessee. Again, we're seeing the damaging tornado lifting up along State Route 99. Generally, Eagleville over to Overall. And also Midland. If you guys live anywhere in those areas, Eagleville, Overall, and Midland and along State Route 99, you guys need to be taking your tornado safety precautions here. There's the latest scan here. It's broadened out a bit. It may be kind of lifting, and weirdly there's no. You don't see the hook, but there could still be a tornado on there, and the CC was there just a scan ago. So treat this like it's an ongoing damaging tornado, and still technically is in the thing. All right, let's take a look at traffic here. So really slow traffic in the Spring Hill cam along I-65. This is I-65 South. It's 6:18 Central Time, so it's a combination of rush hour traffic, but also I'm very worried about this tornado crossing I-65 earlier. So still seeing pretty strong rotation here along State Route 99. And this is between Alsonia and Chapel Hill and Unionville right now. Along State Route 99. It's generally lifting along State Route 99. So if you're out here along State Route 99 by overall Tennessee, you guys need to make sure you're in your tornado safe space. Lowest level into your room. Away from doors and windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Yeah, this is a damaging tornado here that we're seeing south of Alsonia, Tennessee, over towards Eagleville, Tennessee, and lifting along State Route 99. Checking our other tornado warning. Still just seeing broad rotation, quite a bit of heavy winds, again, through Lebanon to Tucker's Crossroads. So likely a damaging wind threat there. And then our other tornado warning is in Illinois. We have 2 tornado warnings in Tennessee, and then one here near Prairie du Rocher and St. Genevieve. This one earlier didn't look quite as strong as the Tennessee storm, but While the radar is loading, just taking a look at things, we have two cameras up. One is, the lower camera is from I-65 looking south towards that tornadic storm. We did not see it cross the highway. We're a little too far north of there. And then the other camera we have is Monette, Missouri, where there's power lines down on US 60. And can't tell if that was from tornado damage or thunderstorm wind damage. But Monette has had at least some damage from a tornado. It kind of started over this area, so it may have just been starting when it crossed our camera. And unfortunately, I think our camera froze during that storm, so the power may have glitched and froze the stream. But luckily the camera survived. And good news is, despite the listing of being power lines down on US 60, the street lights are working, and there's been traffic and cars in these businesses along US 60 here, so I don't think we're seeing a lot of heavy tornado damage, at least in that shot. Let me just refresh the radar here real quick. Okay, so we're still seeing rotation here. It's near Ellis Grove and Evansville. The storm is really looking like it's more of a damaging wind threat. And we're seeing some pretty strong winds here from Redbud down through St. Genevieve. That's still going to be pushing towards Sparta, Tilden, Baldwin, Coulterville, Steelville, Illinois. So still be in your tornado safe space, because there may be 65 plus mile an hour winds coming in that line. That's a pretty dangerous line of storms there. Also, still looking at this storm near Iron Mountain Lake with a little area of weak rotation. Primarily, this is a storm with damaging ping pong ball sized hail and 60 mile an hour winds. St. Louis is getting spared from a lot of the worst storms today. So St. Louis, you guys are still clear, with just some general rain and showers along I-70. Same for Kansas City. You guys had storms early this morning, but the severe weather has stayed to the south. There is a stronger cell coming up towards Sedalia. And then Springfield and points south and east, there are still some pretty strong storms. This one here is the one that produced the tornado near Monette. That is right now close to Ava, Missouri. Still a little rotation on it. It's going along US 60 here towards Norwood and eventually Kabul. The storm to its south near Sparta also has gusty winds and some hail. Golf ball size hail and 60 mile an hour winds. Lime size hail with the storm between Ava and Seymour. And then still coming into the Branson area. Not looking tornadic, but there's a strong storm coming into Branson with 1-inch hail and 60 mile an hour winds. Northwest Arkansas gets a severe thunderstorm warning for this storm. This has some hail in it still in Oklahoma. It's a $50 size hail coming towards the Fayette and Elm Springs area. Also Watts, Kansas, Oklahoma, Concord, Gentry, and Decatur in northwest Arkansas. Still watching for development down into the areas here eastern Oklahoma. But we've also had new severe thunderstorms popping in the DFW area and along the Red River. So we have a storm here with ping pong ball sized hail near Boswell, Oklahoma. And then we have a storm much closer to the DFW area, $50 size hail 60-mile-an-hour winds. That's near the McKinney area. Near Princeton, Farmersville, Blue Ridge, and if that holds together towards Celeste, Texas. We can see that boundary. It's kind of sitting right across the Fort Worth metro. Not seeing anything here on the southern end of this yet. Also have storms that have gone severe in Iowa. This is up near Boone, Iowa. And northwest of Ames, Iowa, 60-mile-an-hour wind, quarter-size hail. This is lifting generally north-northeast. So that's an area to watch. Also checking here in the Carolinas, we've had a couple storms here that are severe in Templeton, Virginia, over towards Waverly. Along I-95, there's been very isolated storms in southern Virginia today, but our larger area storms is this area here from Fayetteville, now crossing through the I-95 corridor, Florence, Marion, South Carolina, Dillon, South Carolina, south of the border, South Carolina, and then Fayetteville, Lumberton, Fairmont. There's also some storms out ahead of the main line near Wilmington that are severe. Mostly gusty winds and some small hail. The wind threat has come down quite significantly. Earlier, these had hurricane force winds back towards the Charlotte area. Mostly it's just gusty winds and small hail. If you're out along the beaches, Wilmington Beach, Myrtle Beach, and the Grand Strand, definitely take a look behind you because those storms are going to sneak up from the west. So eventually these will make it away to the Atlantic Ocean. And then also want to check in this area here in southeast Massachusetts has had a number of rounds of severe storms today. Mostly small hail and gusty winds. There's actually a whole set of storms now. One here just in eastern Connecticut with hail. One near the Providence and Warwick area with hail. And then one here, New Bedford, Mass. Not seeing a lot of rotation picking up. The one here near New Bedford is particularly interesting. It has a hook on it, but could be a waterspout threat if it goes out over the Atlantic here and continues that towards the islands here, Nantucket and stuff. But this is mostly south of Boston right now, and I just want to see if this special marine warning actually warns for that. It's mostly being warned for the wind and hail. Quarter-size hail, half-dollar size hail is definitely a possibility here in Rhode Island, eastern Connecticut, and southwest Massachusetts here with those storms. They're also training a little bit, so there could be a bit of a flood threat. This area here is going to get an upgrade for a considerable threat, 70-mile-an-hour wind, half-dollar size hail. This is that line. It was tornado warned, but it's almost completely lost rotation. But it does have a long stretch of high winds here. So this is a damaging wind threat towards DuQuoin, Pinckneyville, Sparta, Coulterville. If you're in your tornado safe space, just stay there and let these 70-mile-an-hour winds pass. And still just a big mess of storms with some severe in Kentucky. Campbellsville. They're not quite as severe as they were earlier. This is all interacting with a lot of rain-cooled environment now. But the storms here near Campbellsville and Greensburg, Kentucky. Quarter-size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. Hartford down to Central City. Quarter-size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. And then over here towards Nebo, Providence, approaching Madisonville and Earlington and Princeton, Kentucky. Quarter-size hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. A few of the stronger storms right now are still in Tennessee. We have the radar indicator rotation over Carthage. Yeah, there's a little bit of tornadic circulation here, but this is a big Boeing segment here that is going to be gusty winds from Lebanon down to Watertown, over towards Carthage, and eventually towards Gainesboro, Tennessee. We have to kind of watch the northern side, is the side that's wrapped up a little bit of those gusts. It's a bit outflow dominant right now, so that's why we're seeing the big surge of wind. With the rotation here, we're seeing our inbound inflow here of warm, moist air, and then we're seeing a surge of the outflow along 40 Tucker's Crossroads over towards Carthage. At least at the moment, it's probably not imminently tornadic. There are a couple little areas to watch there. And then here's your leading edge with the wind surging out towards Gordonsville. This is now well east of Nashville at the moment. So Nashville, you just got some more general thunderstorms in the area. The severe storm with the tornado near Eagleville looks like has lifted. Not seeing a debris signature anymore, and it's listed as radar indicated. You also don't see that notch as much, but the rotation that's left is in here in the rain. Yeah, it's broadened out quite a bit. Still in this area here near State Route 99, we have our inbound winds and then our surging outbound winds, and those look pretty severe along State Route 99 towards Rockvale. Likely some 60 to maybe 70-mile-an-hour winds over towards Link. I would guess if the rotation stays broad like this may just get extended as a severe thunderstorm warning. That would be probably towards Murfreesboro, Fosterville, Fudge Around, Bradleyville, and Reedyville. Although the last scan here, it's starting to tighten back up. And it's stuck up here in the rain too. Don't see the debris signature like we did earlier. But yeah, it is starting to kind of organize again here between Midland and Overall and Link. So if this does continue to organize again, we need to start thinking about getting into our safe place for Plainview, Short Creek, Steeplechase Meadows, Christiana, and even along I-24, Big Spring, Gum, and Pleasant View. Along 231 here. The rotation should slide south of Murfreesboro. But there is a bunch of heavy rain and hail likely in here. Cedar Grove up to Overall. That is going to push through the Murfreesboro area. Yeah, this is starting to wrap up again, unfortunately. Pretty tightening area of rotation. And even worse than earlier, it's going to be up in the rain. Okay, wow. So the first tornado, I just reposted again, WXCastUSA at Twitter. And yes, it's still Twitter. That's a discussion for another day. But the storm that wrapped up here near Columbia and then rode kind of along 412 and ended up somewhere over here near Alsonia and Eagleville, Riggs Crossroads, that area. So interested to see what the tornado damage path is going to be, but it may have started somewhere over Columbia, definitely by Match and Quail Run Meadows. It was on the ground, and then 431, and then somewhere here, Bear Wallow, Riggs Crossroads area lifted up. But looks like it did have a pretty sizable wedge tornado with a very low base, a very typical kind of southern Dixie Alley tornado. Actually, even a little more visible than some of these tornadoes down in the south tend to be. So this is a hard area to see tornadoes. It's hilly. There's a lot of big trees, and the storms tend to be high precipitation, so they tend to be rain wrapped. It can be very hard to see these tornadoes. But this one looks like it was a pretty good size wedge tornado. And again, the width and the size of a tornado doesn't automatically equal the intensity, but for what we were seeing on the radar reflectivity and then also in the velocity and the CC drop, it probably was a pretty significant tornado. And that storm is back. It's still in the rain. It's kind of reorganizing itself here around Midland, State 99, and overall you can start to see a little bit of the reflectivity is lessening in here. And that is where the tornado is hiding. So it's very hard to see, but our tornado signature is starting to show up again right here near Midland and Fosterville and 231. And I wouldn't be surprised if we start to see another CC drop again. There's actually maybe two areas of rotation that are the strongest. But overall, it's this area right here. Again, not seeing anything on the CC drop yet, but this could easily drop another tornado at any time, and we already have seen this has dropped a significant tornado before. So this one is a cyclic supercell. Bradyville, Christiana, Fosterville, Reedyville, Rockvale, and Interstate 24 between mile markers 79 and 94. So that's a pretty good stretch of interstate right there. This is moving east at 49 miles south of Murfreesboro. So Murfreesboro, you guys are pretty much going to be on the north side of this. If you're on the south side of Murfreesboro, do get to your safe spot, especially you're going to be closer to this hail core that's coming across State Route 99 and overall. That should also skirt to the south side of Murfreesboro, but just in case, stay in your safe space, especially if you're along I-24 here, Tulip Hill Estates, Barfield, Steeplechase Meadows, Christiana, Plainview, Short Creek, Beechwood, Big Springs, Gum, Pleasant View, Floriton, Kittrell, Reedyville, Casteton, Curly, and Bradyville. Also even down towards Fudge Around and Park Hill. Get to your tornado safe space here. There's your tornado wrapped up here in the rain along Route 231. And yeah, it's tightening up quite a bit. This might be it again on the ground. I'm guessing this is. Yeah, this is probably on the ground again, unfortunately, right here at 231. I think this is going to be back on the ground again. Let's take a look at velocity again. Hard to fully confirm that at the second, but we'll see on the next scan if it's back. We have a pretty big uptick here in tornado warnings again. So we have a tornado warning still for Pinckneyville, DuQuoin. This is going to be for rotation, let's see, tornado and straight line winds. So they're going to warn this like it's a tornado warning. It's actually not a bad idea, even if there's not a tornado in here, but there could be near Sparta. There's a bit of rotation near Sparta. But either way, Pinckneyville, DuQuoin, Sparta, Coulterville, you guys need to be in your tornado safe space because this is some hurricane force winds coming your way. That includes Cutler, Jamestown, Connet, Piatt's, DuQuoin, St. John's, Tomorrow, Layfield, Winkle, Swanwick, Rice. This is in western Illinois. Considerable threat coming through Farmington with golf ball size hail. Don't see a lot of rotation on that storm, so that's good. And then also checking back into southwest Missouri. Still have that lead supercell near Ava. It's starting to rotate again. So a bit of a concern as this comes towards Willow Springs. It's kind of been along and south of US 60, at least right now. So Kabul, this is likely going to go the strongest part of it south of you guys, but Willow Springs, be on the lookout for this storm if it starts to wrap itself up again. Watching just some general strong storms to the south of there. And severe thunderstorms going through Rogers right now, non-tornadic, so that's a good sign. This storm is a little bit stronger coming into the Siloam Springs, Elm Springs, and Fayetteville area. There's a bit of rotation in there that we're going to have to watch. This is also an area that has uncontaminated air, so. And we're starting to see this start to unzip. The model showed this late in the afternoon into the evening that this would fire off. And we're starting to see that here west of Stigler. Also still have the Red River Boswell storm. A little bit of rotation in there, but it's broad. It's mostly a hailstorm here, ping pong ball size hail along the Red River. And also $half size hail near McKinney, northeast of Dallas. Nothing further south than that. So that's a quick tour of the ongoing severe weather. Also, still have one severe warn storm off of I-40 here northeast of Wilmington. Those storms are quickly losing their punch. But still, if you're at the beaches, you got to watch out for those. Still a few storms here in southern New England. One coming across near Falmouth, a couple here near Fall River, and then in the Providence area into Coventry, Rhode Island. There's a couple small hail storms. This lead one here has a bit of a hook. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a water spout that comes across over there. But the other ones aren't really rotating at all. They're mostly just small hail and also training. They're all moving southeast. Quarter size hail for both of those, or all of those storms. There's also some severe storms that have been popping in central Iowa, mostly north and west of Ames and Des Moines right now, with small hail and gusty winds. Watching that area for a quick spin up. I want to go back to this storm here. Actually, quickly we'll go to our Carthage storm. This is mostly, I think, a damaging wind threat, but there are a couple areas of rotation coming into the Carthage area now. That area is worth watching. And then after that, it's pretty much a damaging wind threat coming straight down I-40. Gordonsville to Lancaster, Baxter. That is a nasty storm. Still stay in your safe space if you're in Carthage. Up towards Kempville. If that gets extended, Nameless and Lafayette, Tennessee would be next in line. And then this is a storm I was kind of waiting to see if it was gonna show a CC drop, and it hasn't. So this is where I saw a couple lower values of CC. It may have briefly touched the ground, because then here the next values show a little lower. And still a little lower there. But then it's dissipated. It's, let's see. This is where I saw the little CC drop. And it's kind of broadened back out a bit. Either way, this is a dangerous storm. It's rotating pretty good again. Bradleyville, fudge around Midway, Reedyville, south sides of Murfreesboro. And especially if you're south of the 231-24 split, down towards State Route 280. This storm produced a significant tornado earlier around Columbia. So a new tornado warning for this storm here near Campbellsville in Kentucky. Yeah, there's rotation here near Green River Lake, Crane Valley, and Abasher. And let's take a look at this. Is a weird storm motion. Let's see. Yeah, this is moving a little more southeast actually. There's maybe a couple areas of rotation in here, but around Green River Lake, Abasher, down towards Ella, Russell Springs, and Font Hill in Kentucky. Yeah, there it is. 551. It's near 551 Green River Lake. And this is moving southeast at 35. A bit of a weird storm motion for today. Most of the storms today in this area have been moving northeast. Abasher, less than 3 minutes. It's basically an Abasher now. Dunbar Hill, about 5 minutes. Purdy, about 5 minutes. Ella, 10 minutes. Casey Creek, 10 to 12 minutes. And then Barnett Springs, 15. Gentry's Mill, 15. Russell Springs, about 20 minutes. So make sure you guys are in your tornado safe space. Abasher, Ella, Dunville, down to Russell Springs. The other tornado warning in Tennessee got extended. It got extended actually to the south. It's still in here, so good to take this seriously. It's still rotating in here near Carthage. This is going to come towards Lancaster, Lafayette, Baxter, Silver Point. I think we mentioned you guys earlier. So tornado and quarter-size hail. This also has a pretty good damaging wind threat. It's bowing out quite a bit, moving southeast at 45. I'm going to take it from like the leading edge here of the heavier winds. Lancaster, about 2 or 3 minutes. Chestnut Mound, 5 minutes. Buffalo Valley, 5 minutes. Gentry, 8. Cherry Hill, Tennessee, 12. And then towards Roberts, 12. Nash, 17. And Johnson's Chapel, 20. So if you live in this area, you have a multifaceted threat. You have the rotation over Carthage, and then a big bowing echo coming out towards you guys. Either way, be in your safe space. That is a tornado safe space area. Alright, let's see what's going on here. Looks like whatever the power lines were down have cleared. At least partially. They're still marking some of the road here. I don't see, at least visually in the Monet camera, I don't see visually any significant like structural damage. So again, I can't really tell if it was a tornado damage that knocked those power lines down or if it was a severe thunderstorm wind damage. Either way, though, it looks like that's getting cleared up in Monet. That's looking back to the west. This area here is getting a extended area beyond the tornado threat towards Smithville and Sparta for the damaging wind threat. And then we still have our circulation here south of Murfreesboro. Could be something still in there. It's hard to tell. There was actually a CC drop on that last one. Yeah, right in here, there could be something. There's some velocity pair in there that's a little tighter. Overall, this is a big rotating mezzo. It's tried to tighten up a few times. It could be tightening up again, right in this area here. That's where the CC drop is. That may be on the ground again. But either way, this whole storm is rotating. You can actually just see it. But there's this little area here along 24 that is a bit tighter. And that's where I saw the CC drop. There's still a little bit of CC drop in here. So this could be on the ground again. Treat this like it's a tornado on the ground if you're out there in Bradleyville, Fudge Around, Reedyville, and Midway in south central Tennessee. Oh, unfortunately, on the traffic here on the Tennessee DOT, you can see here this is Columbia, and you can see 412 is really slow right now, and 65 and 431. So this kind of tells you where that tornado came across. And Holt's Corner up to Eagleville. Yeah, that's not good. This is very close to that circulation here in Tennessee along I-24. It is, you can see the wind blowing the hail and rain down the highway. That is a messy storm right there. There's also a storm now behind it that's also getting severe warned. So this area is gonna, wow, there's the lightning flash. Yeah, that is a that's a dangerous storm here crossing I-24 right now, just south of Murfreesboro. Still seeing a big area rotation. The area here of tighter rotation doesn't really have a CC drop anymore. It's hard to tell if that scraped the ground or not. It may have for a brief second there. Right in here is that CC drop. Right in this area here. Oop. Right there is where I saw the CC drop here. And then if I put it into motion, it condensed a little bit right in here. That could have been touching the ground again. And then still in here a little bit right here along 24. Very close to our camera. But now it's not there anymore, so that may have touched the ground again. Either way, this is a broad area of rotation, but a pretty strong area of rotation with the winds going away from the radar and the winds going towards. And there's a couple of areas here that are a little closer to touching. Not seeing CC drops there for a little while. It's trying to reorganize itself. This has had a bit of an issue, and it's also getting a interaction with the storm to its west. That can sometimes help the rotation, but it can also hurt it. Especially right here, it's trying to get its RFD and outflow here, but then it's also getting rain-cooled air from the rear flank of the storm behind it. So right now, kind of the cool air is dominating for really both of these storms. But if they can get a little separation, that is the best chance for it to produce a tornado. Yeah, and we have a camera right kind of here. Milepost 85, so that's right in this. Here it is, right here at Elam Road at Burns Place. So the tornadic part of this would have been just to the south of our camera. And this is why it's so dangerous to chase these HP supercells. You can't really see, that tornado down the road. Still rotating in there. Big winds coming through Gordonsville, Lancaster. Still potential tornado if it spins back up. But that is definitely looking more of a damaging wind threat. Back up to Perry County, Illinois. Very heavy winds coming through this area here, Pinckneyville to DuQuoin. Also up towards Centralia, Irvington, Mount Vernon. And then this area here, still near Willow Springs. We mentioned you guys earlier. This one's trying to start rotating a little more vigorously south of Norwood and west of Willow Springs. So this is the one that produced the tornado in Monette. We have to watch this one as it moves east. Willow Springs and Mountain View would be next. The storm to its south is just gusty winds and small hail. And then also watching the storm coming into northwest Arkansas. Mostly a hail threat there. $half size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. Starting to get these storms getting some hail cores here from areas around Stigler up to Tahlequah. And then let me give some good news to some people here. So Tulsa, your severe threat is done, especially areas north of Tulsa, Bartlesville, that got hit so hard the other day. You guys, your severe threat is done. Up along the I-49 corridor north of Joplin, you guys are done, as well as Kansas. Sedalia, Jeff City, you're good to go. Just some general thunderstorms. St. Louis is pretty clear. Especially north of I-70, you're good to go. Southern Illinois still has some issues. We have this growing line of storms that has damaging wind up to 70 miles an hour. And embedded tornado threat in there near Pinckneyville right now. But that could pose a problem as the evening continues. Southern Missouri, we still got to watch, especially these two supercells moving along and south of US 60. And then we have a ton of storms still in Kentucky and Tennessee. And this one is still warned here south of Campbellsville near Russell Springs and Ella, with rotation right now over Ella. So Ella, Dunville, Font Hill, and Russell Springs, you guys still need to be in your tornado safe space. We also still have damaging winds and a tornado possible here near Caneyville and Morgantown. Seeing a little rotation in there, but that's mostly, I think, a damaging wind and small hail threat. And then also back towards Madisonville, small hail, damaging winds from Madisonville, Earlington, down to Crofton. Tennessee seems to be downtrending a little bit. We have a major situation here for a flash flood emergency. This is north of Nashville. Water rescues and very dangerous flooding are occurring in the emergency area. Doppler radar indicates thunderstorms producing heavy rain across the warned area. Flash flooding is ongoing, expected, or going to be starting shortly here. It's a PDS flash flood emergency for life-threatening flash flooding. Turn around, don't drown. Gallatin, Smithville, White House, Millersville, Greenbrier, Cooperton, Westmoreland, Ridgetop, Cross Plains, Portland, Orlinda, Mitchellville, Cottontown, Oak Grove, and Bethpage. This is all just north of Nashville on the Tennessee and Kentucky border here. There's still some ongoing storms. They're not severe, but this area has had storms and rain all day. And we can take a look and see what the totals are for this. This is, ooh. I don't know if I've seen values like this in a while. This area here in the flash flood emergency has had close to 7 inches of rain. And not just one, little path. It's actually had 7 inches of rain, 6 to 7 inches of rain across most of this flash flood emergency. So that is a dangerous situation. Flooding can be dangerous, just as dangerous as tornadoes. Ping pong ball size hail, and still a rotating mezzo around Bradyville and Fudge around, coming towards Midway. If this continues to hold together, which it's been basically holding its own for a little while, next up might be Morrison, New Union, Midway, Centertown, Viola, somewhere out in here. I would expect maybe another warning. We also have to watch a cell here to the south. This one is starting to pick up its rotation. This is a cell that's come across some of the same areas, but a little bit to the south. It's near Bryant Station, Verona, Milltown, Unionville, Chapel Hill, Shelbyville, Wheal, and Bedford, and Lewisburg. With actually a pretty good area rotation on it. Right here along US 31, coming into Verona. Not seeing anything yet indicating it's on the ground, but that is something that we're going to have to watch here, especially towards Shelbyville, Fosterville, Unionville. And then still watching this storm here. Alabama's been pretty quiet so far, but we do have a hail-producing thunderstorm and 60-mile-an-hour winds. It's over Guntersville Lake right now, coming up towards Section, Dutton, Langston, Pisgah, Hollywood, Scottsboro, basically along and east of US 72 here in northeast Alabama. And then we still have some new severe thunderstorms near Antlers, Oklahoma. And also ongoing thunderstorms, Boswell, Soper, Hugo, right along the Red River. They're going to extend out the tornado warning. This is the area here near Pinckneyville, DuQuoin, Benton, and Spring Garden. This is for an area rotation over Pinckneyville, so let's take a look at it here. Not seeing a ton, but this area has had a damaging wind threat. So let's take it seriously. Benton, Spring Garden, Cesar. Anyone out ahead of this should be in their safe space anyway. There's a big area of 60 to 70 mile an hour winds. Mount Vernon down to Benton, and even north sides of Carbondale and Marion that had tornadoes earlier today. Seems like our strongest storms right now are centered along the areas here southeast of Nashville. Yeah, we kind of have, let's see, it's 7:05, so let me back up. We'll take the national radar. So right now we have ongoing cluster storms southeast Massachusetts and Rhode Island here, south of Boston. They're about to push off into the ocean, but we've had some small hail and gusty winds up there. We've also had small hail and gusty winds north of Des Moines, with those storms up near the Cold Chord Low in central Iowa. We've had mostly a damaging wind threat and hail threat in southwest Missouri. We have had one confirmed tornado in Monette. Since then, though, there hasn't been much of a tornado threat. It's mostly been the gusty winds and the hail. We also have a ongoing line of storms forming into a bit of a QLCS. That's in southwestern Illinois and extreme eastern Missouri right now, the St. Genevieve area. Kentucky has a big mess of scattered thunderstorms and then rain in eastern Kentucky. Some of those are producing gusty winds and small hail, so the severe storms there. It's been downtrending, it seems like, in Kentucky for the last couple hours. And then Nashville and along the Tennessee and Kentucky border, we have ongoing flash flood emergencies. South and east of Nashville is our biggest tornado threat here in the short term. It seems like we had a definitely significant tornado near Columbia and Spring Hill, and still ongoing tornado warnings there. We have our storms that are finally dying here along the Carolina coast. They're about to push off through Wilmington, but there are a couple severe thunderstorms. And then we have a new area of storms between Dallas and Stigler, Oklahoma, that have gone severe. And those are ones to watch here as the evening goes on. So that is a broad overview of what we have ongoing. Still have the outlook here for moderate outlook in eastern Missouri. And we still have a lot of storms in our highest risk area for tornadoes in northwest Arkansas, southwest Missouri, southern Missouri, and then ongoing here around the Nashville area. Getting a new tornado warning. It's for that storm that I mentioned earlier that had the tornado possible tag. This is a storm over here near Lewisburg. Wheel, Bedford, Shelbyville, Unionville. Yeah, it's tightened up quite a bit here near the Verona, Tennessee, and just to the east of that, or along US 31A. Not seeing a CC drop with that yet, but let's see what they're saying about it. $half size hail and a tornado capable over near Lewisburg, moving east at 30. So that's this area here near Verona. Rich Creek about 9 minutes, Palmetto 9 minutes, Clay Hill 11, Wheel 13, Fall Creek 23, Shelbyville 32. So it's about 30 minutes from Shelbyville. The area rotation. The hail and wind, we'll get to you a little bit earlier than that, but the area rotation back here near Verona is about a half hour. We're going to extend a tornado possible tag out of the storm here south of Woodbury. Still some areas of rotation midway. Worth watching as it comes towards McMinnville, Tennessee. There's also some damaging winds and hail in this storm. This still is a nasty storm with some hail up towards the Woodbury area. Still ongoing severe weather back towards Murfreesboro and our camera. Our camera at Elam Road and I-24. That's the camera with the tree located in it. And then we also have our camera here in Monette, Missouri. We're looking at some storm damage with power lines across US 60. That seems to have cleared itself up. It looks like traffic is moving again. Alright, I'm going to take a quick break, use the restroom, and get a drink of water here while we're a little bit of a lull with only 67 alerts. Only 5 tornado warnings right now, and one of them is about to expire. And the others are for that line segment up in Illinois, so I think there's only actually 3 tornadic storms. There's the one here approaching McMinnville, the one near Lewisburg and Shelbyville. Oh yeah, there's still the tornado warned storm here in Baxter. But that still tends to look like it's a damaging wind threat, surging out here through Baxter, Cookeville, Sparta, towards Pleasant Hill, and they're going to replace that with a severe thunderstorm. Yeah. And then still have... So right now it looks like we have kind of 3 ongoing possible tornadic storms. The one here, Pinckneyville, the one near Lewisburg, and then the one approaching McMinnville. Gonna back this out. Let's run this and turn it to full radar so you get to see the entire severe warned area here. Alright, I'm going to take a quick break and grab a quick snack, and then we'll get back to this. We have a lot of severe weather still. Alright guys, we're back. Let me just check audio again. Alright, checking the audio now. Okay, sounds good. Oh, okay, we're down to 3 tornado-warned storms. And we'll go through those first, and then I'll kind of detail the severe thunderstorms after that. So starting at the top, we have our tornado-warned storm for Perry County in south central Illinois, southern Jefferson County, south central Illinois, and Franklin County in south central Illinois. That is for those storms near Perry or Pinckneyville. And we'll get in there and check out the radar. Not seeing a ton of tornadic winds in this area, but there are some areas here that are significantly strong winds. I do want to look here. There is a this whole area has a considerable threat severe thunderstorm warning for 70-mile-an-hour winds and also some small hail in it. Yeah, you can really see these winds in here pushing through Mount Vernon. Again, not all this is reaching the ground, but there's 76, 78, 85, 78, 82. That's some really strong wind here pushing through. And we're getting closer to this radar site over here by Mount Carmel. This is starting to form a little QLCS, so we have a kink in the line here. That's going to be really hard to see on the CC drop. So just see, you can see it on the velocity here. We have a little bit of inflow and then a surge out to the south of that. That'll lead to even stronger winds here coming towards Keene, Sims, Fairfield, Golden Gate. Your tornado would be sitting here in this QLCS tornado, and that's coming up towards Mount Erie, Sisney, Johnsonville. If you're out in this warning here, Johnsonville down to Fairfield, Golden Gate, Mount Erie, Sisney, Keenes, and Sims. Here in central Illinois, south central Illinois. Time to get to your safe space. Lowest interior room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And if you have a basement or storm shelter, that is even better. And really, it's kind of the same situation down here. Cesar, Ewing, Aiken, Benton, Christopher, and Valier. Even though there's not a ton of rotation in here, just shelter for those winds. And also some small hail likely through DuQuoin. We have a bit of a QLCS forming here in south central Illinois. Some of the models had this going kind of southeast back into the Nashville area. It'll be interesting to see what this does, if it rides more along the warm front and maybe along the boundary. If it does that, it would be headed towards more like Louisville and Lexington. Or if it starts to do what those models said and dips south, it could be a threat for Nashville eventually. But right now it seems to be going a little more east along kind of the northern half of this. So Harrisburg, Evansville, Henderson, Owensboro. You guys may be in the line for a QLCS damaging wind threat and embedded tornado threat. Still a bunch of severe thunderstorms in southwest Kentucky. There's one around Paducah now. Greenville, Kentucky has a strong storm to your south. 60-mile-an-hour winds, quarter-sized hail. And then also a tornado possible tag with this storm near Brownsville. A little bit of rotation in that, but that's mostly, I think, a hail and wind threat. Kentucky hasn't had a ton of super severe storms in the last little while, so some good news there for the Kentucky area. Nashville is starting to clear out. north sides of Nashville, though, we have a flash flood emergency going on with about 6 to 8 inches of rain that have fallen from Franklin, Kentucky down through Hendersonville, Tennessee. So if you, especially late here tonight as the sun starts to set, if you don't have to travel in this area, please don't. Turn around, don't drown. I guess even the report said there's even some flash flood rescues going on. So this area, especially along I-65 between Franklin and Hendersonville, if you don't have to be out, please don't. A lot of general thunderstorms and rain in eastern Kentucky and northeast Tennessee. Not much in the severe weather there. Still just a couple isolated strong storms. There are a few stronger storms now approaching Myrtle Beach and North Myrtle Beach. Non-severe at the moment. They're about to push out over the water. And then also a stronger storm up here by Jacksonville, North Carolina, with a little bit of gusty winds and hail. Quickly looking at southeast Massachusetts. These storms are finally starting to push their way offshore, but a couple hailers still in here, Yarmouth and New Bedford. Could be a waterspout out over Oak Bluffs. And that storm may affect Nantucket, so could still get another severe warning even after these push offshore. There are a couple more storms here in northern Connecticut, but they don't seem to be as strong. And then a couple severe storms in Des Moines along the I-35 corridor north of Des Moines. Mostly small hail, gusty winds. Quarter-size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds with both of those storms. Now, south of Nashville, we have two ongoing tornado warning storms. Tornado warning here for that storm near Morrison and McMinnville. Looks like it picked up its rotation again since we last saw it. It was around Fudge Around with a more broad area rotation. Yeah, you can see it's tightened up from Midway and Morrison. So another tornado warning. That's approaching McMinnville. Tornado and half-dollar size hail. This will be around McMinnville here in just a couple minutes. So please take this seriously. This is the storm that has produced the large wedge tornado a little bit ago near Columbia and south of Spring Hill. And I just want to get a read on this here for you guys. Yeah, this is definitely rotating again and pretty tight. 35. This is moving east at 35. Puts it in Morrison in about now. McMinnville about 10 minutes, 10 to 15 minutes. And then if it holds together, Spencer, Shelford in about 20 minutes. So yeah, this is a pretty dangerous storm here north of Morrison, approaching McMinnville. Not seeing a CC drop on it yet, but it's getting close to producing again. It's really starting to tighten up again here near Morrison. State Route 287. This is coming across near Chris Springs, Smart, and then into McMinnville. Hopefully it can stay broad enough where it doesn't drop a tornado. Because it's getting into a little bit more populated area here. State Route 287 and then State Route 55 coming up from Morrison to McMinnville. If you're ahead of this, Smyrna, Isleford, Safely, Irving College, Curtistown, Spring Creek, White Hill, Shady Rest, Lawson Mills, Smart. You guys need to definitely be in your safe space. And then we also have the storm near Shelbyville. Still rotating pretty good here. This is near Shelbyville and Forest Hills. This has actually increased its rotation here in the last couple scans. It's a bit broad still, but there is a bit of pretty strong rotation here near Shelbyville. Not seeing a CC drop with that one yet. I would guess this is going to get continued. This would be then Shelbyville over towards Midway, Normandy, Courtner, Waltrace, Fairfield, and maybe a Manchester, New Union. If that gets continued, it's going to be somewhat like that. Should slide north of Tullahoma in south central Tennessee. We have new storms here down near Pulaski. They are rotating, so we'll have to keep an eye on this one here near Pulaski. And let's see, that is tornado possible, 1-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. Same for this storm that's south along Route 11 near Minor Hill. Both of these storms have some rotation in them. Into Alabama, quarter-size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. Quarter-size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. And quarter-size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds coming up towards Henagar. So the storms right now in northern Alabama are all kind of hail producing. Don't see a ton of rotation in those yet. It's these ones here. There's a hook in that storm near Pulaski, and then the one south of Pulaski. These are ones we have to watch. They're moving a little more east towards Tullahoma. So I would say right now, overall, the tornado threat here in south central Tennessee is a little bit higher right now than some of the other parts of this severe weather threat that we're in. Back up here, there is still a considerable threat, severe thunderstorm for 70-mile-an-hour winds. And still an ongoing kind of QLCS situation here with a couple areas of rotation. But especially being close to the radar and down the radial, we're really starting to see these winds here. And they are pushing 70 to 80-mile-an-hour winds. So this is a pretty significant, considerable threat here, and it's going to get extended out. Also some hail in there, $half size hail in pockets, likely up in here. And then there's probably some here south of Flora, between Flora and Fairchild. As this QLCS holds together, it's going to be eventually towards Evansville, Carmi, Henderson, Kentucky, Vincennes, Indiana, Princeton, Indiana, and Olney in Illinois. So you guys have a little bit of time, but that's coming. Good news is some of the tornado watches trim back. So Franklin County, Jefferson County in Missouri, and down here a little bit south, east of Rolla. That area here, Farmington, Sullivan, Cuba, Festus, they've had a couple rounds of severe storms. And Sullivan actually kind of kicked it off with the first tornado warning of the day, at least in this part of the... There was a couple tornado warnings in East Tennessee today too, but the new round of storms, Sullivan kind of kicked it off today. But this area is now clear of the tornado warning, so that's nice to see. Same here, back through Joplin, Springfield, Tulsa. You guys are all clear of severe weather. There is a considerable threat on this storm coming towards Mountain Home. Gusty winds. We're starting to get away from the radar, so it's going to be hard to see anything that's low-level circulation there. And then gusty winds all the way down through Fayetteville, Arkansas. 1-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds for these storms. Yeah, there's some hail in here between Fayetteville and Hinesville, Arkansas. And then Stigler, Oklahoma has a couple severe cells. The one near Stigler has a little bit of rotation on it. But right now it's just 1-inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds for both of these. $half size hail coming up towards Clayton, Oklahoma. Not seeing a lot of rotation with that storm right now, so that's good. That's also headed up towards Wilburton. And then that storm along the Red River, it's kind of been sitting here south of Boswell and Hugo. That one does have a tornado warning now. There is rotation in there. And then also this storm east of McKinney has a little bit of rotation, but mostly I think it's a hailstorm. Yeah, $half size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds, and ping pong ball size hail. There's actually kind of two storms in here, but there's probably a chance of $half to ping pong ball sized hail in both of these storms. That's headed towards Greenville, Texas, Commerce, Texas. And if it holds together, Sulphur Springs, Cooper, Texas. This storm here with the ping pong ball sized hail and a potential tornado is north of Paris, Texas, and south of Hugo, Oklahoma. Rotations in here along Texas 79, along the Red River. Luckily, there's not as much population out here, but there is a few. Belk, Bunker Hill, Covanas, Hinckley, Forest Chapel, and Chakotah, Texas. Right now, not much in the southern end of this tornado watch area. Okay, this makes a little more sense here. The tornado warning that was around the Pinckneyville area has expired. That's going to get continued, though, with a considerable threat for this large area of damaging winds. The tornado threat here near Fairfield, there is another little notch in here. So there is a couple areas, even one maybe near Fairfield, that you got to watch here. These are those quick QLCS spin-ups. And also sometimes you have to watch the calm ahead. So you have a bit of a... These QLCSs form a bit of their own weather here. So you have a calm ahead that comes out, and that pushes out like this with some severe winds, and then there's the little spins along the leading edge of that can produce these quick spin-up tornadoes. So this is a dangerous area here. Mount Carmel, Princeton, Indiana, Albion, Illinois, West Salem, Illinois, Mill Shoals, McLeansboro, West Frankfort, down to Murfreesboro, Illinois, and Carbondale. You guys, you know, if you can, treat it like it's a tornado. Be interior room, away from windows. And then, yeah, we're really starting to see some of the tornado threats pick up here. Near McMinnville right now. This is a tornado producing thunderstorm between Morrison and McMinnville. A bit broad again in the rotation. This storm has tried so many times since it produced the larger tornado near Columbia. With likely some large hail up here towards McMinnville. So especially the southern end of this warning, Spring Creek, Irving College, Safely, Isleford, Smyrna, Stepsville, even down here along the edge of the warning, Curtistown and Spring Creek. It seems like a little bit of this circulation is headed more like this. So the tornadic circulation may pass south of McMinnville, but you guys are in the hail core. And then back here near Shelbyville and Waltrace in south central Kentucky. Pretty good circulation here. This one's been trying, if I had to guess between the two of them, this one's a little closer to producing a tornado. But either way, this has been extended out. Manchester, New Union. I think we mentioned you guys before. Morrison, Shady Grove, and Midway are also in this storm. So if you're in the tornado watch here, or tornado warning in the McMinnville storm, some of this is also in the path of the Waltrace storm. Although they're both kind of sinking a little more south. You can see it coming through Morrison, and it's now going south of McMinnville. I would, same for this Waltrace storm. I would be a little careful, a little closer to Tullahoma, Morrison, Manchester, Tullahoma. This storm is probably a little bit of a problem for Bishirba Springs. Something like that. It's actually headed a little more like this. And then this McMinnville storm is starting to go a little more southeast too. So that's towards Irving College, Chally Beat, Curtis Springs, or Curtistown and Spring Creek. And then also now a tornado warning. Radar indicated tornado over Rogersville, Alabama. Actually, these storms are picking up a little bit of rotation too. We saw them a little bit ago and they didn't have much rotation, but that one does have a little bit more now. So, Rogersville, Alabama. You guys need to be in your safe space up to Anderson and Lester. Also concerned about these two storms here. Particularly, this one here is along the Tennessee and Alabama border. That one has a decently tight area rotation. The other area rotation is south of Connorsville on I-65 and now east of Pulaski. Yeah, these are both storms to watch. They are both also bringing some larger hail with a $quarter to $half size hail and then tornadoes possible. Still tornado warning on that storm near Cookville and Monterey. Yeah, it's started rotating a little more here near Shady Grove and Mineral Springs. This is for Crawford, Wilder, Grimsley, Clark Ridge, Mineral Springs, in those areas there. So be in your tornado safe space up there. The alerts just keep stacking up here. 6 tornado warnings right now, 31 severe thunderstorm warnings, 2 flash flood emergencies. Those are the areas just north of Nashville. And then 11 flash flood warnings. So this is a pretty dangerous night. If you're in one of these flash flood warning areas, turn around, don't drown. And let me check our traffic cameras. It's going to start getting dark, so unfortunately we're going to lose some of the camera ability here. Still seeing lightning off in the edge of this traffic cam along I-24. And then our Monette camera looks a lot calmer right now. Let me see if there's a camera down here in our tornado warned part of this. This would be south of Manchester. So this is south of Manchester here. Looking, I think, west, so it's looking towards this storm. Although there's a lot of trees down in here. Yeah, this is riding the southern edge of this warning. So if you're over here near Courtner, Normandy, Manchester, Belmont, Hillsborough, Tennessee, you need to take this seriously here. This is an area that's tucked up in the rain too, so you're probably not going to see this coming. But this is tighten up here near Courtner and Normandy. Not seeing a CC drop on it right now, but That has a potential to drop a tornado probably pretty quickly here near Courtner and Normandy. Quickly, I want to go over to our storm near Irvin College and McMinnville. It's still rotating quite a bit. That could easily drop a tornado south of McMinnville down to Irving College. You guys need to be in your tornado safe space. And then this area here near Clark Ridge, still rotating there back towards Mineral Springs. So a couple of dangerous storms here. We have a new tornado warning for that area that I mentioned earlier. Now east of Pulaski over Beach Hill. This is right over I-65. This is I-65 at Beach Hill, Brick Church. This is going to come up towards Delina, Grable, Connorsville, Belfast, Bedford. You can see, actually, let's see. You can see all three. There must be a line in the NWS services there. So this warning is going to get, or this storm is going to get 2 warnings because it's probably going to go basically split the two right there. But so we have a tornado warning here east of Pulaski, south of Connorsville along I-65. We have that rotation here south of Waltrace, west of Manchester, moving southeast towards the Manchester area, north of Tullahoma. Then we have our big, broad mesocyclone here between McMinnville and Beersheba Springs, moving southeast as well. I wouldn't be surprised if we get a tornado warning on this storm. It's showing some pretty good rotation northwest of Ardmore, Alabama, along the Kentucky-Alabama border. And if it does get a warning, it's going towards Fayetteville and Flintville and Huntland in Tennessee. So we have quite a bit of ongoing tornado threats here in south central Tennessee. This is all south of Nashville right now, and south of areas that had the tornado earlier on Columbia, Chapel Hill, Spring Hill. Quite impressive. You can see 4 areas of rotation on one screen here. So that is a dangerous night here, especially if you're out ahead of this. Fayetteville, Lynchburg, Tullahoma, Winchester, Suwanee, Tracy City. They're going to extend out a severe thunderstorm warning out ahead of this for Pikeville. Considerable threat, 70-mile-an-hour winds and lime-sized hail. In addition, you got the tornado possibility over here, still rotating south of McMinnville. Still have that rotation between Waltrace and Manchester. I want to zoom into this southern storm because it looks pretty impressive here near Beach Hill and Ebenezer. Not seeing any CC drop at the moment, but this is a pretty good area rotation. It's coming up Jerusalem, Delina, Blakeville, Bidwell, Petersburg, and eventually over towards Lynchburg. Tornado and ping pong ball size hail moving east at 35. Now we'll put it over to Petersburg in about 18 minutes, and then Lynchburg in about 40 minutes. So if you're out in Lynchburg, you got a few minutes to get to your safe space here, as well as like Belleville, Mulberry, Fayetteville. Fayetteville, you may want to be in your safe space for this cell. This is quickly wrapping itself up south of Aspen Hill and west of Elkton on the Tennessee-Alabama state line here. Probably going to be the next one to go tornado warn. If it does, it'd be Elkton, New Delarose, possibly Ardmore along the Alabama-Tennessee state line, likely Fayetteville and Park City. If I had to guess, it'd be something like this. This is pretty much going east, just a little bit northeast. And then you have our other storm headed up more towards Lynchburg. Also have our area rotation near Rogersville. That one doesn't look as impressive as the storms here to the north, but this is going to get a tornado warning. It's going to get a tornado warning for tornado and $half size hail for southeastern Gilley's County in Middle Tennessee. So I would guess where this cuts off is probably whatever NWS office this is. They'll probably just complete the square after this heads towards them. This is a pretty good area rotation. Actually, you can see both of these in this shot. Yeah, there's the tornado warning there, completing that. New Delarose, Park City, Fayetteville. This thing is, I think, on the ground near Liberty and Prospect. I want to check this again. There's your rotation. There's your CC. And if the reflectivity lines up, that is a pretty deep CC drop. This is quickly coming over towards Elkton and 65. I don't have a traffic camera over that way. So yeah, this is a damaging tornado, I think, on the ground here. It is coming over towards Elkton. Okay, they've changed it to observe now too. Damaging tornado and $half size hail. This is about to roll into Elkton, Tennessee, Liberty, and Elkton. Yeah, it's just south of Liberty here. There is a tornado on that storm near Paris, Texas. Looks like a kind of a ropey tornado. So yeah, this is a tornado on the ground. Coming towards New Delarose, Elkton, Park City, Fayetteville. I want to check the storm to its north because I think it's in a very similar environment here. So yeah, this is another dangerous supercell here that is very close to producing a tornado. It's not showing up on the CC yet, but we may have two ongoing tornadoes here. There's one near Liberty and Elkton, and then one up here south of Connorsville. The one near Elkton doesn't show a CC anymore, but this one is pretty close to producing a tornado here. These have both quickly wrapped themselves up. So we're watching this storm here near Elkton, and then also this storm south of Connorsville, headed generally towards Lynchburg, Kentucky, and this one is generally headed towards Fayetteville, or not Kentucky, sorry, Lynchburg, Tennessee, headed towards Lynchburg, Tennessee, and then Fayetteville, Tennessee. Still also a area of rotation between Anderson and Rogersville in Alabama. This is North Alabama here. There's also another area of rotation in that storm near Henagar. Not seeing a defined CC right now, but this storm here near Henagar, moving up towards the Georgia and Alabama state line, has a tornado warning as well. So right now, most of our tornado warnings are in Tennessee. I just want to look here. Nope, this is going to be out of this warning. Still very damaging winds coming through West Salem, Albion, Grayville, towards Mount Carmel, Princeton, Indiana, Fort Branch, and then down towards Carmi. That is a dangerous QLCS there, and then also storms pretty strong near McLeansboro, Mill Shoals. Still also seeing some dangerous storms near Mountain View and Winona, Missouri. Those are out on US 60. Hail and damaging winds here near Fayetteville and Points East. Quarter-inch hail. And then these two storms near Fort Smith, watching those with a little bit of rotation. Right now they're just 1-inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. Same for that storm near Wilburton. This storm north of Paris, Texas, had a tornado on it at one point. It's still rotating in there along the Red River. Also likely some very large hail in there. Ping pong ball sized at least. And then this storm here near McKinney and east of McKinney now and towards Greenville, Texas is a storm to watch. It's got some larger hail in it. Ping pong ball sized. Also has a bit of rotation on the southwest flank there of this storm. So this is an environment here in North Texas that isn't very tapped. There's been a lot of good, more warm, moist air all day. So we'll keep an eye on that storm here. It's moving away from the Dallas-Fort Worth area, so that's a good sign there. May see some initial development here in the hill country of Texas. So right now our tornado warning area has been really concentrated to south central middle Tennessee. This area here is going to get an extension along with a considerable threat severe thunderstorm warning, but it's that area that we've been watching near Irving College and Beersheba Springs. It's still broad rotation. It's not really showing anything on the CC at the moment, but this is headed southeast towards Lee Station, New Harmony, Brush Creek, Paleo, or Payo, Lusk, and Cagle. Out ahead of that, there's a damaging wind, considerable threat, severe thunderstorm for Spring City and Dayton and Dunlop. Working our way back here, we have a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado near Manchester and Waltrace in this area here. It's moving towards the camera that we have. It may have went down. Let's see. These can be a little picky when there's weather. Yeah, there's a lot of lightning picking up on our camera here south of Manchester. This actually area rotation is headed kind of for it, so if we'll have a chance at seeing if we can see the area rotation. It's a bit broad right now. The area actually near Beersheba Springs and McMinnville seems to be picking up. Not seeing debris signature with that, but that's a nasty cell here between McMinnville and Beersheba Springs. That's the storm that produced the damaging tornado back near Columbia. And that's headed down, let's see, Spring Creek, down Route 8 towards Cagle, Mount Airy, Brush Creek in Tennessee. We have our storm very close to putting down a tornado near Delena. That's headed over towards Belleville and Lynchburg. Still no CC drop on that storm, but that one is a pretty nasty storm with the rotation here just in the Delena area. We have our storm that had the observed tornado near Elkton. This is about to cross I-65 at Elkton here. Doesn't seem to be on the ground. The CC drop that we would actually look for is this area that has a CC, so it may be close to putting down another tornado though. This is it's quickly tightening back up here near Elkton and Baugh as it's crossing I-65 right now. That is very close to putting down another tornado if it's not still on the ground. And it may be on the ground and we're just not seeing it here on the CC drop, but weather spotters did confirm this is on the ground. So let's continue to treat this like it's a observed tornado, because even if it lifted a bit, it's very close to being back on the ground. This is head towards New Delarose, Park City, and Fayetteville in Tennessee. North sides of Ardmore along the state line with Alabama. You guys need to take your tornado safety precautions. It's a little too close for comfort. We're getting into the severe weather here near the Manchester camera, so it may get a little sketchy, but a lot of lightning. That area rotation is just about over this camera. Wow, that is a light show. Still have ongoing tornado warnings here. There's actually an overlapping amount. There's a storm near Anderson, and then the other storm that was south of Rogersville near New Cortland in Alabama. These are lifting more north. So Coxey, Oakland, Rogersville, up through Anderson, Leicester, and Elkmont. You guys need to all be taking your tornado safety precautions. You have kind of twin cells there. And they're moving a little bit more north-northeast. So cell right there and then right here. Overlapping tornado warnings for two different cells. Still have a tornado warning here in northeast Alabama. That's the storm that came through Henagar. Let's see. Yeah, it's near Eider. Yeah, with still rotation in here. Don't see it on the ground yet. It's at I-59 south of Eider. That's about to cross the state line here with Alabama and Georgia. So no tornado warnings on the cells up here. near Vincennes and approaching eventually Evansville, Olney. But this is a pretty nasty, damaging wind threat. Now south of Mount Vernon and Benton, this will eventually head towards Evansville and Henderson. Evansville, Indiana, Henderson in Kentucky. Non-severe storms, but flood threat here in west central Kentucky. Same for the areas around Nashville. No severe weather there, but there are some scattered showers and storms still in the flash flood emergency areas. So then we'll tour the tornado warnings again. Still rotating here near Pleasant Hill, Fairfield, Glade, north of Crossville. And still rotating here near Beersheba Springs, southeast of Irving College. This is sliding down along Route 8. So if you're towards Ucagle, Lusk, and Brush Creek, you guys need to be taking your tornado safety precautions. This is not a long track tornado, but a long track mesocyclone. Areas here near Manchester and Belmont and Hillsborough. This circulation is riding right along the edge of the tornado warning. And that's the area that our camera's on, and I think we're getting a lot of lightning interference, so that camera might be too far into the weeds of the storm. And then still ongoing tornado warnings here. There is the one near Delina and Blakeville. Pretty close to producing a tornado at a point. It does not look as healthy as it did earlier. But still some pretty tight rotation there. Delina, Blakeville, that's headed over towards Belleville and Lynchburg. Yeah. This one is still very strong rotation here. Elkton and New Delarose. And it's coming towards Park City and Fayetteville in Tennessee. North sides of Ardmore. South sides of Ardmore, you got some other issues. You have two tornado warned storms. They're overlapping each other right now, but one is north of Cortland, and then one is between Elkmont and Anderson and Oakland. So here are those two areas here of rotation. There's actually even a third area rotation on the south of Lawson, Alabama. They all kind of look the same in this general area, so we're a little far from the radar site. So if you're in this general area, Athens, Alabama, Oakland, Elkmont, Ardmore, Leicester, Anderson, Rogersville, Lawson, I would also take your tornado safety precautions. These are all lifting kind of northeast, a little more northeast. So yeah, Anderson, Rogersville, Coxey, Oakland, Elkmont, Leicester, Bethel, Ardmore would all be in tornado safety precautions here. Yeah, there's kind of three cells. One here, and then one in here. Very intriguing. They're starting to pull a little more to the east. That's why this one has been adjusted for Ardmore and Elkmont. They were going a little more northeast, but they're starting to kind of pull with everything else more to the east. So Athens, Alabama would also be in my safe spot. You have just to the north, technically, of Athens, Alabama, there's an overlapping tornado warning, but it's close enough where I'd be in my safe spot if I was in Athens, Alabama. They've extended the tornado warning into Georgia for the rotation that's right along I-59. This is coming over towards Lafayette, Georgia. This is for southwestern Dade County in northwestern Georgia, and also Walker County in northwestern Georgia. Let's see, east at 35. So let's Head River about 5 minutes, Cloverdale 6 minutes, Amos Mills 7, Cedar Grove 14, and then Lafayette, Georgia 28 minutes. Good. Got our camera back here near Manchester, Tennessee here. This has been allowed to expire for the tornado warning. There's still some rotation in there though, so I wouldn't be surprised if it picks it back up. There's still rotation here south of Manchester. I also see the rotation here near Bathsheba Springs. Not seeing CC drops with both of those, so that's a good thing right now. But yeah, this Manchester storm still has a pretty decent area of rotation, so may get another tornado warning. I'd be in my safe spot if I was in Manchester, Hillsborough, down to Altamont. And then hopefully everybody here, Brush Creek to Lee's Station, is in their tornado warning and their tornado safe space. This storm on the north side of all these other tornado warnings is starting to get cut off. It does not look as healthy like it did earlier, and yeah, it's slowly losing its rotation here. Still stay in your safe spot a few more minutes here, Lynchburg, but this is quickly weakening near Delena and Blakeville. This storm is still a strong storm with an observed tornado tag, damaging tornado and ping pong ball sized hail. This is now east of I-65. May still be in there. It doesn't show on the CC right now, but either way, treat this like it's an ongoing tornado. This is coming towards Park City and Fayetteville in Tennessee. Also Taft. This is 35, moving east at 35. Most of the storms today seem to be east at 35 to 45, so. Oh, let's see. Park City, about 19 minutes. So that's along the 231 corridor. So 231 from Fayetteville to Park City, about 19 minutes till this area rotation gets to you. And again, it was an observed damaging tornado just a few minutes ago. If it's not on the ground right now, it may be close to getting back on the ground. It's hard to see on the CC, the reflectivity is a step behind. We have 2 to 3 more areas of rotation, and they all have tornado warnings. They're moving kind of east-northeast. The one near Elkmont is a bit broad. They're moving kind of like this. This one's moving a little bit more northeast, somewhat like that. More like this. And then the area here, the Lawson storm, is moving like this. So Elkton, or Elkmont, Ardmore, Bethel, Oakland, Athens, Coxey, and Lawson, all in Alabama. You guys need to be in your tornado safe space. Yeah, this whole area needs to be in your tornado safe space there for 3 areas of rotation. The one near Elkmont does not look as strong as it did earlier. The one up here along State Route 99. The one near Coxey, and then there's an area near Lawson that look a bit stronger. Not seeing CC drops on those. But yeah, still take them seriously here, especially the one Coxie and Oakland. This one looks like the strongest one of the three right now. And then I want to look at the Lafayette, Georgia storm. Still rotating. It's right on the Georgia-Alabama state line. Not seeing a tornado with it at the moment. New tornado warning for the areas north and east of Paris, Texas. Yeah, there it's right here. It's a little far from the radar site, so there's not a ton of details out here, but it's in this area north of Blossom. So the new warning includes Detroit and Clarksville, Texas. This is along the Red River. Crossroad, Dimple, Dilworth, Reed Settlement, Ackworth, Greenwood, Albion, Manchester, and Woodland, all in northeast Texas. You guys need to be in your tornado safe space. And I'm guessing people living along the Red River know what their tornado safe space is, but just in case not, lowest level into your room, away from doors and windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. If you have a basement or storm shelter, please get to that. And if you don't, lowest level into your room. That tends to be a bathroom, a hall closet, a laundry room sometimes, something that doesn't have windows. Still looking at a big hailstorm here. Ping pong ball sized hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. This is now well east and north of Dallas right now. They're near Greenville and Commerce, Texas. And then also a couple larger storms coming into the areas around Fort Smith. I was watching this storm earlier for some rotation. It still doesn't really have much, but it has some nice presentation on it. That's coming into the Fort Smith area with quarter-size hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. Same for the storm near West Plains, South Fork. And then a new tornado possible tag here on the storm south of Paducah, Kentucky. It has a little bit of rotation in it right now near Benton, Kentucky, quarter-size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds, and tornado possible. Getting a slew of new warnings here for all this QLCS here, from Olney down to Vincennes and Princeton, and then back towards Carrier Mills. There's a couple individual cells on the southern end of this, but they're not really rotating right now. But a massive area of damaging winds. Vincennes, Indiana, Washington, Indiana, Princeton, Indiana, and about done here with Illinois. You can see this on the it's kind of over the radar site here, but just a couple scans back, you can really see the presentation on the reflectivity. This is a classic bow echo, just coming straight down I-64 right now. And yeah, this is headed towards Oakland City, Princeton, Petersburg, Washington, Lugoti, and Bicknell. The worst of this may go north of Evansville, but Evansville, you have to watch these storms with some larger hail back towards McLeanboro and Carmody. Or Carmi. Still some areas here in southern Kentucky. Flood threat is a very serious concern. Southern Kentucky and northern Tennessee. And then we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 tornado warnings right now in Middle Tennessee, northern Alabama, and northwest Georgia. We'll take them kind of top to bottom here. We have a radar indicated area rotation near Crossville and Fairfield Glade. Yeah, it's still in there along I-40 near Fairfield Glade and Crossville. It's sinking a little further south. Whatever's left of this rotation is sinking a little further south along I-40. So if you're down here near Crab Orchard, Ozone, Rockwood, Fairfield Glade, just be ready for this storm. Our lime-size hail and mega meso that produced tornadoes earlier, still rotating in here, but broadly as it comes across near Brush Creek, Lusk, and Lee's Station. Still stay in your safe place, Dunlop, up to Lee's Station along 127. This storm is around our camera right now. Let's see if we can... It's going to be hard to see because there's so much lightning around this storm. It is just absolutely dumping on our camera. People have flashers on. There's probably some small hail in there, and you can see the wind just blowing across the camera. Even though it's getting dark, you can see the wind blowing across the camera. That's why it's blurry too. The water just like pouring across the camera. But yeah, you can see the wind blowing the rain in the lights of the cars. Our camera's right in here between Royal Oak and Hillsborough. And that is likely where the circulation is. Yeah, our camera is basically in this circulation. So if there's a tornado in here, which there doesn't seem to be at the moment, this is right here with our camera. So that is a nasty storm. Again, basically our camera is right here, and that's where the circulation is. So we're right in it. The camera is shaking too. Yeah, there are winds blowing across the highway. Look at the horizontal sheets of rain just absolutely blowing across the highway. There's probably some small hail in there too. I think our camera might be just north of the circulation now. Right up in here on the back side of the circulation. And actually traffic is coming to a stop here. So there may be a tornado on the ground. Right by our camera. If not, there could be a heavy rain and wind-induced accident or something, but something's going on right at our camera here on 24 south of Manchester. So there is still some rotation in here. Right over the Hillsborough area. Not seeing anything on the CC, but something's happening right here at our camera. You can still see the lights of the trucks. You can still see the rain blowing sideways, but not quite as heavy as it was just a minute or two ago. But yeah, you can still see the waters blowing horizontally across the highway there. Here's the update. And yeah, there's something may have crossed our camera. And everything is basically standstill now. Alright, that's very interesting. That again is I-24 just south of Manchester, Tennessee. Right around this area here where the circulation just crossed. And that's still not showing anything on CC, but that's a tornado warning. Manchester, Hillsborough, Hubbard's Cove, Winton Town, over towards Stevenson, Glen, Elkhead, Payne Cove, Betsy Willis, and Pelham here in south central Tennessee, Middle Tennessee. Okay, some good news. The storm near Lynchburg has weakened. So Lynchburg, not a tornado threat at the moment. The storm is still riding along the Alabama and Tennessee border. Still poses a threat, though. This is coming towards the Park City area. There may be a tornado on the ground in this. There's actually like 2 areas of circulation. But this area here, yeah, that's a tornado. Just to scan back, it was a pretty bright little signature there with the yellow. There is a tornado on the ground, likely right in here. You can see the near State Route 274. There's a CC drop in here, and that CC drop should not be there. There's no rain or there's no hail in that part of the storm that's showing up on the reflectivity. That is likely a tornado on the ground. Let's double check and see if that moves again. But if it does, then that's probably a tornado on the ground. I have to kind of reset this camera. Alright, as we're waiting for the State Route 274 look to reset, I do want to check some of these other storms. There is a massive amount of other storms here in northern Alabama. There's a rotation near Elkmont coming up towards Ardmore, Alabama. A rotation here along 72 lifting up towards the Athens area. Actually, 2 areas of rotation there near Athens. Coxey, Lawson, Oakland up to Athens. Please be in your safe spot. And then Elkmont up to Ardmore. Please be in your safe spot. Still also watching this area rotation here now into Georgia along Georgia 157. Not seeing a defined CC, so this is lifting towards Lafayette in Georgia. That looks a little suspicious near Scottsboro, so just watch out for this storm. It's another one of these storms with a bit of a rain-free base just wrapping around itself. We've seen a number of storms like this today go tornado warned eventually, so that has a little bit of rotation in it, but not right now enough to be tornadic. And they do have a tornado possible tag on this, so the Weather Service is seeing what we're seeing. It's got its not a lot of rain down in here, but it's got a stinger, and it's coming up towards Hollywood, Scottsboro, and along Route 72 here in northeast Georgia towards Stevenson, Bridgeport, and Shiloh. If you can, take your tornado safety precautions because these have spun up pretty quickly tonight. And then, yeah, just a massive amount of storms here near the Athens area. The one near Elkmont is actually picked back up in intensity. These kind of seem to have pulsed and then also kind of pulsed back up. So that is one to watch. Let's check in on our storm here. There's a couple areas of rotation, but the area that I'm really interested about is this one here. There may be something in here on the CC. There's still something kind of suspicious looking on this CC near State Route 274. Right in there. So I want to bump this back just a second. I want to see if this moves with the storm. So here it is here, and then a little wiggle right on 274, and then there it is here. Let's check velocity. Actually, we can do this side by side. I think that's going to be easier for you guys to see. Okay, rotation here, and CC drop here. If I back that up, right about the same spot, and then yeah, that's right about the same spot. I think that's on the ground, guys. I think this is a tornado on the ground. This is coming across towards Yukon, Camargo, Kirkland. Still another circulation here near Yukon. But I believe this is on the ground coming towards Park City. Yeah, there's maybe another circulation in here. I think there's 2 tornadoes on the ground. This is coming towards Park City. Alright, I wanted to post that out. Just hopefully we can get the warnings out. Yeah, you know what? That is a tornado on the ground. This is an intensifying CC now here just west of Yukon, Kirkland, and Park City. Only be in your safe space here. That's the one that I originally thought was on the ground, and then it may have touched down a little bit, either a satellite or a secondary circulation. But this is on the ground here, coming into Yukon. This is Yukon, Tennessee. All right, yeah, that is coming over Yukon right now, so this is not a good situation here. Likely had two smaller tornadoes on the ground for a minute, but this is a damaging tornado over Yukon, Tennessee. This is coming towards Park City, Howell Hill, Corridor Crossroads, Sycamore Swamp, Flintville, Shady Grove, south sides of Fayetteville. Yes, it's gone observed. Confirmed tornado located 8 miles southwest of Fayetteville, moving east at 20. So here it is over Yukon. And we can see the CC, the damaging CC, still over Yukon. This is also tucked back into the rain. And even a bit of a reflectivity spike over Yukon. So this is a bit of a debris ball. Showing up on the reflectivity. That is not good. Just want to, I know we have a tornado on the ground there. I just want to check our other storms near Manchester. The traffic is moving again, but also I see a lot less rain. Still a lot of lightning in that area. Yeah, our circulation has moved away from I-24. So our camera's kind of tucked in this little dry slot up in here. May have seen that circulation pass. It stopped traffic, and there was a clearly like sideways rain and wind blowing across the highway there. So that may have been it. Still some rotation along 127 between Dunlop and Lee's Station. That storm looks like it's kind of gusting out here. It's more outflow dominant. Going to be still a hail and wind threat as that comes east. And then watching a couple of these storms. Tornado possibles near Scottsboro, and then one up near High Top. Tornado possible quarter-size hail. Considerable threat for lime-size hail. Wouldn't be surprised if there's some larger hail in all these storms right in here. And then our storms here in northern Alabama still have a rotation near Athens. Not rotating as much, but there's still rotation near Elkmont and Ardmore. That's unwarned right now. That storm seems to be diminishing, but it's still in there, so I would be careful if I was in the Ardmore area. And also, still tornado warning here for Athens. There's still a tornado warning out for this area near Clarksville, Texas. It's north of Clarksville, Texas, along Texas 37. And then there's still a massive storm with ping pong ball sized hail now between Greenville and Sulphur Springs, Texas, along I-30. That is not a nice drive along I-30 right now, east of Dallas. Okay, there may have been a NWS handoff. They're going to rewarn the storm here near Elkmont. The Athens storm is right here. We can see 3 areas of circulation on one view. So one here near Athens, Alabama, coming up towards Capshaw. One near Elkmont and Ardmore, generally moving kind of east-northeast towards Tony, Hazel Green, and Newmarket. And then we had our damaging tornado near Yukon and Park City. That is very interesting how quickly that seemed to dissipate. There are still likely debris up in this cloud, but the rotation is weakening. It still may be in there, There still are some reds and greens right in here, so it could still be up in here by Yukon and Margo. But this new area rotation is picked up near Park City. Yeah, there's a bit of a handoff here. This is a new meso developing. So again, our old storm, or our old tornado, is still maybe in here near Yukon and Camargo. But then we're watching this new area near Park City, and that's picking up in its rotation. So still a dangerous sail. Park City, Kelso, Flintville, Huntland. This is all south of Fayetteville right now. So Fayetteville, you're good. Stay in your safe space if you're there for a few more minutes. But if you're not there yet, you don't need to run to your safe spot. This is likely just sliding just to the south of you guys. This is a problem along 231 though, south of Park City. Still listed as a confirmed tornado. And it actually, I think, is still on the ground. It's right in here near Yukon and north of Kirkland. But it looks like the CC has actually picked up again. So this is still on the ground. If you're in this area, Yukon, Kirkland, Park City, and then up to the south side of Fayetteville, you guys need to take this pretty seriously. There's also a newer circulation picking up here towards Howell Hill. Not seeing a CC drop on that area yet, but it's close to probably producing. And yeah, still seeing a CC drop here. Even though the rotation has weakened, still seeing a CC drop. Very good news on our traffic camera. One, traffic is moving along I-24 on our lowest camera there. And then the other thing is the power does seem to be on as it's getting dark in Monette, Missouri, where a tornado may have crossed really close to our traffic camera and actually knocked power lines across US 60. Looks like that's all been cleared up. US 60 is moving, and all those community businesses and stuff there have power, I see. So that's a good sign there. The damaging tornado near Yukon is back in the rain. So you're not going to see this one coming, especially because it's already dark outside. But this is also turned. When I first saw it, it was over here near Blanche and Coldwater. And it moved basically north-northeast through Yukon. Yeah, that was it. We saw it here. Still in here. Still in here. And then a bigger CC drop here. And unfortunately a bigger CC drop coming into Yukon. Still here, a CC drop over Yukon. Still moving northeast. And then at Yukon it started to pick up and move north. As this is weakened, but it's still likely on the ground. There's still some areas of broad rotation in here where the CC drop still is a pretty deep CC drop. So there is likely still an ongoing tornado there. There's also the rotation picking up near Howell Hill. So this is a dangerous storm. If you're in this area south side of Fayetteville, you need to be in your safe spot. Fayetteville down 231 towards Park City, and then over towards Kelso, Flintville, Elora, Huntland. You guys all need to be in your tornado safe space. Those two storms that were tornado possible in northeast Alabama have now gone tornado warned. One is right on the Alabama and Tennessee state line. The other one is near Scottsboro. They're both lifting northeast. And both have radar indicated tornadoes 20 miles east-northeast. And same for that one, near Bridgeport. So this one here, Scottsboro up to Hollywood, Pisgah, Ider, and Stevenson. You guys all need to be in your tornado safe space along US 72. Our northern storm, Sherwood in Tennessee, Orme, South Pittsburgh in Tennessee, Kimball, and then Bridgeport in Alabama. We have new tornado warnings here. This one includes Huntsville, Alabama, for this storm that's near Athens, moving east. And then we still have a storm straddling the state line here near Ardmore. That's moving towards Hazel Green and Newmarket. We have an intensifying area rotation here east of 231. So east of 231, we still have a debris signature showing up on the other side of Park City. That may still just be lofted debris, or it could be a small tornado still on the ground. It's hard to imagine it'd still be on the ground, though. There's not much rotation up in here showing. Looks like we've had a handoff of a new mesocyclone that's now south and east of Park City. But the old tornado still has debris lofted in the air between Park City and Fayetteville in Tennessee. So we still need to take this seriously. Either way, there's possibly one, and then a new tornado possibly forming here. That would be moving over towards Flintville, Kelso, and Elora. And Huntland. Okay, there we go. Finally seeing the CC decrease here. This thing came kind of across like this towards Yukon and then turned somewhat like that. Maybe a little bit. Came kind of northeast and then kind of like this. So it's occluded into the storm. And luckily, it looks like that is dissipating. Pretty confident it's not on the ground anymore. New circulation is picking up over Howell Hill. Again, not seeing a CC drop on this one yet, but it just produced another tornado a few minutes ago. This is still a pretty strong circulation south of Ardmore. The storm itself doesn't look as impressive, but the circulation is still in there. And then there's still the circulation here near Oakland and Capshaw, Alabama. Huntsville, Alabama, you are in the tornado warning, so be taking your safe space here. Huntsville, Alabama, Madison, up towards Capshaw. Chickasha Estates, Indian Hills, Oakwood, Grove Park, Colonial Hills, Bradenton. You guys are all need to be in your safe space there. So we're down a few warnings here. Still have 26 severe thunderstorm warnings, 8 tornado warnings. The tornado warning near Limestone, Alabama was observed too. I guess that was when we were looking at the debris ball for the other storm. There's also a quick spin-up tornado down here near Lawson. That's the storm that's now in Huntsville. It's not observed right now. Yeah, starting to get concerned here about this area. And yeah, we're still seeing a little bit of debris from the original tornado. So Fayetteville may get some debris falling out of the sky. So if you're down here in Fayetteville, you're going to want to stay inside. I mean, there could be literally debris falling out of the sky. And that could be insulation, leaves, twigs, sheet metal. You know, you don't know what it sucked up, so stay inside if you're here in the Fayetteville area for the next few minutes. The storm that produced a tornado near Monette, southwest of Springfield, those storms are finally over into the eastern part of the Ozarks, and now has a tornado warning here. Maybe a couple areas of rotation. Yeah, capable of producing tornadoes, plural, along a line extending from Pilot Knob to near Baker State Park, moving east at 60. This has really picked up its speed here. There's an area here near Des Arc, coming up towards Marquand. And then it looks like there's another area rotation here, south of Ironton, and coming up towards Fredericktown and US 67. So if you're out here, please be taking your tornado safety precautions. Ironton down to Des Arc, and then over towards Fredericton and Marquand. This is well south of St. Louis right now. I want to check those storms coming into Fort Smith. Not seeing anything tornadic, but some large hail gusty winds still in that area. And then it looks like our tornado watch here in central Texas didn't really verify. There's probably capping down here. I haven't looked at the models or anything lately, but there's probably just some capping. We had one little storm that went severe in the hill country, but other than that, it is not developed down here. Tomorrow is a day for Texas to watch out. There's an enhanced risk in basically this area here in East Texas, but likely some large hailstorms coming in this part of Texas tomorrow. So still a QLCS, what's left of it. It's starting to weaken a little bit though. But Vincennes, Indiana, Jasper, down to Evansville, Indiana, and then Henderson, Tennessee, and a little bit into Harrisburg, Illinois, and points east of there. There's still a pretty good line of storms. It's slowly dying here as it makes its way east along 64. If anything, there's maybe a little less severity on this area north of 64. These ones here near Evansville and Henderson still seem to be pretty strong. They're running into a little more rain-cooled environment because of all the rain and storms that have just been really messy in Kentucky and Tennessee, and flooding rain here, Hopkinsville, Clarksville, and north sides of Nashville. You guys got to be extra safe. Big mess of storms. Some of them are severe, now approaching the Knoxville area, down to Cleveland, Tennessee. We're starting to lose some of the tornado warnings on this northern extent, but there's still some back in here. This is that area rotation that we saw move across our traffic camera. Can't really confirm that was a tornado, but there was something really windy that stopped traffic and everything was blowing sideways, so That could have been some type of broad circulation or just a very windy mezzo. But that is over near Palmer and Altamont. Still tornado warned. Looks like we have a new observed tornado near Howell Hill and Corder Crossroads. Let's see. Unless that's still just the tag from earlier. Let's see. No, 901. It's 903. Confirmed tornado 7 miles southeast of Fayetteville, moving east at 25. So they have confirmed another tornado. Is this it here? If the reflectivity isn't caught up, that could be it there. Either way, treat this like it's an ongoing tornado. I think that's too far east of the hook, but either way, tornado likely here south of Fayetteville, and this is coming east here towards Flintville and Huntland along US 64. So Billionaire Safe Space, Corder Crossroads, Sycamore Swamp, Flintville, Alora, Neal, Huntland, Brown Mill, Lexi Crossroads, Shady Grove. A pretty tight area of circulation. This area here near Ardmore and Hazel Green seems to be weakening. Still an area of circulation here near Capshaw and Oakland. But it doesn't appear to be on the ground at the moment. This is lifting along US 72 towards the Huntsville area. Golf ball size hail also possible in this storm. Some of the largest hail looks like it's lifting north of Huntsville at the moment. And then we have three now severe thunderstorms with tornado potential. The one is near Bridgeport, Alabama, and South Pittsburgh in Tennessee. It's on the Tennessee and Alabama state line. The other one is along US 72 between Scottsboro and Stevenson, Alabama. And then the strongest area of those areas of rotation is that area near Valley Head along US or on I-59. That area right in there. That CC that I just circled, that is actually clear air just ahead of the circulation. Looks like the velocity scan maybe a step ahead of the CC and the reflectivity. But either way, that is our strongest area. The other one is over here near US 72. And the other one's kind of hard to see, but it's in here near Bridgeport. This is about to cross into Georgia. And there's still a little circulation near the storm that was coming towards Lafayette, but that looks like it's weaker now. This is about to also kind of head towards Lafayette. So be taking these storms seriously here if you're in North Georgia and Northeast Alabama. The storm that I was suspicious of for a while has finally gone actually tornado warned. It's the storm that was near McKinney and then moved east towards Greenville. It does have a bit of a rotation here near Lone Oak. And it's headed generally towards Como and Point. It should be south of Sulphur Springs and I-30, the area rotation. But take that one seriously. That's a nasty storm with ping pong ball size hail. There's also still a considerable threat tag on the Red River storm here. There's still some circulation. This one had a tornado a while back north of Paris. But this is some large hail along the Red River and south of Idabel, Oklahoma. Still pretty quiet night in Little Rock, but you got some stronger storms near Fort Smith and Ozark in Arkansas. And then our storm still near Fredericton in Missouri with a couple areas of rotation along US 67 here. We got a new tornado warning that replaces the observed tornado near Fayette and Park City with this radar indicated area here near Flintville. I think this is going to try again, so we need to really pay attention to this storm though. It's also been extended out here. Here's the circulation near Flintville, but we need to be in our safe spot. Elora, Huntland, Belvedere, and areas here north and west of High Top, Alabama. This is your state line. So if you're between the Tennessee state line and High Top, you guys need to be in your tornado safe space. Still some rotation here along 72, but the rotation that's a bit stronger is this storm here, right along the Georgia and Alabama state line, near Valley Head, headed toward Lafayette, Georgia. Not seeing anything at the moment, but that could easily produce a tornado. And I think the storm in our biggest market here is still rotating right along US 72. This is actually creeping very close to Huntsville downtown. But yeah, this is right in here. It's moved through the Capshaw and Oakland area and basically following 72. So this is going to be over towards downtown Huntsville and Chase, Alabama in just a few minutes. It is 9:12 Central Time and 10:12 Eastern Time. So a bit of a recap here of what's going on. And then I'm gonna get a quick break and get a dinner here. Just step off camera for a minute. We've had a severe storm still north of I-80 in Iowa, with a damaging wind and small hail threat. We have a line of strong but not severe storms in northwest Arkansas. There is a severe storm over Fort Smith, Arkansas. There are 2 storms in northeast Texas, one along the Red River, and then one tornado warned that is east of Greenville, Texas. We have a line of slowly weakening QLCS that's pushing along I-64 towards Louisville. We have a mess of thunderstorms creating flash flooding in southwestern Tennessee, or southwestern Kentucky, and north central Tennessee, north of Nashville. And then we have in southeast Tennessee, north Georgia, and northwest Alabama, we have a mess of severe thunderstorms, with many having rotation, including a couple that have recently had confirmed tornadoes. So we have a lot of severe weather still ongoing, with flooding, tornadoes, severe storms. We also have severe storms and a tornado possible in southeast Missouri. We had hailstorms in Connecticut, Rhode Island, and Massachusetts. Those are now pushing offshore. We had a very severe wind event through Charlotte, North Carolina, that has died out along the coast. The final storms are pushing just offshore of Wilmington. So we've had severe storms from Massachusetts all the way down to Texas and Iowa, all the way down to South Carolina. So this has been, I think, what everybody was saying the last few days, a pretty high-end severe weather event with all hazards available, and I think we've seen all hazards today. And it could have been worse. There were quite a bit of tornado warnings that had some broad rotation that weren't very sharp looking on the radar. That if probably a couple of ingredients came together, could have been very bad. We could have had many, many tornadoes on the ground all at once. There's still many tornado warnings here at once, and some of these have been on the ground recently here in south central Tennessee and in northern Alabama. So we still have a long night ahead, but it's been an event. It's been 9 hours and 22 minutes on air here. So we're going on a 9.5 hour long stream. Yeah, we've had confirmed tornadoes in Missouri, Illinois, I think in Kentucky, and in Tennessee, and Alabama, and Texas. So I think the only state we haven't seen any confirmed tornadoes right now has been Oklahoma and Arkansas that have been under a tornado watch, and then also Georgia and Indiana have parts of those states have tornado watches right now. But it's the tornado actually threat just seems to be actually just picking up in the North Georgia, so a little too early to call that one. But yeah, we've seen a lot today, so I think this is verified as a very large scale severe weather event, and once it's all counted up, may have another tornado outbreak. So all right, let me go grab a quick sandwich and let me put this into motion so you guys can see what's going on. I'll zoom in on our mostly severe storms in this area. Okay, got a really quick sandwich, but we got to get back to Huntsville, Alabama right now. I just stepped out to grab my sandwich, and my wife was like, "What are you doing? There's a tornado in Huntsville." There is a funnel cloud, at the very least, that's passing over the downtown area, Huntsville, Alabama. And this has gone observed. This is an observed tornado here for west central Jackson County in northeastern Alabama, central Madison County in north central Alabama. It is a storm over eastern Huntsville, moving east at 35, a damaging tornado. Just right over East Huntsville. Let's see if we can see it here. There is rotation in here near East Huntsville and 565. Seems a little displaced from the hook, though. Either way, this is an observed tornado. Let me see if I have a bit of a better shot of this on my other. Alright, Huntsville, Alabama. Either way, take cover here. This is also extended out. Ryland Acres, Moontown, Maysville, Ryland, Gurley, Garth, and Paint Rock. I didn't even get to finish my lemonade. Okay, I can't show it on on the stream here, but I posted it to our socials, WXCastUSA, on Twitter. Yeah, you can see the funnel lit up, moving across the Huntsville area. Okay, there it is. There it is. It's just over East Huntsville right now. Okay, I guess our velocity scan just had to update here, and there it is right here. You got the CC drop. So yes, this is a tornado in progress over Huntsville, Alabama. Yep, that is it right there. If you're out ahead of this, Moontown, Gurley, Ryland Acres, McMullen Cove, Gurley. You guys need to be taking this very seriously here. Gurley, McMullen Cove, Ryland Acres. And that's unfortunately a big CC drop right there. This is a tornado on the ground here, just in the Huntsville metro. Yeah, that's unfortunate here. This is a ongoing damaging tornado just east of downtown Huntsville. Yeah, there's your tornado right in here. And here is your debris signature right in here. It's headed towards Moontown, McMullen Cove. Ugh. we're a small shop here. I don't have a social media team. It's a do-it-yourself operation here. So when there's a big event like this, I need to make sure we get it tweeted out too. All right, this is a PDS. This has gone PDS. I probably could have just did that on my own, but this is now PDS tornado warning here. East side of Huntsville, Ryland Acres, Moontown, Maysville, Gurley down Route 72, Garth, Woodville, Paint Rock. This is in northeastern Alabama here. Wow, this thing is cooking. Moving east, southeast here towards Gurley. So Gurley, if this holds together, it's on your center line. Yeah, that is a nasty storm. This has really come together. PDS tornado in the east side of Huntsville, moving towards Gurley, Alabama. Hopefully this was tornado warned for a while with just upper rotation and a mezzo, and then a funnel kind of showed up just as it came across Huntsville, and then we got the confirmed warning. So hopefully people have had a lot of time here, but especially now, if you're east of Huntsville, down 72 from Woodville to Gurley, you guys need to be in your tornado safe space, away from windows, lowest level into your room. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And if you have a basement or a storm shelter, please go there. Yeah, that's showing up with a big CC drop. East side of Huntsville here. That is coming across Chestnut Knob, Doug Hill, Ryland Acres to Moontown, McMullen Cove to Gurley. Good news is I think this is a bit of a forested area right up in here on Chestnut Knob and Doug Hill. So right now it may not be in the most populated parts of the Huntsville metro. Yeah, and you can kind of see that once you get down here though, Moontown and the Route 72 corridor, this is a bit more populated down in here towards Gurley. So this is moving into an even more populated space. So it's probably ripping up a bunch of trees and stuff here in the woods along the mountain here. That is rough. That is rough. At least it's not looking like that going into Huntsville, but that's still rough. Still an area here of storms with a little bit of rotation near Athens, Alabama again. And then we also have that storm near Huntland that was over by Flintville and produced a confirmed tornado earlier. Still tornado warned here. Huntland, Belvedere, Hickory Grove to Sal City on the Tennessee side, and then Francisco, Jericho, and High Top in Alabama. Good news for North Georgia. That storm has gone below the tornadic threshold. There's still some broad rotation along Route 27 to south of Lafayette. And there's still a little broad rotation right along the Georgia-Alabama state line south of Trenton. So those storms, they were tornado warned earlier, but no longer. And then a bunch of severe warnings, but no tornado warnings. Saudi Daisy, Chattanooga, Cleveland, Athens, Tennessee, up to Knoxville. Yeah, the Knoxville area is getting quite a bit of severe weather at the moment, but no tornadoes up there. This is coming into the Smoky Mountains again. Areas that already got severe weather this morning. Uh, this is almost as bad as seeing one of those debris balls go across the city, like we are seeing in Huntsville. This is more storms and heavy rain going across the flash flood emergencies between Hendersonville and Franklin, northern Tennessee and southern Kentucky here. This is life-threatening flash flooding. It's very stern wording here. Catastrophic flooding for the flash flood emergency with water rescues and a PDS flash flood emergency. And this area here has seen a widespread area of 7+ inches of rain, and pushing maybe even more than that, pushing towards 8 inches of rain. Up along 69 or 65 north of Nashville, Metro, Hendersonville, Gallatin, Portland, Westmoreland, Fairfield, and Springfield in Tennessee. And yeah, they're getting more heavy rain now. Good news is those storms are dying off here. They're less than severe coming out into the Louisville area. Still strong storms near Owensboro with some damaging winds coming through Owensboro. Another damaging wind, considerable threat, 70-mile-an-hour winds coming through Perryville. Oh yeah, Perryville, Jackson, down to Cape Girardeau and Chester, Illinois. This is a line of storms that was tornado warned at one point, but now it's more of a damaging wind threat that's coming towards Jackson, Missouri, Perryville, Missouri, Chester, Illinois, Carbondale, Illinois, Anna, Illinois, eventually over towards this area that's had tornadoes today, Harrisburg, Carrier Mills, and Marion. A couple storms now in the southeast Missouri region. There's an area with a little rotation near Sykeston. We'll have to watch that cell, and then some other storms that have popped up in northern Arkansas. A couple that are severe here coming through the Arkansas River Valley, Boonville, Paris, over to Russellville, and then northern Arkansas near Cherokee Village. Those are both large hail, or 1-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds, so not too bad right now. We also have severe thunderstorms ongoing here near Sulphur Springs, Texas, with large hail, and then also large hail and damaging winds along the Red River. This is a considerable threat. Winthrop, Oklahoma, Ashdown, Oklahoma, Arkansas. Winthrop, Arkansas, Ashdown, Arkansas, and then New Boston and Hooks in Texas. This is right along the Red River. Texas, Arkansas, and it's just about to leave Oklahoma, Hayworth, Oklahoma. There's the Oklahoma border right there. So if that holds together, that damaging wind threat could be over the Texarkana area later. I want to get back to our situation, though, here along the Alabama and Georgia state line. One note here, Dalton, Georgia, now with a tornado warning. Yeah, there's a strengthening area rotation there along 75, Phelps, Georgia, and Mill Creek. Not seeing a CC right there, so, but take that seriously. That's Dalton, Georgia, over to Chatworth, Georgia, Eaton, Ramhurst, Ball Ground, Tails Creek, and Hawley. Yeah, Dalton, Chatworth. And then I want to get back to our PDS observed considerable threat here. It is still in here. It looks like it's near McMullen Cove. Let me just double check this. Yeah. Okay, we saw it start to develop just east of the Huntsville downtown here, Oak Park. Maybe a little bit north of that, along 565 near Oak Park. Came down through Mountain Brook. Between Mountain Brook, Ryland Acres, and Doug Hill. There it is on Doug Hill. Yeah, it's over the Chestnut Knob, Doug Hill area. Moving southeast, maybe dissipating here near McMullen Cove. But there is still CC drop in here. So this is still a PDS warning. It's generally headed towards Gurney or Gurley. And but the best news, I guess, is that it's been along the mountaintop here, so it hasn't been in the most populated areas of the Huntsville Metro. It may still be on the ground. It's still a decent area rotation. We'll have to wait for the next scan and see. But I am encouraged that the CC drop isn't as deep. Confirmed tornado located over Gurley, 9 miles east of Huntsville, moving east at 30. Tornadic damage was reported in the 5 Points neighborhood. Rotational velocity signatures have weakened, so we are no longer maintaining the considerable tag. But this remains a confirmed tornado on the ground, and everyone in the warning should seek immediate shelter. I really appreciate a very detailed weather statement by the National Weather Service Huntsville. So they gave the rationale on why this is no longer a PDS. Basically, similar to what I was thinking, is the CC drop has weakened. The CC drop and the velocity has weakened, but it still remains a confirmed tornado. So please seek shelter. Woodville, Paint Rock, Maysville, Garth, Ryland, Hampton Cove, and Brownsboro. That is one of the most descriptive and detailed statements I've seen a warning statement of. So that is, appreciate the detail there for the National Weather Service out of Huntsville. Trying to go drink when I can. We've hit the, well, in 5 minutes we're going to hit the 10-hour mark on severe weather coverage. So once again, this is a confirmed damaging tornado here near McMullen Cove. It is now east of Huntsville. Started probably somewhere up in here, and then has basically just scraped the mountaintop south and east of Huntsville. So somewhere in here, around 565, somewhere in northeast side of Huntsville. That's when it hit the ground. It was a funnel cloud, I guess, coming probably down 72. It's basically kind of crossed the Huntsville area about like that, with a funnel cloud, and then somewhere in here is where it touched the ground, and then we really saw it pick up as it's come down like this. So I'll be interested to see where this actually touched the ground in the Huntsville area. But either way, let's continue the warning here. There is still a pretty good area of circulation coming through the Gurley area and McMullen Cove. And there is still CC drop in there. So this is likely still on the ground here near Gurley. Or Gurley. McMullen Cove. This is right here at Little Cove Road. Little Cove Road and Bluebell Creek. And unfortunately, you know, this is starting to again get back into some population. We see those little traffic circles and stuff. So unfortunately, this, if it's still on the ground, is going to be Little Cove Road and McMullen Road. Here just on the west side of Gurney, Rock Cut Road. Still in here, I think, near McMullen Cove, but it has weakened significantly since we saw it earlier. But yeah, this is right over Sublet Point, McMullen Cove. Again, south side of Gurley along Route 72. So Gurley, you guys need to be in your safe space. Paint Rock is the next community up. This should be north of Cherry Tree and Berkeley. So you guys are outside of the warning. It should be that way. But if you live north of Cherry Tree and Berkeley, still want you guys to be in your tornado safe space here. This is, again, an ongoing tornado around McMullen Cove. Yeah, and still seeing a decent couplet. It's not as strong as it was earlier, but it's, I mean, it's there. And it could easily tighten back up and re-intensify. So even though it's a bit weaker than it was, we still need to watch that. Ongoing situations here. This storm may need a new tornado warning, the one near Lafayette. And then also near Dalton. There's an ongoing tornado warning for this storm near south of Dalton and near Chatworth. And there's the new tornado warning here. This storm is also going to cover the same general area, Dalton, I-75 here, between Dalton and Resaca in Georgia. This is in Georgia now. Try and keep everybody up to date with where we're jumping around to. This could easily be on the ground too. I don't know for sure, but there's a couple lower CC values right in there. And that is very close to the hook and very close to the the velocity couplet. Same with that other cell too. It's hard to tell. There's a bit of a messy CC in there because there's some hail in there as well. That one south of Dalton is in the rain. So that is a dangerous storm. Wouldn't be shocked if at least the one here on the backside along Georgia 136 is on the ground. There could be two tornadoes here in North Georgia. One is right here, headed generally towards Route 76 in Chatworth. The other one is back here near 176. That's headed towards generally south of Dalton, between Dalton and Resaca. Resaca? I don't know how to say it, but whatever that town is, Resaca. That is a dangerous storm here. That one is probably close to producing a tornado. Yep, that's probably on the ground again. Or not again, but now. That is very close there to producing a tornado south of 136. So two dangerous storms here in North Georgia. I want to check in on our storm here near McMullen Cove. Coming into the Gurley area right now. Still seeing some rotation in here. But good news is the CC has come up. It could still be on the ground and we're just not seeing the debris lofted as strong. But it could also just be that it has lifted. Either way, this could retighten at any moment. So please stay in your safe space. McMullen Cove, Gurley, Paint Rock, Garth, and Trenton area. Maysville, you're going to want to stay in your safe spot for a few more minutes. You're up here by the Hail Corps. Ryland Acres. You guys can come out of the safe spot. And then Huntsville, you're good for now. Watching a storm back by Athens, still with a little bit of broad rotation, so we do have to watch that in the Huntsville area. Watching a few other storms. This one here is just north of the radar site, north of High Top, Alabama, near Coptown, Tennessee, moving over towards Sal City, Sherwood, Anderson, Gaunch, and Lakeview. That is a area rotation there near Coptown and south of Keith Springs. That is south of Keith Springs and near Coptown. This is riding along the Alabama and Tennessee state line there. So that is just radar indicated at the moment. Again, we still have two dangerous storms here in Georgia. They may both be producing tornadoes. The one particularly here southeast of Lafayette, Georgia, is a very strong signature. Okay, just wanted to post that out since this is a pretty populated area here. But this is let's see if this is on the ground. Still radar indicated for both of these. I would still not seeing a CC drop on either. That one's a little more weird because there's some hail contamination. Either way, Dalton over to Chatsworth, Georgia. You guys need to be in your safe space. And then this one here along 176 Villanau over towards Carbondale, Georgia, Prattersville, Georgia, Phelps, Georgia. You guys need to be in your safe space too. So southeast of Dalton, between Dalton and Chatsworth, and then south of Dalton to Resaca. You guys need to be in your safe space. Yeah, those are both pretty strong areas of rotation here. This one has weakened a little bit, but surprised that they both have stayed off the ground, so I guess that's a good surprise. But that is two areas here in Georgia, northwest Georgia, that are definitely an issue. Definitely an issue again is area rotation around Athens, Georgia, or sorry, Athens, Alabama. This is now along 65 and 72, and now a new tornado warning for Huntsville, Alabama. So we have a new circulation developing there. The old circulation is over the Gurley area, moving towards Paint Rock, Woodville, and if it holds together, Pleasant Grove. Let me see. Let me see if our Monet camera, I think, has done its work. So let me see if there's a new camera that would cover like the Alabama area here. Oh yeah, we've had good luck with traffic cameras in Alabama. We caught the massive flooding, the Mobile Bay flooding with the storms earlier in April. The massive QLCS MCS complex and the the Mobile Causeway flooded. Alright, let's see here. Close all these. I just want to see cameras. Alright, we got a bunch of cameras here. Huntsville's a pretty populated area, so I think we got some cameras. Okay, this looks like a good camera here. Let me get this tied into this camera here. Okay, that is on 585 at County Line Road. This is here in our tornado warned area between Madison and Huntsville, Alabama. Rotation is picking up again here now east of Gurley. So that is unfortunate there. Don't see a CC drop on this yet, but this is going to probably produce another tornado. Need to be in your safe space. Woodville, Pleasant Grove, Hollywood, Scottsboro, Dutton, and Section, Alabama. You guys all need to be in your safe spot here. This is close to producing another tornado. Now east of Gurley. Again, if you're along Route 72, this is going to follow quite a bit of Route 72 from Gurley all the way over towards Hollywood in Alabama. Well, you're seeing quite a light show on this camera. Unfortunately, I have to keep kind of refreshing it a little bit, but other than that, that's a good camera to have. This is quickly wrapping up also here between Huntsville and Athens. Don't see a ton of rotation showing on the velocity, but there might be something right up in there, and that kind of lines up with the notch that we're seeing here between Huntsville and Athens, Alabama. So that could quickly wrap back up. I mean, it's in a similar environment to the storm that already produced a tornado over Huntsville and is now close to producing another tornado between Gurley and Woodville, right in this area here. Again, not seeing a CC drop on that yet, but it's very close to producing a tornado. That's a pretty tight inflow. Got the inflow notch coming in here. You got RFD wrapping around. and your tornado would be sitting right in there. Yeah, so that is a dangerous cell here. Limrock, Larkinsville, Aspel, Woodville, New Hope, Scottsboro, Section, Hodge, Dutton, Bellefonte, Hollywood, Pikeville, Martintown, all in Alabama. And then I also want to check in here in Georgia. We still have 2 radar indicated areas of rotation. One is approaching 75 here south of Dalton. The other one is approaching the Chatworth, Georgia area. They're basically moving east. So, good news is not seeing the CC drops on both of these. So right now they may not be on the ground, but you need to take this seriously. If you're south of Dalton, Phelps, Tilton, Carbondale, Prattersville, and then Hawley, Ramhurst, Tales Creek, Pleasant Hill, Chatworth, Spring Place, Orrin, and Hassler's Mill. Guys have 2 pretty dangerous supercell thunderstorms there. Interesting looking cell here near Bridgeport and Stevenson. The cell here with the tornado warning near 16 along the Tennessee state line does seem to be weakening, unless we may just not be able to see it with being so close to the radar. So let's still stay in our safe place here. Sherwood, Lakeview, Sal City, Gaunch, right on the Alabama state line, and Anderson. There's a new tornado warning for that cell near Stevenson, Bridgeport, and Shiloh in northeast Alabama. Some rotation in there by Stevenson. It doesn't look particularly strong on the radar, but its presentation is very strong. So let's just go with the presentation for now. We have new tornado warnings here in the Carbondale area. This is for Pomona, Grand Tower, and Carbondale, Illinois. This is part of a new QLCS spin-up here near Grand Tower. It's going to be racing over towards Pomona, Maconda, and Carbondale. Carbondale already had a tornado warning earlier today. You guys need to be in your safe space here. This is moving east at 55. These QLCS tornadoes tend to move a little faster, and probably already ahead of that. Let's see. Pomona about 4 minutes, Poplar Ridge 4 minutes, Etherton 5 minutes, Maconda about 9, and Carbondale about 10 minutes. So Carbondale, you guys need to be in your safe space again. I know it's the second tornado warning you guys have had. I think at least the second you guys have had today. What a light show from that camera. Yeah, Carbondale to about 10 minutes or less. Oh yeah, this is that storm that looked a little suspicious earlier near Sykeston. It's now moved southeast of Sykeston. Let's see. Well, luckily it's gone south of Sykeston, but it's now over towards East Prairie, Missouri. And doesn't look particularly impressive on the radar. There is some rotation still in it. It's a bit more of a shear line. And it looks kind of like it's a shear line. It's kind of just flat right now. So still take this seriously though. It's about to cross the river. So Columbus, Arlington, and Blandville. This is near Anniston, East Prairie, and then moving into Arlington and Bardwell in western Kentucky. I'm intrigued by this storm here near Malden and the Missouri Boot Heel. This has some rotation too. Clarkton, Malden. It would be coming over toward New Madrid. It's a small storm, but it may be upscaling. Let me look at this again. Yeah, this one is an upscaling thunderstorm. just got a severe warning as we're looking at it now, and it does have a tornado possible tag. I would treat this like it's a tornado warning. So again, treat this like it's a tornado warning if you're east of Clarkton and over towards New Madrid and even possibly Tiptonville in Kentucky. But definitely the New Madrid here along 55 is probably the next bigger community. I would treat this like it's a tornado warning. Lowest interior room, away from doors and windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. This is a pretty rapidly intensifying cell. And just in the last scan or two, it's really intensified the rotation. So don't let it catch you off guard. Just kind of scanning quickly some of these other storms. Good news here, Rogers, Fayetteville, Bentonville, Fort Smith. You guys are all clear for the night. And then also all of Oklahoma, clear for the night. Oklahoma's had a rough week. Oklahoma's clear for the night. You guys can sleep well. Other than some flood warnings, the I-44 corridor is cleared for tonight. Turn around, don't drown if you are in those flooded road areas. Southwest Missouri and then along 44 near Rolla. Still ongoing severe storms near Texarkana. These were 60 mile an hour winds. Now it has a tornado possible tag. There is some rotation in here near Ashdown, Arkansas along the Red River, so we got to watch that one. Still two big hailers here south of Sulphur Springs, Texas. I-35 corridor, Dallas, Fort Worth, Killeen, Waco, Austin, San Antonio. You guys are all clear for tonight. You have some big storms coming tomorrow, later afternoon with an enhanced risk for tomorrow. Alright, we're going to get back to our southern end of the severe weather. New severe thunderstorm warning for Cairo, Illinois. Not seeing a lot of rotation with that one, but hail, $half size and 60 mile an hour winds. And also just want to check this area here. Yeah, I would treat that like a tornado warning from the areas here east of Clarkton, Tallapoosa, Risco, North Libourne over towards New Madrid. Treat that like it's a tornado warning. It's a severe thunderstorm tornado possible. Alright, we're going to work these east or west to east here. Still seeing rotation along 72 Capshaw to Oakland. This is eerily similar to the storm that just dropped the tornado in Huntsville. It had kind of weak rotation as it came along 72, then it showed a funnel, and then it dropped the tornado just over the Huntsville area. So hopefully this isn't going to do the same thing, but it's a similar environment, and the storm like literally just happened, you know, an hour ago or less. So Capshaw over to Oakland, Madison, Huntsville. Our camera here is Madison on I-565. It's somewhere right up in this area here. So we are looking at a pretty strong storm with a lot of lightning. Alright, our storm here that produced the tornado in Huntsville is also re-intensifying. If it's not producing a tornado now, it's very close to producing a tornado. And that would be coming towards Pleasant Grove, Hollywood, Scottsboro, Section, and Dutton, all along Route 72. You guys need to take your tornado safety precautions. That one is very close to producing another tornado, if it's not already. Okay, that answered my question about that storm. I wondered if it was too close to the radar, but it's not. It's just a dead storm. Not showing any rotation there near Sherwood anymore, so that's a good sign for Sherwood. We do have that area rotation near Bridgeport, Still up in here between Bridgeport and Shiloh. Doesn't look particularly interesting right now, but let's see. Broad rotation over in the storm near Lafayette. Stronger rotation here in the storm south of Dalton, and stronger rotation here in the storm south of Chatworth. Right now, the tornado warnings have expired in those areas, so be ready to take another tornado precaution if you're in this area here. I wonder if there's a different radar site that shows this better. Not really, but there's this new tornado warning covering both of these storms. This is also a considerable threat, severe thunderstorm. Yeah, this is covering both storms. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Tilton or near Dalton, and that's moving east at 35. Another area of rotation and damaging winds was located near Ramhurst in southern Murray County, also moving east at 35. So 2 areas of rotation. One here south of Chatsworth, and then one here south of Dalton. They're both moving east, so you may be in the path of both of these. Once one passes near Ramhurst here, just stay in your safe place because you have another one back here near Hawley. Hawley Ball Ground, Ramhurst Dennis, Bloodtown, Tales Creek, Elders, and Elijah. That also includes Chatworth, Pleasant Hill, Spring Place, Keith's Mill, Tilton. Now south of Dalton. Those are 2 pretty dangerous cells. They're back to back, and they're going to be ugly and in the rain. So there's one storm kind of here, and then the other storm sitting back here. And they both have rotation in them. That is a lot of lightning, too, in Chatsworth. Alright, so moving back through, let's check. We have 6 tornado warnings, 24 severe thunderstorm warnings, and it's almost kind of 7 because the one warning that we just looked at covers 2 tornadic circulations. So we have about 7 tornadic storms, and then 24 severe thunderstorms, 2 flash flood emergencies just north of Nashville. We're going to look at all of these here in just a second. Storms now pushing through Carbondale, non-tornadic. But likely have gusty winds in these. Good news is with the Boeing Echo, the hail cores are coming down. Coming over towards Bardwell, Kentucky. It's still a bit of a shear line, but let's keep it, if you're in Bardwell or Arlington, please keep your tornado safety space. And then this has quickly gained a tornado warning here coming from Tallapoosa over towards New Madrid. Still seeing a lot of lightning with that Madison storm. Madison to Huntsville. So this is your area of rotation right here. Now Tallapoosa in southeast Missouri. I don't see anything on the ground yet, but this is quickly coming towards the I-55 corridor and New Madrid. Let me see if I have a traffic camera down there. Alright, let's see, we might. Okay, let's see here. We might have a camera. Let me check. I do have a camera in southern Missouri, but it's a little too far away. Let's see, we might have a camera. Nope. Alright, we'll stick with the Alabama camera. Wanted to check it out and see if there's anything, but it looks like our cameras are a little too far away. So this is quickly a developing tornado here between Tallapoosa and New Madrid. Quarter-size hail is also an issue. Moving east at 40 or 25, so pretty slow. Marston about 20 minutes, Bessie 35. Marston's over here on I-55, so about 25 minutes towards that area. New tornado warnings here. There's one near Mayfield, Kentucky. Tornado and ping pong ball sized hail. Moving east also at 25. Yeah, it's in there up north sides of Mayfield along 121. That's State Route 121. And then also taking a look at this storm. Not seeing much still in that storm. That storm's kind of lining itself out. Still severe warned there. Back to our storm near Dalton, Georgia. Considerable threat, but also an ongoing tornadic threat here for this area between Alige and Chatsworth. The secondary rotation is broadening and weakening, so that one may be kind of on the way out. This one, though, actually has a pretty good circulation right there. It's really hard to tell what's going on in this storm, so treat it like it's on the ground. Those is radar indicated, but this is along Route 76, Tails Creek, Elders, Alige, Ella Gap, and Northcutt. You guys need to take those tornado safety precautions. I feel like we've had an additional tornado watch. I feel like that was not there a little bit ago. Let's double check that. Yep, this is just breaking in now. This is a new tornado watch for North Georgia. They're going to continue the tornado warning for Alige, Georgia there until midnight Eastern time. But yes, this is a new tornado watch for until 4 a.m. It includes a few tornadoes likely, scattered hail up to 2 inches is likely, and scattered gusts up to 70 miles an hour likely. It essentially replaces and slightly expands on the original watch that covered North Georgia. It covers Chattanooga, Athens, in Kentucky or in Tennessee. So it's in this area here in Tennessee. It includes the Huntsville area, over towards Dalton, Gainesville, and then along the Georgia and South Carolina state line, all the way down here north of Augusta, Anderson, South Carolina, areas here, Greenville, South Carolina, and out just west of Asheville, and then cuts, back to the original area. So it's this area here, essentially, and yeah, that is until 4 a.m. Eastern on Thursday. There's video just tweeted on Twitter about that tornado that went over the east side of Huntsville and over the mountain. You can kind of see the tornado, yeah, just kind of scraped along that mountain east of Huntsville. Luckily, I guess the best case scenario there for that tornado was that it moved through a little bit less populated area of Huntsville. We still have issues, though. Huntsville, actually itself, we still have issues. Let's get back to those. And again, we'll keep the camera going there out of Huntsville. Still have 2 ongoing tornadic storms here in North Georgia, or in northern Alabama, sorry. getting late. This is in the Scottsboro area. This is the storm that created this tornado that went through Huntsville. Does not look like it's on the ground right now, but this is still a pretty dangerous supercell. Hollywood, Scottsboro, Section, Dutton, and Pisgah. You guys need to be in your safe space still. Yeah, not seeing the CC drop, but it's still in there, still rotating. Pleasant Groves, you guys are good. Woodville, you guys are good. Don't go too far. If you're in the Gurley, Paint Rock, or Woodville area, don't go too far from your safe space. You might be able to get up and get out of it for a little bit. Yeah, still seeing circulation here, north side of Huntsville. This is the storm that was in the Athens, and it's starting to look the same as the storm that earlier produced the tornado in Huntsville. We're looking back that way too, so let me see if we can get... Let me see if we can get a camera closer to that part of Huntsville. Let's see. No? Alright, let me see if I can work some magic here. Hold on. That is our closest government traffic cam to Huntsville. So, we're going to keep it. There are probably news stations and stuff with cameras around the Huntsville area, but I'd rather avoid any copyright strikes and stuff and just keep it to the Freedom of Information Act government traffic cams. So let's continue on here. I think we've checked these storms here in Georgia and now North Alabama. So I want to go back up to our storms here near the Paducah area. Ongoing storm capable of producing a tornado near Portageville. That's in the New Madrid County. And that's moving. Oh, it's weakened quite a bit. That's good news. That's good news. Actually going to trim it up a little bit. So this is just now basically along I-55. And let's see. Yep, it is gone. Alright, good news there. If you're already in your safe space, stay there, but it looks like that cell has weakened. They've re-upped the warning around the Mayfield area for a storm 7 miles west of Mayfield, moving east at 20. It's this area here. And there's a little bit of rotation there, but still, let's stay in a safe place here. Mayfield, Union Circle, Clear Springs, and go low. North of Mayfield towards Clear Springs, that's where your hail core is. So Hickory over towards Clear Springs. You're going to want to stay in your safe space there too. This one is probably going to do somewhat like that New Madrid storm. It is a tornado possible tag near Marmaduke. And this is in northern Arkansas. Yes. And about to move into Missouri here, near Kennett, Missouri, Bragg City, Pascola, and right now in Marmaduke, Arkansas. So take that warning seriously. Quarter-size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds, tornado possible. We'll also have strong storms coming into Poplar Bluff with some pretty good wind over here near Doniphan, moving towards Naylor, Poplar Bluff, and Fisk in Missouri. Likely some hail also in that storm. That is being warned for 1-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. Taking a quick look at Arkansas, there's a few storms popping up near Hot Springs and also north of Little Rock. We're really watching the storms here that are coming through the Arkansas River Valley around Russellville and then points north. Those are ones we have to watch for the most severe weather. There's a storm that looks a little suspicious down here. Not really rotating much. Maybe some small hail in that one near Danville. And then this one was a tornado possible tag near the Texarkana area. Still some broad rotation in there, but not looking as strong as it was earlier. Still some gusty winds and possible hail in here from New Boston up to Ashdown and then pushing through the Texarkana area in the next few minutes. A big mess of hailstorms, ping pong ball sized hail near Pittsburgh, Texas. That one is also rotating, so we got to watch this little area here, this little notch. So another inflow notch there. And then also some gusty winds and hail back here by Grand Saline. Again, the only really part of Texas right now that has to worry is the areas around the Arklatex, Tyler, Texas, up to Texarkana, and then over towards Shreveport, Marshall, Longview. That's really the only area of severe weather in Texas tonight. Alright, we have a new tornado warning here for Huntsville. This is an area rotation that's basically coming across the Huntsville metro here. It's taking an eerily similar path to the last area of rotation. So here it is here. Chickasha Estates coming into Oakwood Grove Park. Let's see, it's broadened a bit, but then it's retightened here over Grove Park. So this is coming into downtown Huntsville, Grove Park, Colonial Hills, Normal, Chase, downtown Huntsville. If you're along 565 here, and US 72 over towards Ryland, Moontown. It's basically going to take the same path as the last one. Like the hour ago last one. Hopefully there's people that still have some shelter in this area, but yeah, it's pretty much coming for Ryland, Maysville, Gurney, Gurley, all this area here along 72 that had the last tornado. Let's see here. Not seeing it on the ground yet. And that actually may be the old area rotation. We need to watch this area actually over Huntsville for a new area rotation. But this is moving east at 20, so it's actually a little slower than the other one. I'm going to take it out of the leading edge, give people maximum time here. Normal about 5 minutes, Oak Park about 5 minutes, Chase about 5 to 8 minutes, Ryland about 15, Moon Town about 20. And then Gurley about 35 minutes. So this is another tornado warned storm. Hopefully if people don't realize it, this is a new tornado warning here for areas that literally just had a tornado go through. About, I don't know, half hour, 40 minutes ago, we just watched a tornado go like this. Across here, towards McMullen Cove, we just watched a tornado. Now here we have a new tornado path, possible tornado just following the same area here. Yeah, that is not good. Doesn't appear to be on the ground yet, but hopefully we can get with just the rotation. This is an observed tornado down here near Scottsboro. This was that area that was really close to producing again. This is the storm that originally produced the Huntsville tornado. Looks like this may have been it here near Scottsboro. Don't see it on the CC anymore, but still has areas of rotation coming through east of Scottsboro and now towards Bellefonte, Hodge, and Dutton. This tornado warning has been allowed to expire again near Elijah, but still has a tornado possible tag and a considerable threat, so still treat this like it's a tornado warning if you're out here in the EJ area. I don't know why my circles don't look as good today. Weird. I'm drawing an actual circle. I guess you just have to draw them slower. I guess when I just quickly draw it, it kind of like cuts it down. Alright, probably too picky about that. But yeah, watching that cell there near Elijah. They're going to bring this back to a radar indicated tornado, but wouldn't be surprised if this gets back on the ground again. It could be very quickly back on the ground. This is coming over towards Pisgah, Henagar, Valley Head, Sylvania, and Eider. Refreshing. This is also refreshing, so let's get the traffic cam back. Yeah, this is close to producing again, if it isn't already. That's very close to probably being a tornado on the ground if it's not already. Pisgah, Henagar, Valley Head, and Eider, you guys need to be in your safe space here. This is a dangerous storm. Sam Grant subdivision along State Route 40, Dutton, Hodge, Morris Mill, Fairview, Browntown, Brooks Crossroad, Elliott Crossroad, Henagar, Biddle Crossroads, P Crossroads, Townsend Crossroad, Rogers along I-59, Hammondville along I-59. You guys all need to be in your safe space. Developing tornado. If it isn't yet on the ground, it's going to be probably pretty quickly. Right in there. Yep. If that's not on the ground, that's going to be very quickly. Still have a tornado warning for the Huntsville area. Rotation looks like it's just on the northeast side of Huntsville. This one doesn't look quite as impressive as the last one, so that's one good sign. Yeah, it's right around 72 in chase. It doesn't even appear to be down in this little notch. It's actually up. It's actually up a little tighter to the storm here. It's over the chase area. That's at like 565 and 72. It's going to be moving down 72. Ryland, Moontown, Maysville, Gurley, McMullen Cove. Might go north of the previous tornado path. The previous tornado kind of went through like this. The new one here is going a little more on the 72 corridor. And again, it's not on the ground right now, but it does appear to be tightening up a little bit. So we got to really watch this here. Right in this area by Chase. It's a very interesting storm. There's this little thing down here, a little zombie notch that isn't even like connected to the storm anymore. Unless this is it all wrapping around. May have a bit of a rain-free base. It could be this whole hook. But either way, weird looking storm a little bit. Okay, yeah, that's probably not it. It is a little bit of a zombie notch. The notch was still part of the storm, and then it must have like surged out with the RFD. So this little area here is like broke free of the storm. So the rotation is still back here by Chase. Yeah. Interesting storm. That may indicate that it's not quite as healthy, because normally you would get inflow this way, but instead it's surged out this piece of outflow. So that hopefully can mean this is on the downtrend, but just in case not, they've dropped the confirm tag on this one, but still a strong thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. Ooh, if it's not on the ground yet, it's probably going to be back on the ground in just another minute or two. It is tightening back up pretty quick. Let's see. Not seeing any defined CC, but it's trying again. It's getting an RFD surge. So this is your inflow, and then this is your RFD, rear flank downdraft. It hasn't tightened it up fully yet, but it's on more of a shear line at the moment. You can see this RFD surging out like this. It's going to create at least damaging wind threat for Hodge and Dutton, and over towards Pisgah Central, Fairview, Elliott's Crossroads. Even if this doesn't produce a tornado, it's going to be a damaging wind threat, but then your inflow is connecting right up in here, just like this, and your outflow is coming in like this. If it wraps a little bit tighter, we'd probably have a tornado. Still observed considerable threat here. Still broad rotation over Elige, so we still got to watch that area tornado possible. There's also a tornado warning here for this storm near Murphy. That is a pretty nasty storm. Murphy, Andrews, and Hayesville. Don't see a CC on this yet, but this is in southwestern North Carolina, Clay County. This is Murphy, North Carolina. This is up in the mountains here. This is in the Appalachians. Actually a pretty tight area of circulation. At least it was a scan ago. That's how quickly these can sometimes pop up, but also sometimes dissipate. can still see it on the broad radar here. But this is between Andrews and Hayesville. I don't think there's many people that live out here, so that's a good sign. Jones Mill, Fires Creek, and Tusquity. And then there's a lot of mountains up in here. So yeah, I think we're fairly population free. There may be a few people. If you are in this area though, I mean, please take it seriously. Yeah, 0 population, so that's good. Alright. Still a little worried about that cell near Elijah. Down to 4 tornado warnings. Let's go back up to our one in Kentucky. This is Graves County over Mayfield, Kentucky. This is not the situation that Mayfield had with the tornado in 2022, 21. This is a lot weaker, and I don't think it's on the ground right now. It's now east of Maysville, headed towards Golo. And if that does continue, I'd be headed over towards Blackisburg, Alamo, and Hardin, Kentucky. It doesn't look particularly strong, but still a little rotation in there east of Maysville. Between Maysville and Golo, yeah. Maysville, you're not quite out of it yet. You're going to have a cluster of severe thunderstorms to your west. That's going to be coming through. The storm near Kennett, Missouri, on the Arkansas-Missouri state line, still has a tornado possible tag for some broad rotation. And then also watching this storm here, now northeast of Little Rock. That's an upscaling thunderstorm that may affect Memphis eventually. There's also a storm here near Clinton, Arkansas. Gusty winds, small hail. Texarkana, tornado possible in Texarkana. Not seeing much there. And then some hailstorms in East Texas. So right now we have really 4 tornado warned storms. The one near Maysville is seems to be on the downtrend. And then the one here over the Huntsville area, it's still in here. There's still rotation near Ryland. Not seeing this on the ground right now. This is headed for Gurley, Moontown, Maysville, Alabama, along 72. The other storm near Pisgah, that is close to producing a tornado. That has a pretty good defined area of circulation. Still a little broad, and it still hasn't really tightened it up. But we need to be in our tornado safe space. Pisgah, Eider, Henagar, over towards Valley Head. And then, yeah, I'm still interested in this storm here along 239. That's now northeast of EJ, or Eli J. It is going into a slightly less populated area. Looks like there's not much out here except Big Bald Mountain, Cold Mountain, Columbia Top. So this is at least It's in the Norcut area right now, but at least once this goes a little further east, it's going to have a lot less population here. But still a little area of circulation around Norcut. This is far from radar sight, so it's going to be hard to confirm anything. Yeah, we're not going to be able to with the CC there. And there's a lot of hail and rain up in here. This area around Golo is going to get a new extension of the tornado warning. Located near Mayfield, moving east at 25. And that is going to include Benton, Harvey, South Marshall, Dexter, Hyco, Faxon, Kirksey, Blackisburg, Fair Dealing, and then some places in between that. So just hunker down here, be in your safe space. If you're in the Benton, down towards there is north of Murray. This is going to go north of Murray, Kentucky, so. Alright, some good news here. Got some more people to clear. That's Fredericktown, Farmington, Viburnum, Rubidoux, Mountain View, Cape Girardeau, Carbondale. Carbondale has had a rough day today with a couple tornado warnings. You guys are good to go. Let's see what the Storm Prediction Center is thinking. Okay, 7 minutes ago, the Storm Prediction Center, in a mesoscale discussion, basically mentioned the tornado threat is going to continue. Severe and tornado threat continues across Tornado Watch 214. So this area is going to be a pretty popular area for the rest of the evening here, it looks like. Also, a severe risk, including a local tornado risk, continues across the mid-Mississippi and lower Ohio valleys. That also is for this cluster of storms between Cape Girardeau, Paducah, Hopkinsville, and Clarksville in Tennessee and Kentucky here. Yeah, then the other Storm Prediction Center notes were just saying that the severe threat and the tornado threat may expand south and east over the western Carolinas. That's why they issued this expanded weather watch here, this tornado watch that goes down into Greenville and Anderson, South Carolina, and even closer to Greenwood, South Carolina. Is as these storms here push through the Appalachians and back down into the Piedmont overnight, they may pose a severe weather risk. Still, this storm is still trying here near Maysville and Moontown. I don't believe it has a tornado on the ground now. That scared me for a second. That's a scary looking clear air, but it's clear air. Pretty certain it's clear air. It's because there's a donut hole of clear air with because there's this little disjointed hook. There's this little disjointed hook, but then there's a little bit of a connection back. So this is clear air. That gave me a heart attack almost. I thought there was basically a tornado on the ground at the same spot the last one was, but the rotation is still in here though. This is trying near Maysville and Moontown, headed towards Gurley and Garth. This is, if not it's on the ground, it's pretty close to being. This one is a much better circulation here. We can see our inflow. We can see our RFD surge. And our tornado likes to sit right in this area. And we can see that's where our rotation is. This is likely on the ground. This is likely a new tornado right here. Let me just back that up and confirm. Yeah, that's a tornado on the ground right here. And I can see that in the velocity. And I can see that in the reflectivity. Another tornado on the ground here near Fairview. And this is coming across northern Alabama here. So this is a tornado on the ground near Henagar. Henagar and Fairview in northeast Alabama. And this is likely going to get confirmed. Yep, it's an observed tornado located near Henagar, 9 miles north of Rainsville, moving east at 40. All right, back to it. That is a damaging tornado. That is a deep debris ball here near Fairview and Henagar. Yeah, that is a damaging tornado going basically right across Fairview and Henagar. This is at Alabama 40 and Central Road, State Highway 40 there, State Highway 75 near Elliott's Crossroads. This is going to ride down State Route 40 towards New Home, towards Pea Ridge Crossroads, Council Bluffs, Hammondsville, and Valley Head need to be in your safe space too. This is a damaging tornado right near Henagar, Alabama. The CC is a little bit ahead of the velocity scan, and but the CC and the reflectivity line up very nicely. That is a debris ball near Fairview. So that is a dangerous, damaging tornado here near Henagar, Alabama. That is not good. This is also not good. A confirmed tornado near Gurley. Also observed flash flooding, but this is just north of Highway 72. Emergency management confirmed. This is, I think, it right in here. Yeah, the reflectivity is lagging a little bit, but this is it, I think, right in here near Gurley, coming towards Garth and Limrock. The Henagar one is extra damaging here, right in the Henagar area, and then right here in Gurley. Yeah, we have, looks like 2 damaging tornadoes on the ground. Yeah, that's not good. right, so back to this. This is a this is going to a tornado emergency here. So tornado emergency, second of the day. The girly storm here. Let's just check this real quick. Looks a little more broad than it did earlier, but could still be in there near Gurley and Garth. But this is a damaging tornado with a debris ball over Elliott's Crossroads. Oh man, that is not good. That's a deep debris ball here. It came through Fairview and Henagar. That is a damaging tornado with a deep debris ball over Brooks Crossroads and the Henagar area. Areas are here along I-59 between Valley Head, Hammondville. You guys need to take cover if you aren't already. This is a deep debris ball here. That is a deep tornado vortex signature. That is a powerful tornado here along Highway 40. I mentioned it to you guys earlier that this looked like it was going to go right along Highway 40. So this is now moved through Fairview, Henagar, over Elliott's Crossroads, and it's now on Highway 40 here. And unfortunately, zooming in, you can see there's structures in here too. So this is not good here. It's over Highway 40 and Valley Road. This is also near Hilltop Road. This is a very hilly, wooded area of Alabama, so you're not going to see this coming if you're out here in New Home, Council Bluffs, Stamp, High Point, Hammondville, Valley Head, and Mentone. You guys out ahead of this need to be in your safe space. Stamp, High Point, Valley Head, New Home, Hammond, Valley Head, Matone, Riverdale, Bankhead, all in your safe space. That includes I-59. No one should be on I-59 here between at least about Battelle and whatever is down here. Let's see. Lakewood, essentially. Yeah, hopefully Lakewood. This hopefully this highway can get stopped here. This is a damaging tornado on the ground with a debris ball. Yeah, and it's riding right down Highway 40. So this is State Highway 40 at Henagar over to Hammondville. You guys need to be in your safe space. just north of Stamp. Backing this up, this started really wrapping itself up here over Henagar and Fairview. Seeing about 90-mile outbound winds and 55-mile inbound winds. I quickly want to go up to this tornado warning here. 11:14, a couple minutes ago. Damaging tornado confirmed, located near Gurley, and it's still at an emergency management confirmed tornado here near Gurley, moving towards Garth. So this is still on the ground too. Might be up in this area. I don't see a lot of CC drop, and the reflectivity is certainly weaker. But take this seriously too. If you're in here by Garth, Pleasant Groves, Limrock, Larkinsville, Aspel, New Hope, Pikeville, Scottsboro, you guys have a damaging tornado coming your way. But more importantly for damaging tornado, this is a very damaging tornado just north of Stamp, coming towards Hammondsville, Valley Head, Riverdale, Colon, and Battelle. This is on State Route Highway 40 here in Alabama. Thirsty tonight. This is not good. That is not a good sign here that you want to see, especially at night. This is a very dangerous storm here at night. And this is a little more of a rural area, so like we can look here at the Huntsville cam, and you can see the city lights and stuff. So sometimes you can spot the tornadoes, like we did earlier, actually, in the Huntsville area. Not here on our camera, but the city of Huntsville spotted it via a tower cam in Huntsville. So this is a dark rural, more rural area here in northeast Alabama, and unfortunately, damaging tornado. Still looks very strong, and still producing a debris ball here along Highway 40. This has come across Fairview and Henagar, Elliott's Crossroads, and now just kind of paralleling Highway 40, actually somewhat like this. This is quickly a few minutes from Hammondsville, Valley Head, Riverdale. Hopefully I-59 is stopped. Hopefully we don't have anyone on I-59. Let's see. Yeah, this is still going. It's still along Route 40 here. This is very quickly approaching I-59, just on the northwest side of Hammondville. The reflectivity's lagged a couple frames behind here, so this is likely just over this area here now. The CC is, and the reflectivity are pretty close. So the CC looks like it's the fastest right now at refreshing, but it's this area here over Route 40, Highway 40, State Route 40, and then it's approaching here 117 and I-59. This continues. It looks like it's going to go through Hammondville. So here's when we kind of first spotted the debris ball, maybe a couple scans before that, south of Pisgah. But here's your debris ball, starting out here as it's coming towards Fairview. And then here comes the debris ball into Fairview. Here it is over Fairview and Henagar. The debris ball spreads out and deepens a bit here between Henagar and Elliott's Crossroads. And then continues here through Elliott's Crossroads. And then along Highway 40, this is State Route 40. Still showing a deep debris ball here along Highway 40. And still showing a deep debris ball. It actually seems to be a little bit deeper than it was just a scan ago. Right here at Highway 40, Council Bluff. And this is 117. This is approaching exit 231 here at I-59 and 117. County Road 472, County Road 120, County Road 611. This is currently ongoing damaging tornado emergency. The velocity seems to have dropped a little bit here, but this is still an ongoing tornado here. Council Bluff came across the New Home area, and this is headed towards Hammondville and Mentone. Again, here's your tornado vortex signature. There's your debris ball. And there's your reflectivity debris ball. And here is your velocity, and here is your CC drop. So this is not a good situation. Obviously with a tornado emergency, we have a pretty good inflow. We have our rear flank surging out, and our tornado sitting right in here. It's about to cross I-59. Yeah, we still have a tornado on the ground here. This is approaching Hammondville and Mentone and Valleyhead, Riverdale, Bankhead. Once again, we have 4 tornado warnings right now. The rest of the tornado warnings are all radar indicated. Newest one is McDowell County, out here near Black Mountain. Yeah, there's a circulation, I think, here between Montreat and Old Fort. Let's just back that up real quick. Yeah, I came across here near Lane and Montreat, and it's still in here kind of, but spread it out near Old Fork. We have a still an ongoing tornado warning here for this area near Murphys and Andrews and Hayesville. Still have a rotation picking up in North Georgia. This is over the mountains with a tornado possible tag. So I don't think there's many people out there right now. But this is our catastrophic observed tornado. This is ongoing here. Again, this is a PDS confirmed large and dangerous tornado located near Henagar, 10 miles northeast of Fort Payne, moving east at 35. This tornado has caused significant damage in Henagar. It is a PDS radar and spotter confirmed. Mentor, Hammondville, or Mentone, Hammondville, Valley Head. You guys need to be in your safe space. This is crossing I-59 right now here at the Hammondville exit. This is your ongoing tornado right here. Don't know if it's contamination, but there is another area of rotation that also shows just to the north of this, so it could be a little bit of contamination. Could also be a new circulation developing, or a satellite tornado. If this thing is as big as we may think it is, or was, it's weakened a little bit on the reflectivity and as well as the CC, but it's still in here. I think it's right here, crossing I-59. Probably going to be a step behind here on the reflectivity and the velocity, but this is easily it right here. Yeah, it's crossed I-59 here. It's about to cross Route 11. There's something trying to, I think, develop on the north side of the original circulation. So yeah, there may be a circulation handoff happening here. This is still on the ground though, near Hammondville and Route 117, 59, and also Highway 11, US Highway 11. This is on the ground here near Hammondville. This may be on the ground twice. This may be a second tornado here developing just to the north of that. Yeah, that new area rotation looks stronger now. So we still have CC showing up here, but we also have some CC drops showing up here. This could be two tornadoes on the ground simultaneously. I'm not ready to fully say that, but we definitely have the one still here, and then there's something weird going on right next to it. There's a new little notch forming, and then also you can see the velocity scan. The original circulation has definitely dropped in velocity, but the new area just off to its northeast has definitely picked up in velocity here. So we can see that also here on this, the last couple scans. You can see the old circulation. Here's your old circulation, here's your new circulation. And then here's your old and here's your new. So this may be undergoing a cycle here. And regardless of the cycle that's going on, this is still a damaging observed tornado with a considerable threat here. It's been dropped down to a PDS tornado since it has lost a little bit of intensity. We also have a PDS tornado extended into Georgia, a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado located over Hammondville, 10 miles northeast of Fort Payne, moving east at 30. Still seeing CC drop over the north side of Hammondville. And we may have a new circulation taking over. The other storm has gone down to radar indicated it's over the Larkinsville area, approaching Scottsboro. So, still be taking tornado safety precautions in the Scottsboro area. I just want to check again on our storm over Old Fort. Yeah, it's a bit broad. There's a little area of circulation here. There might be another one here near Davistown. But either way, keep your tornado safety precautions. Sugar Hill, White House, Thermal City, Vane Mountain, Faro, and Glenwood. This is in North Carolina. The good news is our tornado warnings in Kentucky have all stopped right now. Just severe thunderstorms and flooding is a major threat here. And we do have 2 severe thunderstorms in central Arkansas. The one is mostly just wind and some larger hail in here, quarter-size hail. The other one is quarter-size hail and also wind coming into Conway, Arkansas. Storms seem to be diminishing in Texas as we're approaching 11:30 Central Time. So yeah, we're starting to lose a little bit of the dynamics here. But still, this area of Georgia and northern Alabama are still very active right now. Nothing new on the SPC update. I'm wondering if this may get extended in some way overnight. If this continues to have a severe threat and even tornado threat, something may get extended down a little further towards Gadsden, Sandy Springs, Atlanta, Athens, and Rome, Gainesville. I don't know if it would be a tornado watch, but it could be a severe thunderstorm watch. The tornado watch goes until 4 a.m., but some of these storms are making some decent progress through this watch area. Again, this watch area is kind of like southern Tennessee around Chattanooga. You can see it a little more clear because the watch expired to the north of that, but it's this area in here that is essentially the latest tornado watch until 4 a.m. And yeah, there's most of this is pushed at least halfway through this watch area, so you can kind of see that. New tornado watch for some of the same areas that were just affected by a damaging tornado. That is going to continue for that tornado warning here near Scottsboro. Yeah, this is pushing basically the same direction. So Hollywood, Pisgah, Dutton, Section, Sylvania, Henagar, north of Rainsville. That is also going to be a big problem for this area here because this area has just had a damaging tornado emergency. And now we have another tornado warning. So this is not good. Henagar around midnight Central Daylight Time. So if you're in the Henagar area and you need to get to a new safe space, you have about 20 minutes. And then also search and rescue in the Henagar area. If you are in that area, you have about 20 minutes until the new circulation is on you. Still have an ongoing PDS tornado. This is about to cross the Alabama-Georgia state line here. Good news is it doesn't look as impressive as it did a few minutes ago. But either way, Head River, Center Post, Harrisburg, Martindale, Welcome Hill, Neal Crossing, Tryon, Pennville, Somerville, Cloudland. You guys in Georgia, this is a particularly dangerous situation. Considerable threat for half-dollar size hail, a damaging tornado located over Hammondville or 10 miles northeast of Fort Payne. This is moving east at 30. This is a PDS damaging tornado, radar confirmed. If you're out ahead of this in Georgia, you need to get to your safe space. Lowest level into your room, away from doors and windows, away from the outside. Put as many walls between you and the outside as humanly possible. If you have an opportunity to get below ground, such as a basement or a storm shelter, take that opportunity. This is a damaging tornado here near Hammondville. It's already been a storm that's dropped a couple tornadoes. This is the same cell that dropped the tornado on the east side of Huntsville. And then this is our second tornado emergency of the day here in the Central Time Zone. So we had a tornado emergency earlier in Tennessee. And we've also had 10 tornado emergencies, I think, the last 3 days straight. We had one in Barnesdale and Bartlesville, Oklahoma on Wednesday. On Monday, we had the tornado emergency in Michigan yesterday, and now we've had 2 tornado emergencies, one in Tennessee and one in Alabama. So yeah, we've had 4 tornado emergencies in the last 3 days. Good news is the threat is diminishing on the northern end of this. There are still storms moving through the northern tornado watch here in the Ohio Valley. Right now they are not severe. Louisville, Elizabethtown, Campbellsville, you guys are clear of the tornado watch. By the time some of these storms get into the central parts of Kentucky here, south of Louisville, This is a massively rain-cooled environment. It's a massively more stable environment. So you may get some rain and storms later as this whole cluster of storms moves your way, but it very likely will not be severe. Still have some ongoing severe weather, though, in southeast Missouri and western Kentucky. Most of this is converting to a wind threat. The hail threat is mostly below an inch in diameter here for most of these storms. This area around Cadiz has a 1-inch quarter-size hail threat, but the other storms mostly are below an inch in diameter. There is a growing flood threat here in western Kentucky. Mayfield, Murray, Benton, Hopkinsville, Oak Grove, you guys are all under flash flood warnings. And then Russellville, Franklin, you guys are under flash flood warnings. Flash flood emergencies are ongoing here. Hendersonville, Gallatin, Springfield, Tennessee, Portland, Tennessee, Westmoreland. There is life-threatening flash flooding going on in those locations on the north side of Nashville. There are also flood warnings covering much of middle Tennessee. There are flood warnings in the Huntsville area, and there are also flood warnings here in North Georgia. There's been a ton of training thunderstorms, dumping a ton of heavy rain. The good news is the Asheville tornado warning has been expired. If anything pops up there, it's mostly on the line segments here. We have basically 2 ongoing supercellular tornado threats. Maybe 2.5 if you count the, there's some rotation in the North Georgia storm. But it hasn't been tornado warned for a while. But for the most part, we have 2 ongoing supercellular tornado threats. They are both very impressive looking. And let's see. Okay, the first one here, Scottsboro. It is a radar indicated tornado. It is just in the Scottsboro area right here. I'm not seeing any defined area of CC drop, but this is does seem to be tightening back up. So Scottsboro down to Pisgah Central, Fairview, Dutton, Hodge section, Brooks Crossroads, Sylvania, Stamp, Blake. You guys all need to be back in your safe spots. This area was all under a tornado warning earlier, and it's basically a rinse and repeat tornado warning. It's about the same area because this thing is taking just about the same track. It's coming from the Scottsboro area and headed generally towards the Stamp area. Hammond, Valley Head right now are not in a tornado warning. This area here along 59 from New Home, Council Bluff over to the north side of Hammondville. You guys just had a damaging tornado come through. You probably got at least about a half hour until you may be in another tornado warning. So if you can get to a new safe space if you need to, take that opportunity. Okay, this is at least gone now. Back to a regular tornado warning. So still though, you need to be in your safe space. Martindale, Center Post, Harrisburg, Neal Crossing, Pennville, Tryon, and Welcome Hill. This is a area of rotation. Let's see. Okay, it's right over here near Gulf Mountain now. You can see the old circulation here with the damaging tornado, and then a new circulation picking up where that one left off. That one intensified, but then has broadened. It looks like it intensified a scan, and now it's kind of, it's still here. And this could easily put down another tornado here. This is in this area here. So it's over Gulf Mountain right now. Moving east-southeast towards Harrisburg, Center Post, Martindale, Welcome Hill. Probably going to slide north in Neal Crossing, but Tryon, I want you guys to be in your safe space too. And even Pennville, it's a good idea tonight to not let your guard down. I'm pretty confident it's going to go north of Pennville, but you guys are in a tornado warning. So take it seriously here. Welcome Hill, Tryon, Harrisburg, Center Post, Martindale. Your tornado, if it's on the ground, is over the Gulf Mountain area there. And it is looking a little healthier than it did a few minutes ago. This is likely trying to re-strengthen there. The circulation over Scottsboro is not looking as impressive. So that is a good thing here at the moment. Alright, let me take a quick break here, grab a refill on the drink, and I'll be right back.